You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures entitled Universe, Earth, and Man in Their Relationship to Egyptian Myths and Modern Civilization by Rudolf Steiner, a course of 11 lectures given in Stuttgart from the 4th to the 16th of August, 1908. Lecture 1 is entitled The Egyptian Period and the Present Time. In the first lecture of this course, we shall try to give, by way of introduction, an outline of the subject before us. We shall not as yet enter fully into this, but will first give an outline of those things of which we shall speak during the next few days. We have a very extensive theme before us, universe, earth, and man, and I propose to give a brief sketch of all the knowledge we can acquire concerning the visible and invisible worlds. Our feelings are born into the farthest distance of the cosmos, when, in the deepest and most worthy sense, we make use of the expression, in quotes, universe, in quotes, earth, indicates the field of action upon which humanity is now placed, upon which we are to work and live, and the mission of which we ought to understand. Lastly, the word, in quotes, man, a word we here wish to understand in its occult sense, indicates that which the mystics of all ages meant when they made use of the expression, quote, O man, know thyself, close quote. We also have a subtitle to our subject. Having set ourselves such a highly important task, this subtitle is in a certain way justified. For when we consider the connection between that wonderful pre-Christian civilization, the Egyptian, and our own, we shall see how mysterious are the forces permeating human life. 3 ages of human effort and research, of human development, morals, and life rise before us when we consider Egyptian civilization and that of our own day. When we speak of Egyptian civilization in the occult sense, we mean the civilization that had its seat in the northeast of Africa, on the banks of the Nile, which lasted for thousands of years and terminated in the 8th century before Christ. We know that this civilization was followed by another, which we call the Greco-Latin. This was centered, on the one hand, in the wonderful Greek race, with their highly cultivated sense of beauty, and on the other hand in the powerful state of Rome. We also know that in this age occurred the mighty event in earthly evolution, which we know as the advent of Christ Jesus. Then followed the age in which we are now living. First, the Egyptian age, with all that belonged to it, and a great deal belonged to it. Then the Greco-Latin age with its great results, the rise of Christianity, and then our present age. These are the 3 ages which come before our mental eyes when we consider the subtitle of these lectures. It will be shown that there was an interplay of mysterious forces between the age of civilization first mentioned and our own. It is as if in the Egyptian age certain seeds were sown in the breast of gradually developing humanity. Seeds which remained hidden during the Greco-Latin age, and have reappeared in a special manner in the present one. Much of that which buds in our souls today, much of that which surrounds us, and of which people speak, dream, and think, has sprung like seed from the ancient Egyptian civilization, without men being aware of it. You are all more or less acquainted with the telegraphic apparatus. You know that wires connecting the different apparatuses extend from one place to another, and without having any deep knowledge of these things, you understand that the force which sets the apparatus in motion has something to do with the force which flows through the wires. You perhaps also know that there is a connection down in the earth, that the ends of the wires are connected with the earth. But this subterranean connection is invisible, because it is made by more or less mysterious forces produced by the earth itself. Something similar exists as a deep mystery in the development of man. In history we see threads being spun which lie within the visible world. By means of history and of occultism we can trace out that which took place in ancient Egypt. We see how the threads of culture pass over into the Greek age, the Roman, the Christian, down into our own age. All this is like a kind of conduction above the earth. But there is also a hidden, a subterranean force which works more or less directly from the ancient Egyptian age into our own. Many a remarkable secret is revealed to us when we follow these connections and examine them thoroughly. To begin with, I shall indicate briefly the special facts referred to in the subtitle of our theme. When we look back to ancient Egypt and observe a few of the mighty records there, we are struck by the pyramids, for example, and also the Sphinx, that wonderful and enigmatic figure. Then we let our glance pass on to ancient Greece. Here the Greek temple appears with its unique architecture. We can see and admire what we know from history of this wonderful land. We see its sculptures, those great ideal and perfect human forms described as gods, Zeus, Demeter, Pallas Athena, Apollo. Then we turn to the ancient kingdom of the Romans. Something remarkable appears when we thus allow our vision to sweep from the ancient Grecian peninsula to the Italian. Before us appear the figures of ancient Rome, many of which are still preserved. We see forms clothed with the toga, which is more than a mere outer dress. What do we feel with regard to these Roman figures? One might say, regarding certain of those belonging to the early Roman kingdom, to the Roman Republic, that one feels as if the ideal forms of the Greeks had descended from their pedestals and had appeared before us in the toga-clothed figures as men of flesh and blood. What we are made to see is their inner power. We recognize what lies in this inner power when we compare that which developed in ancient Rome with the feeling, the thought, the content of a citizen belonging to the Grecian states, a Spartan or an Athenian, for example. We feel what this figure contains. The men belonging to Sparta or Athens felt that they were first of all Spartans or Athenians, being provided in a certain way and to a certain degree with a common soul. The Spartan or Athenian felt more what we might call the Greek city spirit than his own personality. He felt himself more as a Spartan or as an Athenian than as an individual human citizen. He felt the power that worked so strongly in him proceeded more from the common spirit of the city than from his own personal power. The Roman, on the contrary, appears to us as being placed exactly upon the center of his own personality. Hence, in the Roman kingdom, there appears something very special, namely the comprehension of the rights of the citizen. All that lawyers dream regarding the origin of justice previous to this is very different from what, in times of better research, was rightly called Roman law. In ancient Rome, man learned to regard himself as an individual. He stood upon his own 2 feet, no longer as one belonging to a certain town, but as a Roman citizen. That is to say, he felt himself placed upon the center of his own human nature. With this feeling of individuality, the time came when what was spiritual in man descended to earth. Previously it was perceived as hovering, so to speak, in higher regions. There is something unique in Roman law and in Roman civilization. Let us consider the circumstance that the Greek felt himself primarily as a Theban, as a Spartan. What was the spirit of Thebes or of Sparta? For us anthroposophists, this is no abstraction, but something like a spiritual cloud, which in its turn was the bodily expression of a spiritual being, in which the town of Thebes or Sparta was embedded. But this being was not visible upon the physical plane. The Greek looked primarily not to himself, but to something above him. The Roman looked primarily to himself. It was he who first recognized man as the highest creature that can take on fleshly form upon the physical plane. The Spirit had come completely down into humanity. This was the time when the divinity itself could descend into incarnation, becoming man in the flesh, in Christ Jesus. The manner in which Egyptian civilization extended into the Greco-Roman age was a very wonderful process. We recall how Moses, when he received in Egypt the commission from higher realms to guide his people to the, quote, one God, close quote, asked God, quote, what shall I say to my people when they ask who sent me, close quote. And how God answered, and we shall see what deep truth lay hidden in the statement, quote, say to those to whom I send thee, the I am hath sent me unto you, close quote. This I am is the name, thus I am is the name of an individual God who still worked and ruled as the Christ principle in spiritual heights, and who had not yet descended to the physical plane. To whom did this voice belong, which could make itself perceptible to the initiate, Moses? Saying to him, as it were, from spiritual worlds, I am the I am. It was exactly the same being, and this is the secret of the ancient Greek mysteries. It was the same being who appeared later in the flesh as the Christ, only that afterward he was visible to those around him, while previously he could speak only to initiates from spiritual heights. Thus we see the deity, that which was spiritual, gradually descending after humanity had been prepared, after it had learned in the Roman age the importance of embodiment in the flesh and its manifestation on the physical plane. We see how a whole series of the results of civilization henceforth develop in an exceedingly profound way from out of that which man received as a new gift. We see how the form of the pyramids and the temple changed to that of the Roman Church, another record of inner human creative work. We see how from the 6th century the cross with the dead Jesus makes its appearance, and how, by degrees, out of the stream of Christianity, a remarkable figure evolves whose mysteries are very deeply veiled. We need only call up this figure before our eyes in the wonderful form given to it by the painter's art in the Sistine Madonna by Raphael. Everyone knows this wonderful figure of the Virgin in the center of the picture, carrying the child in her arms. And you have certainly all experienced the corresponding thrill of emotion when confronted by it. I would ask you, however, to note one thing with regard to it, which expresses the spiritual striving of humanity at the stage with which we are dealing, the 3 civilizations mentioned above. It is not for nothing that the artist has surrounded the Madonna with a cloud, out of which develop a great number of similar little children, a crowd of angelic forms. Let us now allow our feeling to be completely absorbed by this picture of the Madonna. Anyone whose emotion is sufficiently deep for him to be able to do this will feel and perceive that there is here something very different from what an ordinary secular intellect will see in the picture. Do not these cloud angels surrounding the Madonna say something to us? Yes, they say something of the greatest significance if we do but consider them deeply enough. When we allow ourselves to sink deeply into this picture, something whispers in our soul, quote, here, before us, is a miracle in the best sense of the word, close quote. We do not think that this child, which the Madonna bears in her arms, is born in the ordinary way from the woman, No, these wonderfully delicate angel forms we see in the clouds seem to be in process of becoming. And the child in the Madonna's arms seems to be only a more condensed manifestation of them, like something that had crystallized somewhat more than these fleeting angel forms. As if brought down from the clouds and held fast in her arms, it is thus this child appears to us, and not as if born from the woman. We are directed to a mysterious connection between the child and the Virgin Mother. If we call up the picture thus before our souls, another Virgin Mother appears to our mental vision, the ancient Egyptian Isis, with the child Horus. And we may become aware of a mysterious connection between the Christian Madonna and the Egyptian figure who stands before us as Isis, and on whose temple were written the words, "I am, who was and who is, and who is to come. My veil no mortal can raise." That which we have hinted at as a miracle in the picture of the Madonna is also revealed in the Egyptian myth, for it there describes Horus as not having been born through conception, but tells how a beam of light fell from Osiris upon Isis. A kind of immaculate birth took place, and the child Horus appeared. Here again we see how threads connect one thing with another. What we are here able to investigate is without an earthly connection. Let us now pass on to where our own age begins. Let us think of the Gothic cathedral with its wonderful construction of pointed arches. Let us call to mind what took place there in the Middle Ages, in gatherings where true believers met true priests. Think of the effect of this Gothic cathedral, with its many-colored panes of glass through which the sunlight penetrates. Think how many of those who were able to speak of the deeper secrets of the world's evolution could let tones ring forth, whose outward image was the wonderful light split thus into varied colors. Again and again it happened that the priests showed how the common power of the divine being was imparted to humanity in separate rays of power, split up like the light which streamed in through the colored windows. The partition of the light was placed before men's senses, and in their souls was aroused that which lay spiritually beneath this symbol. In this way the power of sensation and of feeling permeated the Gothic cathedral. Let us now enter more deeply into what is thus pictured in our minds. Let us consider the Egyptian pyramid, a unique architectural structure. We must exert ourselves mentally in order to discover what it has to say to us. By degrees, we shall see how in the pyramid the secret of the world, earth, and man is expressed. We shall see that there is expressed in it what the Egyptian priest felt according to his form of religion. Later we shall penetrate deeply into all these things. Today we will only notice what such a priest felt and imparted to his people in pictures. The wisdom expressed in the Egyptian form of religion was very profound. It was the direct result of ancient tradition. It was like a memory. And the Egyptian sage in his meeting with Solon could say with truth, quote, "Oh, ye Greeks, ye remain children all your lives, and in your childish souls lives nothing of the ancient sacred truth." Close quote. He refers here to the age of wisdom in Egypt. Whence came this wisdom? Our present humanity was preceded, as you know, by another which dwelt upon a continent over which the billows of the Atlantic Ocean now roll. When the great Atlantean flood took place, the knowledge of the Atlanteans was carried toward the east across our present-day Europe. The northern myths have remained behind as remembrances of the wisdom of Atlantis. We know that the successors of the Atlanteans carried the wisdom of ancient India and Persia into Asia. We also know that Egyptian wisdom was partly reanimated by Asia, but that it also streamed directly from the west, from Atlantis, toward Africa. Now, what sort of wisdom was it that was referred to by the ancient sage when he spoke of a primeval tradition? This will be disclosed if for a moment we pause to consider the difference between life today and life in ancient Atlantis. At that time, man was gifted with a dim clairvoyance. Around him he saw beings who are also around us today, but whom present-day man sees no longer. The earth contains not only plants, minerals, and animals. Spiritual beings are also around us, but these are visible only to clairvoyant eyes. In Atlantis at that time, man was normally clairvoyant. Divine beings were his companions. He lived with them as we now live with human beings. There was not as yet that sharp distinction between day consciousness and night consciousness which there is now. At the present time, when man enters in the morning with his astral body and ego into his physical body, physical objects are around him. And when at night he rises out of his physical and etheric bodies, this world becomes dark and dim to him. This is the case today with the normal human being. But in Atlantis it was not so, particularly in its earliest periods. When, at night, man stepped out of his physical body, darkness did not then spread around him. He entered a world of spiritual beings, and he saw these divine spiritual forms just as he now sees fleshly forms. He saw Baldur, Wotan, Zeus, and Apollo, who are not imaginary, fanciful figures, but are the expression of real beings, who, at the time of which we are speaking, had not taken on bodies of flesh, but possessed, as their densest form, transparent etheric bodies. When at night man withdrew from his physical body, these were around him as etheric forms. And when in the morning he again drew into his physical body, he was in the world of reality which today is for him the only world. He left for a time, one might say, the world of the gods, and dipped down into the world of physical, fleshly existence. There was no strict boundary between his day perception and his night perception. And when, in those times, the initiate spoke to ordinary people of these divine beings, he was not speaking of something that was strange to them. It was the same as when today we speak of men and call them by their names. The initiate spoke of such beings as Wotan and Baldur, for they knew them as divine etheric beings. The remembrance of that ancient wisdom and of these experiences was carried with them by those who journeyed toward the east, and from them sprang these remembrances which were connected with something else, which developed in the peculiar constitution of the Egyptian people, the conviction that an eternal spiritual part dwells in man, and that when his body becomes a corpse, it has been forsaken by this divine spiritual part. This conviction was expressed in numerous symbols and teachings which the Egyptian priests gave to the people. It was not merely an abstract truth to them. It was a truth in which they lived and which they experienced directly. Let us describe what the Egyptian perceived. He said, quote, "I see here a corpse, the dust of a man who was the bearer of an ego. I know, for I know it from ancient tradition and from the experience of my ancestors, that there is something else, a spiritual part, which passes into other worlds. This could not fulfill its task were it to live solely in that spiritual world. A connecting link must be formed between this spiritual part and the earthly world. We must form a magnetic link for the soul, which passes at death into higher realms, in order to arouse in it a feeling of permanence, so that it may return again and appear once more on this earth." Close quote. We know from the teachings of spiritual science that humanity of itself takes care that the soul shall return again and again to new incarnations. We know that when man passes at death into other spheres, during the period in Kamaloka, that period during which he weans himself from what is earthly, he is still chained by certain forces to that which is physical. We know that it is these forces which do not allow him to rise at once into the regions of Devakan, and that it is they also which draw him down again to a new incarnation. But we are a people today who live in abstractions, and who represent such things as theories. In ancient Egypt, all this lived as tradition. The Egyptian was the reverse of a theorist or mere thinker. He wanted to see with his senses how the soul took its way from the dead body into higher realms. He wanted to have this constructed before him. These thoughts he embodied in the pyramids, the way the soul rises, how it leaves the body, how it is still partly fettered, and how it is led upward to higher regions. In the architecture of the pyramids we can see the fettering of the soul to what is earthly. We can see how Kamaloka, with its mysterious forms, comes before us. And we can say that, considered externally, it is a symbol of the soul which has left the body and is rising into higher realms. Let us endeavor to understand these ancient traditions. In the Atlantean age, man still saw around him much that is completely hidden from him today. You will recall from previous lectures that in Atlantis, the etheric body of man was not so intimately bound up with the physical body as it is now. The etheric head projected far beyond the physical head. In animals, this formation has remained to the present day. When a horse is observed clairvoyantly, the etheric head may be seen towering upward as a form of light above the horse's nose. And in the case of an elephant, a truly remarkable structure can be seen above the trunk. In Atlantean humanity, the etheric head was in a somewhat similar position, although not quite so far outside. Later it gradually drew more and more into the physical head, so that now it is about the same size and shape. On this account, the physical head, which was at first only partly governed by the etheric head, and still had many forces outside, which are today within it, was not yet human to any high degree. It was only in course of development, and still possessed a somewhat lower animal head formation. What did the Atlantean see when he looked at a companion during the day? He saw a man with a very receding forehead, very protruding teeth, something that reminded him of an animal. But at night, when he slept, clairvoyant consciousness began. The animal-like form became less distinct, and out of the physical head grew the etheric head, which already had a human form, and indeed a very much more beautiful form than we see today. In still more remote times, the Atlantean clairvoyant could look back to a period when man's physical form was yet more animal-like, though he possessed an etheric body which was entirely human, far more beautiful indeed than the present physical form, which has adapted itself to coarser, denser forces. Now imagine this memory of the Atlantean placed consciously, yet symbolically, before the people of Egypt. Imagine the Egyptian priest saying to the people, quote, "In Atlantean times your own souls, when you were awake, beheld the human figure with an animal form, but at night there grew out of it an exceedingly beautiful human head." Close quote. This memory, presented in sculpture, is the Sphinx. It is only thus that these forms can be understood. We must realize that they are not merely thought-out forms, but realities. Let us now pass from the Egyptian pyramid to the Greek temple. This temple will only be understood by those who are able to feel that there are forces at work in space. The Greek possessed this feeling. Anyone studying space from the standpoint of spiritual science knows that it is not the absolute void of which our ordinary mathematicians and physicists dream, but that it is differentiated It is something that is filled with lines of force in this direction and in that, from above downward, from right to left, straight and curved lines going in every direction. Space may be felt, it may be penetrated with feeling. He who has such a feeling for space knows why certain old painters could paint the 3 floating angel forms in the pictures of Madonna in a way so wonderfully true to nature. He knows that these 3 angels mutually support each other, just as the planets do in space by their power of attraction. It is quite different when we consider Böcklin's picture titled Piety. Nothing is said here against the excellence of this picture otherwise, but anyone who has preserved the living feeling for space has the sensation that those remarkable angel forms may fall at any moment. The painters of olden times had the perception that belonged to earlier clairvoyance. In modern times, this has been lost. When art still possessed occult traditions, these mutually supporting forces which existed in space, which streamed hither and thither, were recognized. They were perceived by those in whose minds the thought of the Greek temple originated. They did not think out these forms, but they perceived the forces streaming through space and filled them with stone. That which was already there, occultly, they filled with substance. Hence the Greek temple is a material presentation of actual forces working in space. A Greek temple is a crystallized space thought, in the purest sense of the word. The result of this was very important. By giving material expression to force forms in space, the Greeks gave divine spiritual beings the opportunity of using these material forms. It is no figure of speech, but a fact when we say that gods came down at that time into the Greek temples in order to be among men on the physical plane. Just as today parents place the physical form, the body of flesh, at the disposal of the child, in order that the spirit can express itself on the physical plane, so something similar took place in the case of the Greek temple. The opportunity was provided for divine spiritual beings to stream down and incarnate in the architectural structure. That is the secret of the Greek temple. The God was present in the temple. Those who felt the form of the Greek temple aright felt that there need be no human being anywhere near it, nor in the temple itself, and yet it would not be empty, for the God was really present there. The Greek temple is a whole. It is complete in itself, because it has the forms which magically draw the God into it. If we now consider a Roman church, especially one with a crypt, we shall see a further development. In the pyramid we see presented the path the soul takes after death, the outer architectural form for the soul when departing. The Greek temple is the expression of the divine soul which likes to tarry upon the physical plane. The Roman Church, with its crypt, corresponds to the cross upon which the dead body of Jesus hangs. Humanity at this stage had progressed to an advanced consciousness in spiritual spheres. The bond to what is earthly, the period in Kamaloka, is represented by the pyramids. The victory over the physical form, the victory over death, is expressed in the cross and reminds us of the spiritual victory of Christ over death. Again, a further step is taken to the Gothic building. Without the pious congregation within, it is incomplete. If we wish to feel it as a whole, then to the pointed arches must be added the folded hands and the upward streaming feelings they express. Not much feelings as are in the crypt, where the memory of the spiritual victory over death is preserved, but victorious feelings, such as the soul experiences who, already in the body, has felt that it is a victor over death. The soul, victorious over death while in the body, belongs to the Gothic building, which is incomplete if it is not filled with such feelings. The Greek temple is the body of the god. It is complete in itself. The Gothic church is something which requires a congregation. It is not a temple, but a dom, a cathedral. The German word Dom appears in the English suffix dom in the words kingdom, Christendom, for example. It also lies at the root of the Russian word Duma. A dome or dom is something in which individual members are gathered together into a community. From this we can see how in time human thought and human perception progresses. Thus we arrive gradually at our own age, and we shall see how the forces of evolution are at work not only on the surface, but that hidden occult currents are active also beneath, so that what is taking place today in our civilization appears as a re-embodiment of much that was sown within humanity in ancient Egyptian times. We will close with a thought which hints at this mysterious connection. What constitutes the materialism of our present civilization? What is the special characteristic of the man who, when he wishes to see something spiritual, has lost the harmony that reconciles faith and knowledge? He sees nothing. He regards the gross, material, physical part of the world. He feels it to be real, that it exists, and he even comes to deny what is spiritual. He believes that man's existence is finished when his corpse lies in the earth. He sees nothing rising up into the spiritual worlds. Can a conception such as this be the outcome of something that was sown at a time when there was a firm faith in the continued life of the soul, such as existed in Egypt? Yes, for it is not in civilization as in the vegetable kingdom, where like things spring forth again and again from the seed. In civilization, one characteristic alternates with another, which is apparently dissimilar to it. And yet there may be deeper and more intimate similarities. The vision of man is confined today to the physical body. He regards this as a reality. He cannot raise himself to that which is spiritual. The souls who now regard their physical bodies with their eyes and are unable to rise to what is spiritual were incarnated among earlier peoples as Greeks, as Romans, and as ancient Egyptians. All that exists in our souls today is the result of what we acquired in previous incarnations. Imagine your soul back in its Egyptian body. Imagine your soul after death being led up again by way of the pyramid into higher spheres, but your body held fast as a mummy. This fact had an occult result. The soul had always to look downward when its mummified body was below. Its thoughts were hardened, solidified, they were confined to the physical world. It was forced to look down from the realms of the spirit upon its embalmed physical body. And in consequence, the thought became rooted in it that the physical body had a higher reality than it actually had. Imagine a man, in his soul, looking down at that time upon his mummy. Thought regarding the physical hardened. It passed through repeated incarnations, and now is such that man cannot extricate his thoughts from the physical bodily form. Materialistic thought is often the result of the embalming of the corpse. Thus we see how thoughts and feelings work from one incarnation to another, how civilizations are continued through repeated incarnations, and how they reappear later in entirely different forms. This ought to arouse a faint idea of the countless occult threads which are hidden below the surface. In this lecture we have indicated briefly the subjects to be dealt with in subsequent lectures. In them our vision shall sweep upward to the highest regions of those worlds beheld by the Egyptian priests. We shall have to direct our attention to the nature, the goal, and the destiny of man. And we shall understand how such problems as these are solved when we realize that the fruits of one age of civilization reappear in a wonderful and mysterious manner in a subsequent one. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 2, Ancient Wisdom and the New Apocalyptic Wisdom, Temple Sleep, Isis and the Madonna, Past Ages of Evolution, the Bestowing of the Ego, Future Powers. We shall enter best into our subject if, in the first place, we try to form a clear conception of the two extremes which have to be considered when universe and man are brought into relationship with each other. These two extremes are the spirit-soul and the psycho-material. We will endeavor to discuss these, starting with a phenomenon which, to the man of the present day, is more or less of a riddle, but which is found in the ancient Egyptian conception of the world and life. I mean what is called, in quotes, temple sleep. The unique fact lying at the foundation of temple sleep is that among the Egyptian priests, and in ancient civilizations in general, wisdom was held to be very closely bound up with the art of healing and with health. The man of today has but a dim conception of those ancient ideas regarding the inner relationships between wisdom and health, between science and the art of healing. And it will be the task of the anthroposophical movement to direct humanity once more to that conception of the spiritual through which wisdom and the art of healing will be brought again into close connection. This recalls what was said in the last lecture. It recalls that ancient figure of which we were reminded when we looked at the picture of the Madonna and Child, as painted by Raphael. It reminds us of Isis with the child Horus, the goddess on whose temple was inscribed the words, quote, I am, who was, who is, who will be. My veil no mortal can raise. Close quote. This goddess was mysteriously connected with the art of healing. She was regarded as the teacher of the Egyptian priesthood in this respect. There is a remarkable statement taking us back to the very earliest ages of antiquity that shows how Isis was particularly interested in the health of mankind at the time when she was placed among mortals. This points to a very mysterious fact. We must now sketch in a few words and bring before your souls the nature of temple sleep, which was one of the remedies employed by the priests of Egypt. Anyone who had suffered loss of health in any way in those days was not treated, as a rule, with external remedies. There were only a few of these, and they were seldom used. Sufferers were in most cases taken to the temple and there put into a kind of sleep. It was not an ordinary sleep, but a kind of somnambulistic sleep which was so intensified that the patient became capable of having not chaotic dreams merely, but of seeing orderly visions. During this sleep, the patient perceived etheric forms in the spiritual world, and the wise priests understood the art of influencing these etheric pictures which passed before the sleeper. They could control and guide them. Let us suppose that an invalid was put into a temple sleep. The priest, skilled in medicine, was at his side when he fell into this somnambulistic sleep. The invalid then entered a world of etheric forms, and the priest, because of the power he possessed through his initiation, and which was only possible in those ancient times when conditions of existence were such as no longer or very seldom exist today, was able to control the entire sleep. He formed and fashioned the etheric visions and beings in such a way that there actually appeared before the sleeper, as if by magic, those forms which at one time the ancient Atlanteans had looked on as their gods. These divine forms, concerning which the various peoples still possessed a remembrance in the German and Norse and the Greek mythologies, were now placed before the soul of the person who was in the temple sleep. He saw in particular certain figures which were connected with the healing principle. Had the patient remained conscious, as in the waking consciousness of today, it would not have been possible for such forces to act upon him. This was only possible in somnambulistic sleep. The wise priest guided this dream life in such a way that powerful forces were liberated during the etheric visions, and these restored to order and harmony the forces of the body, which had fallen into disorder and discord. This was only possible when the self-consciousness of the patient had been suppressed. Temple sleep had, therefore, a very real significance, and we can see how the healing art of the priests was connected with knowledge only accessible to man through initiation. The connection lies clearly before us. It was the priests who, through the revival of the ancient vision of higher worlds, possessed in their wisdom the forces which came from these worlds, whereby spirit could work upon spirit. They acquired the capacity of allowing spirit to work upon spirit, and through this wisdom was brought into the inner connection with health. In the uplifting of the self to what was spiritual, there was in ancient times a healing element, and it would be well if man were to learn to understand this again. For he would then understand the great mission of the anthroposophical movement, which is to lead man up to the spiritual world, so that he may again enter those worlds from which he has descended. It is true that in future people will not be put into a somnambulistic condition. Self-consciousness will be fully maintained. All the same, strong spiritual forces will become active in man, and the possession of wisdom and insight into higher worlds will then be capable of acting on human nature to harmonize and heal. Today, this connection between spirituality and the healing art is hidden. Those who are not initiated into the deeper wisdom of the mysteries cannot discern the connection. They cannot even observe the more subtle facts that confront them. Those who look more deeply know upon what profound inner conditions a case of healing may depend. Let us suppose, for example, that a certain illness befalls a person, and that it has an inner cause, not a fractured thigh bone or a disordered stomach, for these are external causes. Anyone wishing to go deeply into this will very soon find that in the case of a person who occupies himself much with mathematical ideas, conditions of health are very different to the case of another who does not occupy himself with such things. This fact indicates the remarkable connection between the mental life of a person and the state of his external health. It is not, of course, as if mathematical thinking healed the man. Let us look at this more closely. That different conditions of healing are necessary in the case of one applying himself to mathematics and one who does not. Suppose two people have exactly the same illness. In reality, this never happens, but we may suppose it. One of them does not care to know anything about mathematical ideas. The other is intensely interested in them. It might happen that it was quite impossible to cure the non-mathematical person, whereas it might be possible to heal the other with suitable remedies. What I have stated is an actual fact. Take another example. We have two people before us. One is an atheist in the worst sense, the other a deeply religious man. Again, it might happen that if both have the same disease and the same remedy is used, that the religious man can be cured and the other not. These are things which to modern thinking, at least to the greater part of humanity, will seem absurd. However, they are not so. How is this? It depends on the fact that an entirely different influence is exercised upon human nature by so-called sense-free ideas and by those filled with sense perception. Think for a moment of the difference between a man who likes mathematics and one who does not. The latter says, quote, "I ought to think about these things, but I only want to think of things which I can perceive with my senses." Close quote. Nevertheless, it is of great use to the inner being of man to dwell on conceptions of that which cannot be seen. Hence it is useful to have religious conceptions, for these also relate to things which cannot be grasped with the hands, nor have any connection with outer material things. In a word, with things which are sense-free. These are matters which one day, when man will look up more to that which is spiritual, will have a great influence on educational principles. For example, let us take the simple conception 3 times 3 equals 9. Children form such a conception best when they do it without the help of anything material. It is not good when they put 3 times 3 beans next each other for too long, for then they do not rise at all above the sense conception. But if you accustom children, to begin with, not for too long, to count on their fingers, and then follow it with pure mathematical thinking, such thought has a curative, harmonizing effect upon the children. How little people of the present day understand such things can be seen from the fact that in their system of instruction the exact opposite occurs. Has not the abacus been introduced into our schools, whereby addition, subtraction, etc. are made clear to sense eyes by means of different colored balls? In this way, that which ought to be comprehended purely in the mind is said, quote, "to be made clear," close quote, to the senses. It may be convenient, but those who consider this to be educational know nothing of that deeper curative education that is rooted in the power of the Spirit. A man who from childhood has been accustomed to live with sense conceptions will not, because his nerve system has lived under sickly conditions, be able to be cured as easily as one who from his youth has been accustomed to sense-free ideas. The more a person is accustomed to think apart from objects, the easier it is to cure him. In ancient times, when a person was ill, it was customary to place before him all kinds of symbolic figures, triangles, and combinations of numbers. The object, besides the other value these things possessed, was to uplift him from the mere outward vision of things. If I place a triangle before me and merely look at it, that has no particular value. But if, on the other hand, I see it as the symbol of the higher triad of man, it becomes a healing conception of the mind. Observe how the conceptions of spiritual science lead us to the vision of things spiritual. We are led from what takes place on earth to what has taken place on the ancient sun, moon, and Saturn. With physical eyes, we cannot see the events of those times, nor with sensely hands can we reach up to the ancient moon or ancient sun. But without the aid of the external crutches of our senses, we can uplift ourselves to the things which existed once upon a time. We can acquire conceptions which have an equalizing and harmonizing effect upon our whole life, and likewise upon our body. Spiritual science will again prove to be a universal remedy, as it was formerly in the hands of the Egyptian priests. At that time, however, it necessitated the suppression of the ego, as in temple sleep. The spiritual conception of the world is a curative conception. Many people will say in answer to this assertion, "Are all anthroposophists healthy people? Are there no invalids among them?" We must understand that fundamentally the individual can do very little for his health and his sickness. A large proportion of the causes of disease lie outside the individual personality. A person may have the healthiest ideas, which, if he were to live under quite healthy conditions, would result in his never being ill from internal causes. But there are other causes, lying outside the power of the individual of today. The secret causes of heredity, for example, the influences passing from one human being to another, the influences of unnatural environment, etc. All these influences, which in a hidden way are external causes of disease, can only be done away with gradually by a healthy anthroposophical method of thought. Although we may observe that a person who is inwardly most healthy may fall ill, even dangerously ill, we must not regard this as a sign that spiritual science will fail to act curatively upon humanity in the course of centuries. I say centuries, not thousands of years. There is a future before spiritually thinking men, in which no inner cause of sickness will exist for those able to provide the inward and outward conditions of spiritual wisdom. External causes there will always be. These can only be eradicated as a spiritually scientific art of healing gains more and more ground. When we rightly understand the effect of that which is spiritual, we find that temple sleep is not unintelligible to us. What was it that was conjured up before the sleeper in the temple, in his etheric visions? It was the picture of the Atlantean gods, whom we once knew as etheric forms, among whom we once lived, when we were able to be conscious outside the physical body and could exercise etheric clairvoyance. If we go still farther back in human evolution, far beyond the Atlantean epoch, we reach a period in which man first became what he now is, when he first appeared as the individual personality he is today. This period is called the Lemurian epoch. The Atlantean continent, from which the people spread to Africa, Europe, and Asia, came to an end through mighty water catastrophes. Lemuria, which was that portion of the earth upon which humanity dwelt before the Atlantean epoch, was destroyed through the forces of fire by volcanic catastrophes. It was during the Lemurian epoch that man first gained consciousness of his ego. This was a mighty impulse in the evolution of man. How was it that man attained to his I, or ego consciousness? It is very difficult for the materialist thought of the present day to imagine this ancient condition of humanity. Were you to imagine the man of that time as similar to the man of today, with flesh and blood, bones and muscles, your idea would be entirely wrong. At that time man possessed a far more impermanent, a far softer form. His body was comparatively fluidic. That which later became muscles and bones has only grown hard in the course of time. At that period, also, the propagation of humanity was entirely different. Man lived more in the surroundings of the earth, in the atmosphere, which at that time was not pure air as it is today, but was filled with all kinds of vapors. In this, man lived as a true airy form, and the currents surrounding the earth passed in and out of him. Man's form was almost the same as some cloud we see today, which continually changes its form. Only the form of man at that time was firmer and more defined. There appeared then, also for the first time, what are now described as the sexes. At that period of evolution, an ancient non-sexual kind of propagation was replaced by a sexual one. This took place, however, millions and millions of years ago. Simultaneously with sexual reproduction came the embodiment of the earliest germ of the ego. Previous to this, man was impelled to produce his like from himself through external influences which lay in the sphere around him. That was the form of reproduction at a time when man did not as yet possess an ego, when he still had a dim, clairvoyant consciousness, when he rested entirely, quote, in the bosom of the deity, close quote, and could not say, I am. His perception was somewhat as follows. He was aware that when he did anything, it made an impression upon his spiritual environment, and he felt his existence to be within this environment. He was not able to say, I am here, but, quote, my environment lets me be here, close quote. He lay within the bosom of the living earth, and the living forces of the earth streamed out and in of him. At that time there were no unhealthy forces. Disease did not exist. There was no death such as we know it. It was only when, with sexual reproduction, man was endowed with his ego, that sickness and death entered. At that time the human being was not fertilized by his like, but just as today he breathes, so he then absorbed substances from his environment. And in this environment the fertilizing forces were to be found. That which then entered into him fertilized him, and caused him to bring forth his kind. These forces in man were healthy, and so was that which, as his kind, he produced. The priests of ancient Egypt knew this, and they said, the further we guide man's vision back into previous conditions, the more do we bring him into conditions in which there is no disease. The vision of the old Atlantean gods acted curatively, and this was still more the case when the priests guided these visions so that the temple sleeper had before him those primeval forms which were fertilized, not from their like, but from that which was in their environment. The invalid, who lay in the temple sleep, beheld the form of her who was the mother of her kind, without having received fertilization from her kind. Before him stood the generating woman, the woman with child, yet who is virgin, the goddess who in the Lemurian epoch was the companion of man, and who has since disappeared from the sight of man. In ancient Egypt she was called Holy Isis. Isis could only be seen by men in a normal way when death had not as yet appeared on earth. At that time men were, in normal consciousness, the companions of such forms as floated around them, and they brought forth their kind virginally. When Isis was no longer the visible companion of humanity, when she was withdrawn into the circle of the gods, she continued to interest herself in the health of man from the spiritual world. So said the priests, and when a person was raised to the vision of those ancient forms in an abnormal way, as in temple sleep, the pictured Isis still acted curatively on him. She is that principle in man which was present in him before he received his mortal covering. Her veil has no mortal raised, for she is the form which was there when death had not as yet come into the world. She is the one rooted in the eternal. She is the great healing principle to which humanity will again attain when it steeps itself anew in spiritual wisdom. We see what has remained of this in the wonderful symbol of the Virgin Mother with the child. Speaking from the standpoint of spiritual science, we say with emphasis that we see it in many pictures of the Madonna. We assert these pictures have a curative effect. For within the limits which have been discussed, a picture of the Madonna is a means of healing. When it is viewed and studied in such a way that it has an after effect upon the human soul, when this human soul can dream during sleep about the Madonna picture, it then possesses a healing power even today. Let us now ask, what were the fertilizing forces at a time when the human being was not fertilized by his own kind? Think of our earth at that time as being a solid kernel, surrounded by all kinds of viscous, seething substances mingled with vapor, and in this half-watery structure dwelt Lemurian humanity. The earth was shone upon by the sun, which could not then be perceived by human eyes, because our sense organs had not developed. The sun's influence, however, penetrated through the veils of mist and cloud, and with the power of the sun's rays the earth received also powers of fructification. The earth did not only receive the forces of warmth, but at the same time the forces which today live in the power of fructification. That which the human being absorbed streamed to the earth from invisible spiritual sun beings. Such was the relationship between sun and earth. The power which acted at that time upon those sexless, self-propagating human forms was perceived as a masculine power. This was poured out over the whole earth as a product of the sun. Such were the conditions during the early part of the Lemurian epoch. Let us now go back still further, to a period in which the conditions were again quite different, to a primeval past, when the sun, which is now separate, was bound up with our earth. At one time the earth and the sun formed a single body. All the finer and more etheric parts were still within this common body. We will consider this body at the time when the two were connected as somewhat resembling in shape a fancy biscuit, one part a smaller globe, namely the earth plus moon, hanging as it were onto the other. We must imagine the sun as a vast etheric body on which earth plus moon hung. The rays of force from the sun still mingled with the earth. They passed from the sun to the earth and back from earth to sun, for the two were in a certain way one body. We shall best understand the purpose of this development if we inquire what would have happened if, without any further taking place, the sun had turned entirely away from the earth after the separation, and had no longer sent its beams and currents to the earth. All life upon the earth would in this case have dried up and hardened. It was necessary to the earth that the fertilizing influences from the sun should remain. We have to regard this interaction between sun and earth as the interaction between two principles, one leading to destruction, the other giving life. This was also the case later. Invigorating life flowed continually from the sun to the earth. We have now briefly recapitulated the various stages in the evolution of our earth. First, there was a primeval past, when the earth was still within the sun body. Then a second stage, in which the earth was more loosely connected with the sun. Then a third, when the two bodies were completely separated from each other. It was only in this third epoch that the ego really entered into man, and at this stage sexual reproduction began. Then followed the fourth epoch, the Atlantean, and lastly the post-Atlantean epoch, that in which we are now living. To those who look more deeply into the structure of the world, all that happens visibly, all that is external, takes place under the influence of spiritual beings. At one time the sun and the earth were one. We will go into the moon development later. This common body was then permeated with harmoniously working divine spiritual beings. Such lofty beings were necessary to govern the forces that at that time were still undifferentiated. Now think of development as having progressed. The sun withdrew. What took place then? With the sun went forth the highest beings and the finest substances. Henceforward they worked upon the earth from outside. Beings who represented truly living, ever-accelerating life dwelt upon the sun. And on the earth the beings who, if they had been left to themselves, would have suffered stiffening, darkness, destruction. At this second stage of evolution, light and darkness were both at work. At the third stage of evolution, the earth-man is endowed with his ego, and the time begins when his self-conscious capital I dwells within him. He becomes aware of this ego by its opposite, and he gradually passes into one condition in which he has a clear consciousness, and into another in which he has a dim consciousness. The first comes to him from the sun, and the other preferably from the earth. The ego, the eternal germ, has to alternate between two forms, one an eternal form, and the other a form which can be born and can die. Those beings who always possess what man has only occasionally have forsaken their earth bodies. First, that being who brings about fertilization, who lives principally on the sun, went forth from the moon earth. Then the being who makes the human form static or more permanent goes forth with the moon. Sun and moon gradually separated from the earth. With the sun went forth the beings who, had they remained united with it, would have brought a too precipitate life to earth. And with the moon all those forces withdrew which would have brought about a hardening and stiffening, everything which would have tended to make form permanent. The earth remained in the midst, as it were, between the two. Man on earth alternates between these two. He is influenced on the one hand by the sun, and on the other by the forces of the moon. The beings who were previously man's companions had now withdrawn, some to the sun and some to the moon. In the fourth epoch of the earth's evolution, those companions of man were met with who had condensed so far as to an etheric body, and they were in certain respects subject to human weaknesses. These were the etheric gods with whom men lived during the Atlantean period. In post-Atlantean times, he lost his connection with these etheric gods. He entered entirely into the physical world, and the door leading to spiritual worlds was shut. There remained to man, however, from these ancient times, something that was like a remembrance of the spiritual worlds, and in accordance with the law of repetition, everything he had passed through in life at one time woke up within him later as knowledge. Man had lived through numerous epochs in which he was variously related to the gods. He now passed through the same stages again, but with knowledge. After the great Atlantean flood, in the first holy ancient Indian civilization, man passed once again in soul and spirit through that epoch when earth and sun were united. The very exalted deity who guided and adjusted everything that man experienced in the first post-Atlantean civilization was called by a name which remained as a tradition into later times. Man called this deity Brahman, the All-One. This deity actually dwelt among men at one time. In the first epoch of the evolution of our earth, man was the companion of Brahman, who was reverenced in the ancient Indian civilization and was known to man when in a higher state of abstraction. Then followed the Persian civilization, during which mankind experienced consciously the second epoch, when the sun, with its all-invigorating forces, separated itself from the forces of darkness. Therefore man perceived a duality in the Godhead in the second age of civilization, and this duality is represented as the opposition of Ormuzd, the good deity, and Ahriman, the destroying deity. This was nothing but a repetition, but in knowledge, of that which man had passed through, in fact, in earlier ages. We then come to the memory of the epoch when the sun and moon went forth from the previously united celestial body, the sun with its fertilizing forces, and the moon with forces which gave form. To man a transitory form, and to the gods a permanent one. In the Egyptian age, this difference was perceived in the opposition of earlier forces to those still at work. But now their opposition was in a different form. In Egypt, the solar forces were perceived as the forces of Osiris. Osiris was the power of the sun as it worked in the third epoch of earthly evolution, and the religion of Osiris arose and flourished in this age. Isis represents the power of the moon before its complete separation from the earth, before the division of sex, when the virginal power of reproduction was still operative. Later, Isis escaped to the moon, where she became numb, congealed. In the fourth age, that of the Greco-Latin civilization, humanity experienced in polytheism a remembrance of the Atlantean epoch with its numerous etheric figures of the gods. In our age of civilization, the fifth, we have nothing to repeat. Let us bring this thought before our minds. We have nothing to repeat, no ancient remembrances. We have given birth to a fifth age of civilization, one whose results will be seen in the future, while the four previous ages were repetitions of the four preceding cosmic epochs. Our age must give birth not merely to an ancient wisdom, but to a new wisdom, a wisdom which points not only to the past, but which must work prophetically, apocalyptically, into the future. In the mysteries of past ages of civilization, we see an ancient wisdom preserved, but our wisdom must be an apocalyptic wisdom, the seed for which must be sown by us. Once again, we have need of a principle of initiation, so that the primeval connection with spiritual worlds may be renewed. The task of the anthroposophical movement is to supply this principle. No wonder that wisdom has been lost to so many, for without the principle of initiation, it is very difficult nowadays to obtain wisdom, more difficult than formerly, when the memory of ancient experiences had only to be refreshed, and when the results of earlier development could be brought to the consciousness of man. Today this is difficult. Therefore we can understand that the sense world seems to be without a God, and to be barren and empty. But although it appears as if the ancient spirit world had died out, it is there. It is working and fructifying, and if man wills, he can find connection with the spiritual world. Care was taken precisely at the moment when the ancient memories seemed to be disappearing during the Greco-Latin age, that a wonderful new seed for all future time should be laid within the cold ground of the earth. This seed is what we describe as the Christ principle. The apocalyptic wisdom, the true new spiritual wisdom, will be found in conjunction with this Christ principle, which does not point back only to memories of past epochs, but prophetically to the future. And precisely through this, it summons man to action, to creative work. This productive wisdom has sprung freely from seed that was sown in the past. So we see a far horizon of the future rise before us when we speak of universe, earth, and man. In what follows we shall have to speak not merely of the past, but also of the forces of the future. The world is not merely concerned with what is past. It evolves toward the future, and our epoch has still a long period to pass through before it comes to an end. Man will, however, live on after the earth has disappeared, and if we are to know him completely, we must look not to the past alone, but must study what is active today, and what will go on working into the great tomorrow of the world. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner from 1908, entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. Lecture 3, some of the things discussed: the kingdoms of nature, group egos, the center of man, the kingdoms of higher spiritual beings. If we are to bring the relationship of universe, earth, and man before our minds in the following lectures, it will first be necessary to gather together many things that will furnish us with some kind of foundation. At the same time, we must remember that if we only use our external senses and the intellect that is bound up with these, we shall see very little. This applies to the earth as well as to man, and in a still higher degree to the universe. We must realize that the greater part of what is most essential is hidden from the outer senses, and also from external intellectual observation. Therefore, to begin with, we will point out a few things appertaining to the beings that surround us, but which are hidden from view. Much will have to be said which many of you know already, but in order to grasp our vast subject thoroughly, it will be necessary to recapitulate to a certain extent. We must, in the first place, consider the planet on which we live, and which forms the center of our studies. Yesterday we considered one portion of the Earth's evolution in connection with the whole. We saw how beings have been active in various ways, from the time when Earth and Sun still formed one body, up to our own day. We saw also that in the various ages of the post-Atlantean epoch, man has repeated in knowledge and in religious consciousness all that the Earth has passed through in the course of its evolution. We will now go more deeply into the various conditions on this our Earth. We are surrounded in the first place by the 4 kingdoms of nature, the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human kingdoms. Man is not the mere material, physical being of which the outer senses inform us, and which the scientific intellect describes and explains. But he is a complicated being, made up of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. All this we know. When we allow our gaze to sweep over the beings of the other kingdoms of the earth, we must be fully aware that the expressions physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego are by no means meaningless in respect of them also. When dealing with the physical world, we have to allow that of all earthly beings, man alone possesses an ego nature. He alone in this physical world has a self-conscious ego. With animals it is quite different. The ego of animals is not in the physical world in the same way man's ego is. If we consider the difference between animals and man, we must acknowledge that whereas every human being has its individual capital I enclosed as a single individuality within its skin, not every animal has an I, but that certain groups of similarly formed animals have one I or ego in common. For example, all lions or all bears have a common ego. Hence we call such an ego, belonging to the animal kingdom, a group ego. The human ego is found in the physical world. Although we may not see it with our eyes, it is present within the skin of every human being. This is not the case with animals. We do not find their group ego in the physical world. In order that you may form an idea of such a group ego, imagine that there is a partition before me, and in this partition 10 holes. I put my 10 fingers through the holes and move them. You see my fingers, but not myself. And without much deep thought you say that these 10 fingers do not move of themselves, but something hidden must be causing the movement. In other words, you think of a being that belongs to the fingers. This comparison brings us to the group nature or soul nature in the case of animals. The various lions on the physical plane are beings which in a certain sense have also something hidden behind them. Just as the central being, belonging to the 10 fingers, is hidden by the partition, so something is also hidden which is common to all lions. It is hidden because it is not present at all in the physical world. The same ego nature which in the case of man is present in the physical world is to be found in the case of animals in the astral world. The group ego of animals is in the astral world. From each single animal there stretches a sort of continuation of its being into the astral world. There these continuations meet together and form the garment or covering for the animal ego. These group egos live as single individuals on the astral plane, just as human individual egos do here on the physical plane. When the clairvoyant enters the astral plane, he encounters the various animal egos as separate beings, which stretch forth their principles into the physical world. One must not merely picture this diagrammatically, but must accustom oneself to picture these egos in their reality. It must be clearly understood that we do not have to go into another region to enter the astral world. The astral world permeates our physical world. It is only a case of our being able to look into it with opened astral senses. You may now ask, what do the group egos of animals look like? The group ego of one of the higher orders of animals appears to the clairvoyant somewhat as follows. Along the spine of the animal he sees what resembles a brightly shining line. As a matter of fact, our atmosphere is permeated not only by the material currents generally recognized, but also in every direction by astral currents. And in these currents the clairvoyant recognizes the group egos of animals. A second question might now be asked. Have lower beings, such as plants, for example, an ego? Yes, they have an ego. When the clairvoyant examines a plant, he finds that the part visible in the physical world is nothing but a combination of the physical and etheric bodies of the plant. Imagine the surface of the earth on which plants grow. Picture the root of a plant, the stem, the leaves and flowers. That which grows has not, in the physical world, like man, a physical body, an etheric body, astral body, and ego, but only a physical and etheric body. We must not conclude from this that the astrality with which we are filled, and which is active also in animals, is not active in the plant. To the opened eyes of the clairvoyant, the plant is surrounded by a glow, and this comes from astral substances. It is this also which cooperates in the development of the flower. While the plant grows from leaf to leaf through the influence of the etheric body, its growth terminates above in a flower through being surrounded by astral substance. The clairvoyant sees every growing plant thus surrounded by astral substance, but there is something else connected with the plant, namely its ego. If we wish to locate the ego of a plant, we must seek it in the center of the earth. There the ego of all plants is to be found. This is an important and essential truth. Whereas we see the egos of animals in the circumference of the earth, we must turn to the center of the earth for the egos of plants. In fact, when clairvoyant vision has attained to such a view of the plant creation, the earth, which otherwise confronts man merely as a material structure, expands to an organism having its ego in the center. This ego includes all plant egos. The earth is ensouled by an ego, and in the same way as your head is covered with hairs which grow from out your being, so plants grow from out the being of the earth and belong to the whole organism of the earth. When one tears a plant up by the roots, it hurts the whole earth. The soul of the plant experiences pain. This is a fact. On the other hand, one should not think that the earth feels pain when a flower is plucked. Exactly the reverse is the case. For example, when in autumn a reaper cuts corn, the clairvoyant sees great currents of a feeling of well-being pass over the earth. Objections to this from the moral standpoint do not hold good. One might, for example, ask, is it then a more trifling sin when a child plucks all sorts of plants uselessly than when a man transplants one carefully and with good intention? The fact remains the same. If a plant is uprooted, the earth feels pain. If a plant is cut, the earth feels pleasure. For the earth has pleasure in yielding up what it bears on its surface. Also, when animals pass over the earth, grazing upon its plants, the earth has a sensation of pleasure, much the same as a cow has when her calf draws milk. This is an absolutely occult fact. The sensation of the earth, when plants spring from it and are beamed upon by the astral body, is the same as that of animals when they yield their milk. These are not merely comparisons, but are actual facts. Anyone who, with clairvoyant vision, can see into the astral world still sees nothing of the ego of plants. To do this, a higher clairvoyance is required, that by which it is possible to see into the devaconic world. We can say, therefore, that the group ego of animals is in the astral world, whereas the ego of plants is in the devaconic world. The next question that naturally presents itself is, how is it with the mineral world? How is it with so-called lifeless minerals? Have they anything resembling an ego or some other higher principle? If we observe a stone clairvoyantly, we find that in the physical world it has only a physical body. The etheric body of minerals surrounds and envelops this on all sides. Take, for example, a rock crystal. You must imagine this entire form as hollowed out, that it resembles a hollow space, and that only where the physical substance ends does the etheric begin. Just as the upper part of a plant is woven round by the astral, so the mineral is surrounded by the etheric. This etheric is at home in the astral world. Mark this well, we have an etheric that is at home in the astral world. Things are really more complicated than is generally supposed. It is not the case that in the astral world everything is astral. This is as little the case as that in the physical world everything is physical. For example, in the physical world you have the etheric body, the astral body, and even the ego of man. And the clairvoyant also sees the etheric body of minerals in the astral world. Now let us ask, where is the astral body of minerals? This looks like peculiarly formed rays. Picture to yourself forms of light or rays broadening out more and more, and piercing into the etheric body of the mineral. Astral rays stream thus from every mineral. They have no end, but stream out indefinitely into space. When a rock crystal is observed, you see first the space which is filled out physically. Clairvoyantly, you see this physical form surrounded by the light of the etheric body, and this again as if pierced by all kinds of ray formations, which extend endlessly in all directions into space. Vision is led from each point of space that is filled by some substance into the infinite. There is no point of space that is not connected with the universe. It is as if every single thing in the world hung on thousands and thousands of threads of spiritual light, which stretch into infinite space. And you can imagine, if these extended more and more, how they would all ultimately mingle. In fact, when a mineral is examined clairvoyantly, something like the following is presented to view. The physical part is seen rayed round by the light forms of the etheric body. These rays of light appear to broaden and radiate continually into space till they ultimately disappear, as if into a hollow globe. You can think of every mineral as being the center of such a hollow globe, and that these are present everywhere in the world. These hollow globes interpenetrate each other, and if we can picture clairvoyant power enhanced more and more to where these rays unite, we arrive at where the egos of the minerals stream toward us from every direction of space. These egos reveal themselves to clairvoyant capacity when it enters the higher regions of the devaconic plane. Whereas the rays which compose the astral body are in the lower regions, the ego is in the higher devaconic world. You have here been given a panoramic view of the different kingdoms. The ego of man is on the physical plane, that of animals on the astral plane, that of plants in the lower regions of the devaconic world, and the ego of minerals is in the higher regions of the same world. Therefore the minerals are in the opposite position to man. Man has his ego within him. It is enclosed within his skin. Each human being is a center in himself, a man-center. Plants form a wider center. Taken together they form an earth center. And the egos of minerals form the circumference of the earth sphere. Wherever a man is found, the human ego is always the center. The mineral ego is always in the circumference, exactly the opposite of man. You will now find it comprehensible when I tell you that the mineral soul is in an entirely different position to the human or to the animal soul. When a mineral is broken up, it does not feel pain. On the contrary, it feels pleasure. It has a sensation of well-being. Great currents of pleasurable feeling stream forth from a quarry where stones are broken to pieces. On the other hand, were you to put all the broken pieces together again, it would cause a very great pain. The same fact may be observed in another process. Imagine that you have a glass of warm water into which you throw a piece of salt. When the salt dissolves, not only does the substance dissolve, but feelings of well-being fill the warm water, feelings of pleasure on the part of the mineral at being dissolved. Again, if you cool the water so that the salt crystallizes, the process is connected with a feeling of pain. Initiates have always known these things and have told them to man. He has but to learn to understand what they say. One great initiate spoke about this in a very significant manner. Let us picture how things were at one time in the earth's development. Today we walk on solid earth. but it was not always thus. When we trace the evolution of the earth backward, we find that it becomes ever softer and softer, till at last its condition is fluidic, or even vapory. That which is solid today, namely the mineral part, has crystallized from out the erstwhile fluidic earth. It had to become solid in order that man might walk upon it. It was necessary for human existence that the earth, as regards its mineral nature, should suffer infinite pain, for infinite pain was connected with the solidification of the earth. Paul said, referring to this, quote, "The whole creation groaneth in pain, awaiting the state of adoption," close quote, meaning that the earth has to endure pain in connection with solidification and formation of the mineral earth, in order that man may be adopted as the child of God. We need never lose respect for the writings of true initiates when we come to understand them. Every line of the inspired biblical record fills us with profound awe when we learn its meaning with the help of spiritual science. Cosmic secrets are hidden in the saying of Paul, quoted above. It is true that such truths as these will only again become fruitful for humanity when they enter into and affect men's feeling. They must not be only comprehended intellectually, but must be embodied in feeling if they are to become true knowledge. Let us turn now to the consideration of plants. Let us think how their physical body grows, how the glow of the astral body surrounds this, and how the ego is in the center of the earth. Let me point out once more what is essential in this. What does the astral body really do when it develops the flower from outside? It does something of great importance in the life of the plant, and we shall understand this if we go a little more deeply into the spiritual structure of our earth. In the last lecture we learned that there was a time when the earth and the sun formed one body. Man was already there, though he lived under entirely different conditions from those of today. He possessed a dim, clairvoyant consciousness, and his organism was such that he could live in that earth-sun body. Today he is so organized that when a sunbeam falls on his eye, he sees, that is, he sees the sunbeam which penetrates to him from outside, and he sees by means of this sunbeam. This was not the case at the time when man was still one with the earth in the sun. He then saw the sunbeams from within. He saw the soul forces which permeated the sunbeams. What were these soul forces? The forces permeating the sunbeams are the same as the forces within our astral bodies. Physical light is but the external body of the astral light which radiates from the sun, and the astrality gleaming about the upper part of the body of a plant is connected inwardly with the astral outpourings coming from the sun. You have wishes and impulses of will because you possess an astral body. In the case of plants, it is desire, feeling, and will that play round the blossoms. What does that which plays round the plant desire? It desires to absorb the soul of the sunbeam, and with the soul, its purest part, its ego. And it is this purest part which passes through the plant to the center of the earth. The activity of the plant's ego is expressed in the activity of the spiritual content of the sunbeam which passes through it to the center of the earth. Thus earth, plant, and sun work together. The spiritual powers of the sun are in fact continually being led to the earth. And how? By means of the astral body playing round them. The blossoms, which long to absorb the soul of the sunlight, allow it to sink through their bodies into the earth. That which is brought about outwardly in the physical world through the beams of the sun is but one side of its activity. The other works psychically in the plant which longs for the soul of the light that streams to earth in the rays of the sun. Let us now try to understand the practical result of these things. Imagine a man of a far distant future who perceives in every plant what I have just told you of, its longing to absorb the soul of the sun. This man will have at a higher spiritual stage something that the animal has at a lower stage. When grazing in a meadow, it chooses the plants that are of use to it and leaves others alone. An unconscious instinct, but really it is higher spirits who guide the animal. The man of the future will approach plants that are of use to him consciously, not as now when he reflects on which yield the best substances for his body. Maybe again, not as now when he reflects on which yield the best substances for his body. He will then have a vital relationship to every plant, for he will know what it is they have absorbed and what passes from them to him. Eating will not be to him a mean occupation, but an act consummated with soul and spirit, for he will know that everything he eats is the external form of something spiritual. In our immediate age, when men know little about the vital inward relations between themselves and the world, all kinds of substitutes are made use of. Why have the initiates of all ages urged people to say grace before eating? The grace should be a token of the recognition that together with the food, something spiritual enters into man. We have seen how sensation and feeling alter when man acquires true wisdom. With a certainty as sure as the instinct of animals at a lower stage, man will know with shining clearness what he should do. He will know because he will recognize the soul of that which he absorbs into himself. Down to everyday details, such as these, we can trace the practical value of spiritual science for the future. Thus we can now consider the world with entirely different feelings, for we regard the earth not only as a body shone upon by the rays of the sun, but as a living being which absorbs the soul of the sun through the astral mantle of plants. And we see the entire universe permeated by the egos of minerals. We see how all these things are ensouled and filled with spirit. We have now dealt with the four kingdoms of nature, the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human kingdoms. But the series does not end here. It goes farther. These are only the kingdoms which man can see in his normal development. We have already pointed out, however, that in the Atlantean epoch, man was the companion of beings who, as their densest form, had only an etheric body. Those figures which have remained as a memory in the legends of various peoples, the figures of Zeus, Apollo, etc., were actual to the ancient Atlanteans. They dwelt with them during sleep. Such beings were to be found everywhere who had not descended so far as to embodiment in the flesh. Looking from man upward to higher kingdoms, we have to begin with three kingdoms which interest us. In accordance with Christian esotericism, we call the kingdom immediately bordering on the human the realm of the angels. They are also called spirits of twilight. Then there is a second kingdom, higher than the angels, the kingdom of the archangels. They are also called the spirits of fire. Lastly, there is a still higher kingdom, that of the archai, original forces or first beginnings, called also the spirits of personality. These are the three kingdoms next above man. I will try to tell you a little about the life of these kingdoms. They play a very positive part in our life. Just as man plays a part in the life of plants when he tills the ground, so these higher kingdoms influence the human kingdom. We shall best understand this if we consider the following. Man has at the present time an ego, an astral body, an etheric body and a physical body. How does further development come to pass? Through working continually upon himself. Today, the ego of man is still, in many respects, powerless to affect the other principles of his being. He is in many ways unable to control his passions, but is therefore ruled by them, that is, by his astral body. There is a great difference between human beings in this respect. Compare a savage who eats his fellow men with a European, and then think of a high idealist, such as Schiller or Francis of Assisi. You see here an advancing development which consists in man learning more and more to control his astral body by his ego. A time will come when the ego will do this completely. It will irradiate the astral body completely. Man will then have formed a higher principle. This principle we call manas, or spirit self. It is nothing but the astral body, which has been transformed by the ego. When we observe a man of the present day clairvoyantly, we see that his astral body really consists of two parts, namely the part that is already under the control of the ego, and the part he is not yet able to control. This latter is still filled with lower forces and impulses. And when the ego drives these out, all kinds of powers are added to the astral body. In order that the astral body should not be destroyed by the lower forces, it must always be permeated and suffused by higher beings who control it in the same way that man will control it in the future, when he has attained the goal of his evolution. The beings whose task it is to control that part of the astral body which is still uncontrolled by man are one stage higher than he. They are the angels or spirits of twilight. In fact, one such spirit watches over every human being, and this spirit has power over the astral body. It is therefore no childish idea, but profound wisdom to speak of guardian angels. These guardian angels have a great duty to perform. Let us consider the course of a human life in its entirety. We know that it passes through many incarnations. At a given time, at a certain point in earthly evolution, man began to live as a soul, as an ego, in his first incarnation on earth. He then died. There was an interval, then a new incarnation, and so it has gone on from incarnation to incarnation, and these will only come to an end at a far-off period of human evolution. Man will then have passed through all his incarnations, and he will also have attained power to control his astral body perfectly. This cannot be done till he has passed through all his incarnations, at least not in normal evolution. Now, an angel accompanies the inmost part of man's being and guides him from incarnation to incarnation, so that he may truly fulfill his mission on earth. It is, in fact, as if the human being had been able, since the beginning of his life on earth, to look up to an exalted spirit who was his prototype, who could completely control his astral body, and who said to him, quote, "Thou must be like unto me when in future thou passest out of this earthly evolution." Close quote. It is the task of angels to guide the incarnations of men. And whether we say that he looks up to his higher self, whom he must come to resemble more and more, or that he looks up to his angel as his great pattern, it is exactly the same in a spiritual sense. As man works further upon himself, he will transform the etheric body into buddhi, or life spirit. One day he will do this consciously. Even now he is working on it unconsciously. So even higher spiritual beings have to work today in all human etheric bodies. This is the task of the fire spirits. Now, human etheric bodies are not individually so different as are human astral bodies. Every man has his own particular virtue or vice, but in things connected with the etheric body, there is a certain similarity. This can be seen in the qualities peculiar to a race or nation. Because of this, we see that each individual human being does not have an archangel in connection with his etheric body, but that whole nations and races are guided by higher or lower spirits of fire. The peoples and races of the earth are indeed guided as a whole by archangels. Here our view expands to something which to many persons is entirely abstract, but for those who are able to see into the spiritual world, it is entirely concrete. If anyone today mentions a national spirit or a national soul, this is considered an abstraction. It is not so to the occult observer. To him the whole nation is as if embedded in spiritual substance, and this spiritual substance is the body of a fire spirit. From hoary antiquity until now, our evolution has been led and guided from people to people, from race to race, by the spirits of fire, whose bodies are the souls of nations, and whose mission it is to guide the course of human evolution through the various races of the earth. There is, however, something else which is independent of tribe, nation, and race. In studying our present age, we find much that is independent of such communities, yet that manifests itself simultaneously in many. For example, if we look back to the 12th century, we see how certain similar spiritual tendencies occurred in all the peoples of Europe, something that goes beyond the national spirit. A word has been coined for this. It has been called the, quote, spirit of the age, close quote. This spirit of the age really exists. It forms the body for still higher beings, namely the spirits of personality or archai. From all that has been said, you can see that our earth is embedded in a spiritual atmosphere. From a mineral foundation, plants spring forth, and animals and human beings walk on it. Enveloping all this are exalted spiritual beings who guide individual men, and other spirits who are the leaders of communities of people and races. And further, there are other beings who guide the spirit of the age, of each age, over from one epoch to another. In this lecture, we've tried to give a panoramic view of our earth, of what it is also in a spiritual sense, and of man's connection with it all. At the same time, a foundation has been laid on which we can build usefully what we have to say in the following lectures on the relationship between universe, earth, and man. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 4. Some subjects covered in this lecture: the outer manifestations of spiritual beings in the elements, their connection with man, cosmic partitions, the myth of Osiris. In our last lecture, we spoke of various spiritual beings who supplement the different kingdoms of nature that surround us in the physical world. We learned that minerals and plants have an ego as well as an astral body, and our spiritual view was enlarged to include a plenitude of realities besides those that our physical eyes can see, and that can be comprehended by means of our physical intellect. We learned further that high spiritual beings take part in man's evolution on earth, and that, as regards individual men, a yet higher grade of being takes a hand in this. Spiritual science maintains that each separate human being is complete ruler over his inner world, the world of his deeds, and of his will, between birth and death. But we know that the essential inner being of man has passed through many incarnations and that in his present normal development, man is incapable of working beyond one incarnation. Higher powers must cooperate to give the directing force necessary, which is able to work not only between birth and death, but beyond death, from one incarnation to another. In Christian esotericism, these spiritual beings are called angels, and in anthroposophical parlance, spirits of twilight. They may also, in accordance with the Rosicrucian occultism, be called the sons of life. All these designations will become clearer to you later. We also heard how communities of men, races and peoples, are guided by an order of spirits called archangels, or fire spirits. And lastly, how that which goes beyond the limits of a community of people, that which finds expression in the spirit of the age, or zeitgeist, is guided by the archai, also called spirits of personality, or original forces, or in theosophical parlance, asuras. Spiritual beings are at work everywhere in the world, and we must realize that 3 more kingdoms have to be added to those immediately around us. We will now try to give some idea of how it is with the more external manifestations of these beings. When we consider the earth from the ordinary physical standpoint, we see it is made up of what we call earth, water, air, and fire. These are the 4 primary conditions of external matter. That to which spiritual science gives the name of earth is called solid. Everything fluid, not only water, but quicksilver, for instance, is called water. Everything in the shape of gas, air. Everything that can be perceived as having any degree of warmth is thought of as permeated with a finer substance. This we call substantial warmth. Now the spiritual beings of whom we have spoken live in these various material elements as if in external bodies. To anyone able to observe the world with clairvoyant vision, that which is known as the fluidic element, especially water, is not only inhabited by the beings we know as aquatic creatures, such as fish, but in spite of the ever-changing substance, in spite of the fact that no solid form endures in this watery element, spiritual beings live in it, and are actually embodied in it in continually changing forms, although it is not possible to distinguish them with external vision. In this element live the beings whom we have described as angels, or spirits of twilight. Their physical body is in a form not represented by any solid, clearly defined corporation. And when old myths and legends tell of such water beings, it is no fantasy, but is entirely in accordance with reality. Further, in that which we know as air, and particularly in our air, those beings live whom we called archangels. It is no fairy tale when in streaming currents of air, in the rushing storm, we see the bodily manifestation of this spiritual kingdom. When I said that angelic beings dwelt in water, it is preferably that form of water which permeates the air as watery vapor, fugitive and fleeting and dispersed in separate atoms, but in which clairvoyant vision sees the embodiment of angels. In that which we know as warmth, we have the embodiment of beings known as the spirits of personality, or archai. As man is made up of these 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, he has mingled within him not only the 4 elements, but also the beings we have just named. They fill his body to a certain extent. They pass in and out of his physical body, just as material substances do. The series of beings connected with man is not exhausted with those I have mentioned. Still higher beings have to do with the earth, the universe, and man. Beings who are at a higher stage, even than the spirits of personality. There are beings, for example, who stream toward us in the light, for light to us is a still finer condition than warmth. Wherever there is anything that sends forth light, we recognize in this light the garment of exalted beings, those to whom Christian esotericism gives the name of exousiae, or powers, or spirits of form. It is they who give form to everything around us. Wherever things are seen with a distinct form, this is due to the activity of these spirits. We now see that what is active in the evolution of our earth, as the spirits of the different ages, or zeitgeists, is controlled by the spirits of personality. The task of the spirits of form is still higher. We shall best understand what this is if we reflect that from the beginning of human evolution, that is, from the time when man experienced his first incarnation, the zeitgeist has continually changed, that from among the many spirits of personality, different ones have been the directors of succeeding ages. But beyond all that is accomplished by the zeitgeist, something else is active, which goes through the whole of earthly humanity. Since the mission of mankind first began on earth, spiritual beings have taken part in work upon humanity. And it is they we have to thank for the fact that we can be active as human beings. As if from a higher kingdom, the spirits of form have ruled from the beginning of the earth over that which appeared as the spirits of personality in the zeitgeist, as archangels in separate communities, and as angels in regard to individual men. They are the principal guides and directors of all these spiritual beings. These spirits of form have the task of working on the earth as a whole. Theirs is a planetary activity. Therefore, when we go beyond the zeitgeist to the spirit of the whole of humanity, we encounter the spirits of form. Now, you are aware that our earth, as a planet, is under the law of re-embodiment, just as man is. Previous to its present embodiment, our earth was what is called the ancient moon. What we now regard as the mission of the earth did not then exist. The mission of the moon was different. Each planetary condition has its own mission to fulfill within the mighty whole. Nothing is repeated. Everything is under the law of evolution. During that incarnation of the earth, which we call ancient moon, certain beings had a duty similar to that of the spirits of form on the earth, and these are called, according to Christian esotericism, spirits of motion, or virtues, or dynamis. If we go back still further in evolution, we arrive at a planetary condition of our earth which preceded that of the ancient moon. This is the ancient sun condition, which, as you are aware, has nothing to do with the globe we now see in the heavens as the sun. A very exalted principle ruled upon the ancient sun, as the spirits of form rule upon the earth, and as the spirits of motion ruled upon the moon. This principle is named in Christian esotericism the hierarchy of the spirits of wisdom, called also curiotities, or dominions. These beings were in command during the sun condition. We now come to a still earlier planetary condition, that of ancient Saturn, and the beings who at that time superintended the guidance of the world we call the thrones, or spirits of will. Thus we pass to greater and ever greater grades of spiritual beings, to beings who are not merely directors of something that changes, like the zeitgeist, but who are concerned with the mission of planetary conditions that change only from planet to planet, such as the thrones, the spirits of motion, and the spirits of form. All these hierarchies are continually in some sort of connection with us, although not in such close, directly perceptible connection as the lower hierarchies. We will try by an example to show how these work into our earthly evolution. But in order to do this, it will be necessary first to consider the evolution of the angels, archangels, and archai. These beings are all greater than the man of today, but in the next incarnation of the earth, which we call the Jupiter condition, he will be as great as the angels are now, and he will continually expand to ever greater degrees of perfection. This is also the case as regards the evolution of the other beings. They were not always what they are now. They also have passed through lower stages of development. Take, for example, the angels. In earlier times, these passed through their human stage, as we are now doing on earth. This was on the ancient moon. And it was because of the work they carried out upon themselves at that time that they have become the higher beings they are now. In the same way, archangels passed through their human stage on the ancient sun. At that time they were beings like us. Today they have advanced 2 stages above us. The archai had their human stage upon ancient Saturn. They were 1 stage higher than the beings who passed through their humanity on the sun, and about 3 stages higher than man is today. But those beings whom we call the spirits of form, whom we look up to and reverence as very exalted beings, passed through their human stage in a past that it is impossible for us to conceive of. When the embodiment of the earth first began, when the earth was Saturn, they had already left their human evolution behind them. What exaltation must fill our souls when we look in thought up to these beings! But even they are under the law of evolution, and although on Saturn they were greater than the humanity of today, they rose through ever higher and higher stages of development during the sun and moon periods, and on to the time of the earth, till at last they have attained to such a degree of expansion and have so large a field of activity that they no longer have need of a planet in order, on it, to find the substances through which they can exist. Other beings have need of our earth in a certain way. The angels have need of water, the archangels of air, and the spirits of personality of fire. But the spirits of form no longer require our planetary conditions. Hence it was necessary for them, when our earth began its development, to find another dwelling place, and that was why they separated from it. It was no merely mechanical splitting asunder of matter, but heavenly bodies separated off from each other in order to provide a dwelling place for spiritual beings. The spirits of form tore from the earth its finer substances. In this way the sun originated, and now sends its light down to the earth from outside. In the sunlight, the spiritual nature of the spirits of form streams down to us. Hence I said that light is the garment of these spirits. When we see the bright light of the sun streaming down to us, we see in it the garment of these spirits, who send their guiding and directing forces to the earth from the sun, thus controlling the mission of the earth. We have to think of the ancient moon as a heavenly body, similar to our earth, that toward the end passed through a spiritualizing process. That which had been split asunder was blended once more, and converted into an undifferentiated condition. It then passed through a kind of cosmic sleep, after which there emerged from the womb of the cosmos that nebulous etheric sphere which is the rebirth of the ancient moon. For us this is no material mass, but within this globe dwell all those mighty beings whom we have designated as the spirits of motion, of form, etc. Only the germ of man dwelt in this globe. As yet he had no ego. But all those spiritual beings who already had a certain degree of development behind them were intimately connected with this nebula. How does the materialistic hypothesis explain the rise of the solar system from out this nebulous mass? There is an experiment frequently made in schools to demonstrate the course of this development. A small quantity of oil is placed in the middle of a heavier liquid and rotated by some simple mechanical device. It can then be observed how this globule becomes oblate, how drops break from it, how these form again into globes and circle round the larger globule. By this means we see in small how something resembling a planetary system originates through rotation. This acts most suggestively. Why should we not imagine that the same thing took place with the world? We can see demonstrated before us how, through rotation, the planetary system originates. We have it before our eyes. Only one thing is forgotten. Sometimes it is good to forget this one thing, but not in this case. Here one has forgotten oneself. In this experiment, if there is no person there to rotate the axis, no planetary system can be produced. If one thought rightly and logically, one would have to suppose a gigantic human being in cosmic space who set the axis in motion like a mighty spit. Now, it is obvious that there is no giant in space, but something else is there. The nebula is not merely matter. It is inspired and permeated by the beings we have already mentioned, who have certain requirements and aspirations. One kind of these beings animated one kind of matter, and others another. And it was these who, when a certain degree of maturity had been reached, undertook to bring about separation, so that the higher beings went forth with the sun, and those who had need of earthly materials and forces remained behind upon the earth. Within this seething primeval body, all these spiritual beings were active, and they gradually formed that which today we know as our planetary system. There were some, for example, who had not quite attained the goal, which was that of the spirits of form. They were backward in their development. These beings had progressed too far to make of the earth their dwelling place, but were not sufficiently mature to go along with the finer substances to the sun. There were two principal classes of these beings, and we shall later become acquainted with their effect upon the earth. For in the same way that the perfected and matured powers shone in the sunlight upon the earth as spirits of form, and guided it from the sun, so did these intermediate beings also direct the earth, but from a smaller horizon, as it were, which was, however, an exalted one compared with the human standpoint. It was in this way that Venus and Mercury originated between the sun and the earth. These are inhabited by beings who are at an intermediate stage. The other planets of our system have separated off in the same way through other beings having need of them as a field of activity. Now let us again call to mind the time in the earthly period when the sun went forth with its beings. The earth, remaining behind with all its potentialities, present humanity among them, who had not then reached their present stage. There were also other beings belonging to the animal and vegetable kingdoms that had already gone through a certain amount of development in the previous embodiments of the earth, and these now reappeared germinally. Let us, to begin with, consider man alone. Previous to this, when the sun was still one with the earth, mighty forces, which proceeded from exalted sun beings, were united with the earth and worked upon man from within it. At first, man was just as he came from the old moon. He had only just evolved from the seed, as one might say, and was, to begin with, furnished only with a physical, etheric, and astral body. The physical body was not so dense as it is now. It was more etheric and finer, and the ego was not yet formed. Now, through the sun shining upon the earth from outside, and the sun beings also working on it from outside, conditions on earth became completely changed. You can think of it in this way. As long as the earth was bound up with the sun, exalted beings, who later went forth with it, were hampered in their own development, hence also in their powers and power to govern, by the gross forces of the earth. But now that they had become free, they could continue their evolution at a quite different rate from before, when they had to carry the very heavy weight of the earth mass with them. They freed themselves from the earth as regards their own evolution, and thus gained power to work on man more strongly from outside. Evolution would have been enormously accelerated through this, and human life would have been brought to an issue with extreme rapidity if something else had not taken place. Man was unable to proceed at this rate of development. Therefore, from the totality of spirits who existed previously, one, with his hosts, separated from the rest, and remained united with the earth. The task of this spirit of form was to hold back and limit that which the sun forces had accomplished with their enormous acceleration, so that these sun spirits did not work alone. If this spirit of form had remained connected with the earth and continued to work there, the whole earth would have grown stiff and hard. His influence would have been too powerful. Therefore he took the grossest materials and forces and led them out of the earth. That which he thus led out of the earth constitutes our present moon. So this spirit, which had undertaken the duty of retarding and holding back the too rapid development of humanity, was now united with the moon. Evolution went on. The earth beings and the moon beings had separated. At this time, the earth beings came principally under the influence of two forces, one proceeding from the sun, the other from the moon. If man had come merely under the influence of the sun forces, he would soon have grown old, almost as soon as he was born. Whereas under the influence of the moon alone, he would have stiffened, become hard and mummified. He can only develop rightly through the sun and the moon forces being balanced. He was placed upon the earth, and in a spiritual sense, beings and forces acted on him from outside, in order that he might pass through his present evolution. We have seen how man is led from incarnation to incarnation by the beings we call angels. But these angels have no independence in the vast cosmos. They have hired directors who are the dwellers on the sun. Under the sole influence of these sun spirits, all man's development would have been compressed into one incarnation, whereas under the influence of the moon alone, nothing at all would have taken place. Through the cooperation of these two sets of beings, that which gives man form he receives from the moon forces. That which destroys form and leads the eternal part of him through his various incarnations, he receives from the sun. Thus, if we do but consider it all spiritually, we see that everything in the world has its appointed task. We shall now consider for a short time, somewhat more concretely, what took place at that time upon the earth. We know that when man came over from the ancient moon, he possessed only his physical body, etheric body, and astral body. At the time of the separation of the sun, the physical body had not progressed far enough for the sense organs to be able to perceive external objects. These had existed indeed from the time of Saturn, but man could not perceive external objects by them. Upon the ancient moon, man possessed organs which evoked pictures within him. The position at that time was approximately as follows. Imagine that one human being approached another. He could not have perceived the other's external form, but a kind of dream picture would rise within him. And by the form and color of the picture, he knew that an enemy drew near, and that he must flee from him. This was picture consciousness, and had a real relationship to the soul qualities of the beings in a man's vicinity. Objective consciousness only came to man gradually on earth. Though the sun, as heavenly body, was outside the earth, man could not at first see it. He perceived it only in pictures, through an inner light. It is true that he did see, in a certain sense, in a spiritually psychic way, the beneficial activities sent down to him by the spirits of the sun. He perceived these radiating in auric pictures. But they had nothing to do with present sense perception. Thus there was a time when the sun forces sent their light to man, although he could not see the external sun. The separation of the moon from the earth took place somewhat later, and it was only at the stage of the moon's withdrawal that man was capable of acquiring the very first rudiments of an ego consciousness. He only then began to feel himself as a separate being. With this came also the power to perceive the first faint loom of physical objects. You can easily understand that sight is connected with ego consciousness, for as long as one cannot perceive an outer world, one is not an ego. Therefore the first flash of ego consciousness coincided with the first opening of man's eyes to external objects. This was connected also with the going forth of the moon. Previously, when the moon was still one with the earth, it directed the forces of growth of the individual between birth and death. It does so still, but now from outside. But in order that the life of man should not be shut in between birth and death, other forces had to approach him from outside. These were the sun forces. A continual interaction between the moon forces working from within and the sun forces working from without was associated with earthly development. Try to picture vividly and exactly what happened next. So long as the sun was outside, but the moon still within the earth, man perceived the beneficial effect of the sun forces in inward pictures. He sensed the virtue of the sun forces, for these were always associated with the moon forces within the earth body, and had an effect upon man's constitution, although he could not see them. Then came the time when the moon also went forth from the earth. Man's senses were opened, and because of this he lost the power to perceive the soul and spirit part of the sun forces. Imagine the moment when spiritual perception disappeared and the first beginnings of actual sight with an outer view of the sun began, although in fact man could not yet see the sun, for the earth was covered with dense vapor. As against his former dim clairvoyant perception, man was now able, if only gradually, to see the sun externally, although it was veiled by the density of the atmosphere. The beneficent effects of the sun were now withdrawn from man because of the advance in his development. When the ancient Egyptian priests remembered this condition, they gave the name of Osiris to the forces of the sun, those pure rays which man had perceived at one time through his dim clairvoyance. He now perceived Osiris no longer, and because of the cloudy envelope surrounding the earth, external perception of the sun was not yet possible. What man had previously seen was dead. Quote, Typhon, the opposer, had killed Osiris, close quote, they said, and the forces which were active between birth and death, and as moon had left the earth, now sought that ancient Osiris with longing. Slowly and gradually the mist receded. It had endured for very, very long periods, even down to the latter part of the Atlantean epoch. Men now began to see the sun, but not as previously, when all mankind had a common consciousness. The rays of the sun now fell on each individual eye, EYE, when men gazed on the sun, quote, the dismembered Osiris, close quote. We are here concerned with a mighty cosmic event. And when we were incarnated as ancient Egyptians, we recognized a repetition of this cosmic event. The wise Egyptian priests had this in mind, and they described it pictorially as follows. They said, quote, at the time the moon and the sun went forth from the earth, man remained in the middle, balanced between the solar and lunar forces. Up to that time there had been no sexual reproduction. There was what might be called virginal reproduction. The forces which ruled our earth passed over from the sign of the Virgin, through the balance, into the sign of the Scorpion. Therefore the priests of Egypt said, quote, when the sun was in the sign of the Scorpion, and the earth in the balance, his rays acted like a sting, stinging the sense organs to activity. Thus Osiris was slain, close quote. The emergence of external objectivity is the sting of the Scorpion, and came as something new. It was in contradistinction to the old virginal reproduction. Then began the search, the longing of humanity for its ancient power, for the vision of Osiris. We must not look merely for astronomical facts in such a myth as the myth of Osiris, but we must see in it the result of the deep clairvoyant insight of the wise priests of ancient Egypt. They embodied in this myth what they knew concerning the evolution of earth and man. Actual facts concerning the higher spiritual worlds lie at the foundation of all myths, and today we have shown how such facts form the basis of the myth of Osiris. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 5. Some of the topics discussed: the sacrifice of the substance by the thrones, Kuriotetes, Dunamis, and Exousiae, Jehovah and the Elohim, and their cooperative activity in the stages of human development. In earlier lectures, we have seen that the conditions of our earth have gradually developed out of the cosmos, that in a far distant past the earth was one with the orb which shines in the heavens today as the sun, and that at a certain period this body separated off from the earth. Now I have already stated that the beings who at first sent their own forces down from the sun to the earth, thus bringing about the evolution of humanity, are the spirits of form. They are the beings nearest to earthly evolution. After the separation of the sun, the leaders of the spirits of form remained with the earth, and later departed from it with the moon. We can therefore speak of a moon deity. He is that deity who in the biblical records is called Jehovah, and the sun powers, those who sent light to earth from outside, are called in the Bible the Elohim, or spirits of light. Under the influence of the Elohim on one hand and Jehovah on the other, balance was maintained in the evolution of man. You have learned that not only man goes through development, but that all the beings in the cosmos are undergoing development also. Those exalted beings who sent down their forces to us with the light the spirits of form, have also passed through a development. Previously they were at a lower stage and have gradually struggled upward to their present position. What was said just now regarding the Elohim and Jehovah applies to the most mature of these spirits, those who have made themselves fully capable of carrying on their development from the genesis of the earth, either upon the sun or the moon. But there are beings everywhere who have fallen behind at some stage. Yesterday we heard that planets such as Venus and Mercury owe their existence to the circumstance that beings have remained behind, between man on the one hand and exalted sun spirits on the other. They required a dwelling place more exalted than the earth, but were unable to inhabit the sun because they were not sufficiently mature. These beings are far beyond the evolution of humanity, but have not yet reached the condition of the sun spirits. They form a very important group of beings as regards human evolution. On one hand we have very mature beings, on the other, between them and mankind, are others whom we designate generally the Luciferic beings, after their leader, Lucifer. Now we must try clearly to understand how Jehovah and the Elohim on one hand, Lucifer and his hosts on the other, are concerned with the evolution of man. Through the cooperation of the sun gods with the moon god, a duality arose, and we shall best understand what entered evolution at this point if we consider what the evolution of man had been previously. Once more we will remind ourselves that the earth passed through an incarnation, that of Saturn, when conditions were primeval. Then, after having passed through a state of rest, it entered the sun incarnation, then the moon incarnation, and lastly that of our earth. Man in the course of his evolution has been connected with all these embodiments of the earth. As we know him, he is a very complicated being. He consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. And these four principles play one into the other in a very complicated manner. If any being in our physical world had only a physical body, it would be a stone, a mineral. In fact, our mineral kingdom here on the earth does only possess a physical body. A being possessing, in addition to a physical body and etheric body, has a plant nature. Our vegetable kingdom consists of such beings. A being having physical, etheric, and astral bodies is at the animal stage. And only that being which, in addition to these, possesses an ego, is at the stage of human existence on earth. Now, it is only a rough way of speaking to say that man has these four principles within him, and we shall understand how sketchy it is if we cast a glance over his long, very long evolution. Let us inquire which of these four principles is the oldest. It might easily be supposed that as the human ego is the highest, that which first makes man man, it would be the oldest principle. But this is not the case. Neither the ego, nor the astral body, nor the etheric body was owned first by man, but the physical body. It is the oldest. The first rudiments of the physical body were formed as far back as on ancient Saturn. But you must not imagine that this body looked then anything like the body of today. When you consider the present physical body, you observe in the first place something solid, a skeleton, that firmly constituted part described as, in quotes, solid. Next you observe fluid constituents of many kinds. Further, the physical body is permeated by air or gas. Lastly, you find in it something which, considered occultly, is substantial, namely warmth, inner warmth. Let us now consider man as regards this inner warmth and his outer environment. His warmth does not depend upon his environment. In a cold environment he does not, like the minerals, become cold. He is not forced to regulate himself according to his environment. He has within him the source of his own heat. Were you now to think everything solid away from man, also everything liquid and everything gaseous, if you imagine his physical body formed only of warmth, such warmth as pulses in your blood, you will have what was present on ancient Saturn. But that body was not formed as it is now. It had only the most rudimentary germs of a form. This was particularly the case in the middle of the Saturn period, for Saturn had initial, middle, and final conditions. It would be very difficult to describe the early condition of Saturn, because few people have developed the capacity which would enable them to think of the conditions of Saturn before it became condensed to the consistency of warmth. When in spirit you transport yourselves to those times of a primeval past, you must not imagine that had you been able to observe Saturn from somewhere in space, you would have seen anything. Saturn had no light. It did not shine. Only toward the end of its development did it begin to do so. Had you approached it in the middle of its evolution, you would only have perceived its warmth. It was like an oven without external limits, but which limited itself. You would have entered an area of warmth. You must not imagine this body of warmth as being uniform or homogeneous. If you had been sensitive to differences of warmth, you would have found that there were lines of warmth within it in all directions, that they stretched on every side. You would have, in quotes, felt out warmth formations. The whole of Saturn consisted of forms of warmth alone, and these were the original foundations of the human physical body. Saturn did not go beyond this in any way that was fruitful for human evolution. We will now pass on to the Sun evolution. After a period of rest, Saturn changed into the Sun formation. Externally, it is the case that in the middle of the Sun period, a condensation of its substance took place. The Sun consisted not only of warmth, but also of gas and air, in the occult sense, and everything within the Sun passed through its evolution under conditions only possible in warmth and air. To begin with, the following took place. The human being, who, as he consisted only of warmth, could not assume an etheric body, was permeated on the Sun by an etheric body. He now consisted of two principles, namely a physical body and an etheric body. Man's physical body on the Sun was, however, quite different to what it is now. Let us try to form an idea, if only a rough one, of the physical body upon the ancient Sun. Imagine that we have breathed in air, and that the breathed in air has passed into us. This air is now permeated with a certain degree of warmth. Now, think away everything but the in-breathed air, which, in effect, forms an image of the whole human body. Think away all the solid and the liquid parts, keeping only the air and the warmth in mind. You then have, in imagination, a form before you such as would appear if you considered merely the in-breathed air and its activity. If you observe the form of this in-breathed air and the warmth the human being contains, you would have approximately the form man had at the middle of the Sun period. You might now ask, if we have lines of warmth, and in addition to these, currents of gas which form the physical body, how does the clairvoyant see this gas in the Akashic record? He perceives it in a special way. When the warmth condenses into air, and no other conditions are present, as is the case now on earth where the sun pours in from outside, the moment this gas or air separates from the form of warmth, it begins to shine. Hence, upon the sun, the physical body was a kind of germinal body of warmth, composed of gaseous or airy currents, which glittered in the most wonderful way and shone with varied colors. The entire sun globe consisted of shining warmth bodies, which were the primary rudiments of our human physical bodies. On the sun, man rose a stage higher. He added an etheric body to the physical body. It was man himself who, as part of the structure of the sun, radiated forth the illuminating power of light into space. His physical body, through taking into itself the etheric body, became luminous. The physical body was now at the second stage of its progress toward perfection, but the etheric body, which first became luminous on the sun, was only at its first stage. Let us now follow man's further progress. The sun gradually passed over into the moon incarnation, having meanwhile entered into a condition of rest. On the material side, the airy formation condensed to a watery one, and thus the fluid element arose. The ancient moon was in fact a fluidic body. In it you might again have found physical human bodies as plastic structures, consisting now of flowing sap, or watery constituents in which currents of air coursed, just as breath and warmth intermingle in man's body today. The physical body now consisted of three parts: water, gas or air, and warmth. And the etheric body, which it had previously possessed, now passed over with it into the moon period. Man was now in a position to assimilate an astral body, and from this time onward he consisted of three principles: the physical body, the etheric body, and the astral body. During the moon period, it was not possible for all the beings connected with it to maintain the same rate of progress in their development. It was not only during the development of our earth, but also earlier, during the moon development, that the sun separated off from the common world body. So that in the middle of the moon period we have two spheres: the moon, earth plus moon, and the sun, which, as you know, had departed along with the most advanced of the spiritual beings. Through the withdrawal of the finer forces and higher beings, the grosser had been left behind upon the moon. This planet, therefore, Earth plus moon, began to densify and harden. You must realize that even during the ancient moon period, the sun, with its beings, worked for a time from outside upon the backward moon body. It will now be necessary to describe more in detail these bodies, which had remained behind after the departure of the sun, for we went through a portion of our evolution upon them. On Saturn there was only the physical body of man. He was at the mineral stage. Upon the sun he raised himself to the vegetable stage. He had then physical body and etheric body. But at this stage certain beings became backward, and they did not rise so high as to the human plant existence upon the ancient sun. They remained at the Saturn stage. These were the forerunners of certain animals of the present day. Man's past reaches back to ancient Saturn, whereas the forerunners of a certain portion of our present animal kingdom had its origin only on the sun as a second kingdom to that of man. From the same cause, the remaining behind of certain beings, man, when he had worked himself upward on the moon to a condition when he was the possessor of three principles, was surrounded by two other kingdoms. One a kingdom which on the moon had remained behind at the stage of plants, and one that was still at the stage of minerals. These last were the forerunners of our present plants. Our mineral kingdom did not as yet exist on the moon. It came into existence last, as a sort of deposit from the other kingdoms. Of course, anyone who affirms such things knows very well that it seems nonsense, according to present ideas, to say that plants could originate without the basis of a mineral kingdom. But formerly, conditions were entirely different. In fact, upon the ancient moon, man developed in the animal kingdom, animals in the vegetable kingdom, and at the time when the moon was separated from the sun, all the kingdoms were arranged in the following way. Number 1, the human kingdom, really animal kingdom, consisting of physical body, etheric, and astral bodies. Number 2, the animal kingdom, really vegetable kingdom, consisting of physical and etheric bodies. Number 3, the vegetable kingdom, really mineral kingdom, because it consisted only of a physical body. Our present mineral kingdom did not as yet exist. Now, when the moon and sun separated, the beings and forces of the sun were completely liberated from the gross material of the moon, so that they could act all the more strongly. The result was that all three kingdoms were raised about half a stage higher. The human astral body was lifted out of its close connection with the lower principles, so that viewing man at the beginning of the moon period with his physical and etheric and astral bodies, one would later have perceived a change. Through the sun having departed and having begun to shine from outside, the astral and etheric bodies were partly liberated. The consequence was that something happened which we must try to picture in the following way. Imagine that the man of today consisted only of physical body, etheric body, and astral body, and that there now came an external force which pushed out man's etheric and astral bodies. To the clairvoyant, these would now exist outside him, but through these two bodies being liberated from the weight of the physical body, man could be raised about half a stage upward in evolution. Something like this took place at the time of which I am speaking. Man was lifted up. He became a being standing midway between the present man and the present animal. In a spiritual sense he was, however, guided and directed by the exalted sun powers. In like manner, the two other kingdoms were raised about half a stage, so that about the middle of the moon period, we do not find our present kingdoms, but intermediate ones. We have a human-animal kingdom, an animal-vegetable kingdom, and a vegetable-mineral kingdom. We on the earth walk upon a solid mineral ground. The beings of the ancient moon walked on what was the lowest kingdom of the moon, the vegetable mineral. This basic substance of the moon was not a mineral substance such as we have on the earth, but something that was half alive. One has an approximate idea of what this basic substance of the moon was if we think of something resembling a mossy bog or boiled spinach, a kind of mush, but living, bubbling. There were no rocks projected out of this mass, but there was something like dense, woody, vegetable masses, horny structures, and these took the place of our present rocks. To clairvoyant vision it appears as if man moved upon a vegetable mineral foundation, which later underwent condensation and became the stones of today. From out this substance grew the animal plants. These were more or less firmly rooted. They were more movable, it is true, than plants are now, but they grew out of this viscous element and had a certain degree of sensation when touched. Animal man rose from out the finest substances. He by no means reached down into the grossest, but formed his physical body from the finest substances. This physical body, which was in a continual state of transformation, had a very strange appearance. The clairvoyant is unable to discover upon the ancient moon a human head, such as man possesses today. Although the physical body was still soft and fluidic, we can find only animal-like heads. And from out this animal head formation, the etheric and astral bodies projected. To physical sight, all these animal men had various forms that recall our present animals, but they only remind us of these. It is only when we rise from physical sight to astral vision that we perceive the higher nature of the animal man of the moon. Such were the denizens of the ancient moon. When we examine closely the course of human development and culture, insofar as it is of a mental and spiritual nature, we find in many instances that the myths and legends that have been handed down to us are in many respects wiser than our present-day science. When more is known about the spiritual foundations of the world, men will recognize in many of the myths, legends, and fairy tales a truly deep wisdom, deeper than science, which has apparently progressed so far. Let us return for a moment to the ancient moon, in the basic substance of which only the ancient animal plants could flourish, and let us leave the study of the further development of the moon itself. We must clearly understand that all these moon beings were the forerunners of the present earth beings. Our present mineral kingdom has sprung from the vegetable mineral of the moon epoch. From the animal plants have sprung our present plants, and from the backward animals, men. From those men who do not progress have sprung the largest portion of our present-day animals. Thus we see that our minerals, our plants, our animals, and our human beings are really the descendants of the beings of the ancient moon. There is today a remarkable plant which does not thrive in a mineral soil, namely the mistletoe. It is remarkable because when observed clairvoyantly, it is seen to be different from other plants. It exhibits rudiments of an astral body passing into the mistletoe, as is the case with animals. Although this plant has no sensation, it has something appertaining to the outer form of animals. This is because it belongs to those backward plant animals of the moon period, which were unable to become plants, and on this account cannot thrive on a mineral soil, but require other plants on which to take root. The mistletoe has preserved the condition of the ancient moon. The ancestors of some of the European peoples knew this fact and embodied the knowledge in a wonderful legend. The Germanic and Norse peoples recognized in Loki a power still belonging to those forces which passed from the field of activity on ancient moon to the earth. When the earth became earth, it came under the influence of other forces, which these ancient peoples symbolized in the god Baldur. He represents all those forces which work upon mature earth beings, but those who had remained at the moon stage felt an inner relationship to Loki, the moon god. Hence arose the wonderful legend, telling how once upon a time, when the gods were playing, all creatures swore an oath that they would not injure Baldur. The mistletoe alone did not take this oath. Why? Because it is not related to the earth forces incarnated in Baldur, but is a backward moon creation, and so has power to injure the basic earth force, Baldur. Loki had to be served by a being belonging to himself. This legend has its origin deep down in the hidden foundations of the world. Further, when we know that in many respects what is opposed to healthy development must be of service to unhealthy development, we understand the wise intuition of our forefathers, which led them to look to the mistletoe for special curative forces and juices, They knew that of which we have just spoken, hence the role they gave to the mistletoe. From this example we can see that profound wisdom regarding the evolution of the world is frequently hidden in myth and legend. Through the withdrawal of a part of the etheric and astral body of the animal man upon the moon, the necessity arose even at that time for a change of consciousness. But we must first speak of another development which ran parallel with this. Each of the stages of development, that on Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth, was at the same time a stage in the development of consciousness. Upon Saturn, consciousness was dim. It was at the first stage, such consciousness as we have in dreamless sleep. The consciousness possessed by eternally sleeping plants is clearer than that which man had upon Saturn, which may be compared to the consciousness of minerals. Only on the Sun did man rise to a consciousness such as is possessed by plants. Through the astral body which he received upon the moon, his consciousness rose 1 degree higher, to that which we designate picture consciousness. This may be compared in a certain sense with our present dream consciousness, although our dreams have meaning only in exceptional cases. Upon the moon this was different. The pictures, which then rose and disappeared, signified something. When another being approached a man, he was unable to perceive its outer form and color, but he perceived something which rose within himself, much as is now the case in dreams. A picture rose within him of the inner nature of the approaching being, and in accordance with the color and character of this picture, he knew whether this being was friendly toward him or the reverse, whether he should remain or flee. As already stated, a change of consciousness took place upon the moon during the time when the sun was outside. There were periods of alternating consciousness, times when consciousness was more vivid and times when it was dimmer. Today we have interchanging periods of day and night. In the morning, man draws into his physical body and etheric body, and the eternal world with its beings and objects rises before him. Everything around him becomes light and clear because he makes use of his senses. But at night, when he goes forth with his ego and astral body, he has no instruments wherewith to perceive. Everything is dark around him. In the same way, dreamless sleep consciousness, which was first given to man on the sun, alternated with the waking earth consciousness. These conditions were already prepared for on the ancient moon. At that time, the etheric and astral bodies were not continuously outside man. There were periods when they sank into his physical body. For the ancient moon already moved round the sun, and this rotation brought about conditions in which man was shone upon by the sun at certain times, and not at others. Through this, an exit and entrance of the etheric and astral bodies into the physical body were brought about. The change was certainly not so strongly contrasted as at present. During the periods of the withdrawal of these bodies from the moon, when man was shone upon by the forces of the sun, he was in clear consciousness. In spiritual consciousness, he perceived that which was spiritual clearly, and when his etheric and astral bodies sank back into the physical body, his consciousness became darkened. You see, it was the reverse of present conditions. For long, long periods of time, alternating states of clear and dim consciousness occurred upon the moon, and it was in the dim state of consciousness that, without man being aware of it, what is called fructification took place. In order that the powers of reproduction might be developed, and that man might bring forth, his higher being had to sink down into the physical body, and when it was released, it rose again into the higher world. At that time, preparation was gradually made for what has since been fully developed upon earth. Through the separation of the sun, and because of its having given stronger forces to its creatures, man, along with all the other beings, was able to develop more highly. If the sun had been limited for a longer period by the ancient moon, it could not have acted so powerfully. But once it was released from the hindrance of the moon's substances, the moon and all its denizens were advanced rapidly. After a time, the moon had attained such maturity that it could again be absorbed by the sun. This was followed by a condition when all the planets which had been separated could also be again absorbed, when they all re-entered the spiritual state of rest, which we call pralaya. After this pause there came forth once more what we may call the first etheric germs of the earth body, out of which at a later period everything was again differentiated. Now let us inquire, whence came the physical body upon Saturn? Whence came the etheric body on the sun, and the astral body on the moon? These questions go to the very root of the matter. Anthroposophists do not inquire like many who imagine they are inquiring philosophically. For there are people who ask, whence comes this or that? And when answered they ask further and further, without end. This is only done as long as the inquirer had not risen to a spiritual observation of the world. Reasonably, one must come at last to a point where the significance of questions ceases. One might ask, whence come these furrows on the road? The answer is, a cart passed this way. Then comes the further question, whence came the cart? And one might answer, a man on certain business was using it. They then ask, what kind of business? At length the questions would come to an end. You would have been led so far that you would have arrived in quite different realms. If the subject of the interrogation is concerned with an idea, one only arrives, if one remains in abstractions, at endless questions. But in concrete observations, one arrives at last at spiritual beings, and one then inquires no longer, why are they doing this? But one asks, what are they doing? It is necessary that one should educate oneself to see the limitations of questions. Occult observation reveals that in the beginning, when ancient Saturn began to be formed, certain spiritual beings poured forth the fundamental substance of Saturn, warmth, from their own substance as a sacrifice. They had matured so far that they did not need to absorb anything as nourishment. They were even in a position to sacrifice themselves, to pour out their own substance. These beings are the thrones. It is they who, through their sacrifice, form the foundations of the human physical body. One who can occultly observe the physical body on Saturn can say, it has flowed forth from the substance of the thrones. The physical body changes from stage to stage, it develops ever higher, but that which we bear within us is always the transformed substance of the thrones. We will now pass on to the ancient sun. Here the etheric body was added to the physical body. Here, again, are spiritual beings lower than the thrones, whom we call spirits of wisdom. They had not developed far enough on Saturn to be able to pour out their own being, but on the sun they had progressed far enough, and there now flowed from them the substance of their etheric body. Since the sun period we carry within us our etheric bodies. These are of the substance of the spirits of wisdom. Upon the moon, the astral body was added to us. Here again there were spiritual beings who sacrificed their substance. These were the spirits of motion. Lastly, we pass from the moon to the earth. Here other beings pour their force into us. We receive the ego. To the three members we already possess is now added the capital I. This is bestowed on us by the spirits of form, or exousiai. They are the Elohim, who give to us their sun light. Also Jehovah, who from the moon gives form to the human spirit. Herein we see the cooperation of the two categories of spirits of form, who from outside endow man with the rudiments of his ego. Thus we find that from stage to stage spiritual beings incorporate within human evolution. On Saturn the thrones, on the sun the spirits of wisdom, on the moon the spirits of motion, or dynamis, and on the earth the spirits of form, Jehovah. And on the earth the spirits of form, Jehovah and the Elohim. From all these beings man has received his present shape and formation. They have allowed their own being to pour into him. In the Bible we are clearly shown how the being of one of the spirits of form streamed into the being of man. Profound secrets lie behind what is found in the Torah. Imagine that one of the spirits of form united himself to the moon as Jehovah, that from thence he worked as a spirit of form upon man, and bestowing on him that which gave to him his divine form. Quote, God made man after his own image. Close quote. He gave to him the form of the gods. The spirits of form gave to man the human form, that is, the divine form. The Elohim poured the sun force as light upon the earth. The God Jehovah renounced the outer form of light. He streamed to earth as a darker God, thus limiting himself to the period between birth and death. Through the air which the light penetrates, the spirits of the air made themselves his companions. If we wish to form a picture of what streams physically and spiritually from the sun to the earth, we have to see the sun's rays caught by the moon and returned to man. We have to see these rays bringing with them that which streams to us from the Jehovah Spirit, and how with them comes also that which exists spiritually in the air. The moment in which Jehovah poured forth his principle of force, permitting part of his being to flow into man, is indicated in the Bible in the words, quote, Jehovah poured into man the living breath, and he became a living soul. Close quote. Such a statement ought to be taken quite literally, and we must try to understand what it really contains. A thrill of awe pervades us when we begin to understand such a statement, and when we learn its meaning. Telling as it does that after the thrones on Saturn, the spirits of wisdom on the sun, the spirits of motion on the moon, had poured their principles into man, then, on the earth, the spirits of form pervaded him. It is this mighty moment that is referred to in words of the Bible quoted above. In the next lecture we shall learn further of the Elohim and Jehovah, and how they cooperated with Luciferic beings throughout the Atlantean epoch and on into our own. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 6. Some of the topics discussed are the spirits of form as regions of earthly existence, participation of the Luciferic beings, the formation of race. It belongs to the very nature of our theme that these lectures should proceed in a particular way, that we should approach our goal, as it were, in circles, that starting from the circumference, we should draw ever smaller circles to reach that which we desire. Hence it may seem in the beginning as if there were no system in our observations, but by gradually approaching the inner from without, we shall arrive at a right understanding of the whole. In our last lecture we reached a point where we found that the spirits of form, or exousiae, as they are called in Christian esotericism, are the special regents of human earthly existence. The heart of the matter is contained in the fact that these spirits of form worked in the course of earthly evolution both into the substance and into the soul nature of man. At a certain point of time they reached such a high stage of development that they could no longer make use of the earth as a field of action, but drawing with them the finer forces and substances, they left the earth and formed a new field for their activities on our sun. What do we mean when we say, quote, the spirits of form are the special regents of earthly existence, close quote? Were these spirits not already active in the earlier stages of development of our planet, during the Saturn, Sun and Moon epochs? Yes, they certainly were. But they had then a different field of activity to what they have on the earth. This can be understood when we consider the facts already brought before us. Upon Saturn, the rudiments of the physical body alone existed. Neither the etheric nor the astral body had as yet poured into it. Of course, the spirits of form, of whom Jehovah is one, were active even at that time. But, to make use of a trivial expression, they had not then such a well-prepared foundation on which to work. Only through the spirits of wisdom giving man an etheric body on the sun, and the spirits of motion giving him an astral body on the moon, did the spirits of form find a sufficiently prepared human being on which they could work on earth. For only when man possessed a physical, an etheric, and an astral body within himself could the spirits of form give him what we now know as the human form. The form you are able to observe in yourselves today existed at no earlier stage of evolution. The conditions that were present on the Moon, Sun, and Saturn were preparatory stages. Everything had first to undergo a certain development before man could rise to his present noble form. If asked why the spirits of form could not set to work on Saturn, we must reply, because the germinal rudiments of the physical body were then too immature. A certain state of maturity had first to come about. This maturity was only reached at the time when our Earth, together with the Sun, formed one planet of a very fine substance. The spirits of form were even then active, working slowly and gradually at the human body. We can indicate the period when this fashioning of man came to a certain conclusion, when the human form was, in a way, finished. This was not the case in the first part of the Atlantean epoch. If you go back to a time long before the great catastrophe swept Atlantis away, we find our ancestors in a condition very different from our own. It was only about the middle of the Atlantean epoch that man received a form essentially the same as he has today. Before then his material parts were softer. We find man consisting of a soft substance, having no trace of his present hard bones, nothing even so solid as cartilage. He swam in the air, which was still permeated by dense fluid. He was a kind of water being, such as a certain medusa are today that can hardly be distinguished from the surrounding water. At that time, the forces of man's bone structure were organized, but the bones themselves had not hardened, and the connection between the higher and the lower principles of man was very different to what it is now. We know when man is asleep today that his physical and etheric body lie on the bed, while his astral body and ego are outside. As the etheric body is nowadays approximately the same in size and form as the physical body, man is also quickly free from it when he withdraws with his astral body from the physical body. This was not so in the first part of the Atlantean epoch. The etheric body then projected on all sides beyond the physical body, especially as regards the head. The consequence of this was that when the astral body withdrew, it always remained connected with the etheric body. In the case of a man of the present day, the moment the astral body leaves the physical body, it has also left the etheric body. The consequence of the earlier connection between the astral body and the etheric body, when the physical vehicle had been left behind, was that during the night, man had not such darkness and lack of consciousness around and in him as there is today. At that time, when outside his physical body, he could perceive psycho-spiritual beings with his dim clairvoyance. It is as if when your astral body withdrew on going to sleep, and your vision was turned away from the physical world, that in its place a world appeared peopled with psycho-spiritual beings. The early Atlanteans had no use for a solid skeleton, and as the physical body was soft, it was also pliable. This is something which clairvoyant consciousness can see as having actually existed, outrageous as it may seem to the present materialistic consciousness. During the Atlantean period, man had great power over the shape of his body. If he wished that a member of his body, which later became a hand, should appear differently, that it should be lengthened, for example, elastically, he could do it. He had power not only to move his limbs, but to lengthen them. He could, as it were, inflate himself. This was actually possible at the time with which we are dealing. He could stretch out and lengthen his fingers. We find this more particularly the case when we go back to the Lemurian epoch. I will ask you now to note a connection between two things. When did man lose the power to lengthen and contract his limbs? At the time the spirits of form had completed the construction of his form. So long as man had not received the completed physical form, the form he was to retain, other spirits could rule him, and he could change his shape. So that if we go back to the period beyond the Atlantean epoch, we find that man had no definite form, but a continually changing one. We have to realize that there came a point of time when the spirits of form had finished all they had to do in order to make the human form similar to their own form, for it was their own shape they gave to man. Let us now suppose that certain human beings had not been able to wait until the point of time referred to when the spirits of form had finished their work. Such beings would have hardened at some earlier stage of development. Their form would to a certain extent have ossified, thus preserving some earlier form. It was, however, necessary that the being who was to become man should keep his shape supple until the right moment came for it to assume a solid form. Let us briefly consider a period lying very far back, for here we are dealing with vast periods of time, when man's external being was of such a nature that it had constant need of the forces that worked upon it to remodel and ennoble it. Suppose that through events which we will consider later, certain human beings had partly freed themselves from the ever-working forces of form, that they were no longer so entirely pervaded by these forces as they had been. Such human beings would in this case have remained at some previous stage. This actually happened. The beings which freed themselves too early and did not allow the spirits of form to complete their work are indeed those that most closely resemble us, the apes. They could not wait. They did not remain long enough in the bosom of those divine beings whom we call the spirits of form. What occurred in the case of the apes was continually happening with other creatures. Again and again some beings remained behind and became hardened in form. It was thus that the whole range of the present animal creation arose. But if you ask, did human beings originate from such animal forms? The answer is no. Man remained above the surface of the earth in the purer elements, and only solidified when the time was ripe for him to do so. This point of time, when man descended to earth from spiritual heights, is beautifully portrayed in the Bible in the legend of paradise. In spite of all investigations, paradise is not to be found upon earth, but above it. Man only descended from paradise to earth after he had received his definite form. Let us now see what ought to have happened in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, when the spirits of form had finished the construction of the physical body. Man should have been able to look on his environment with his senses, which would then have been perfected. He should have lived for the first time with his external physical environment. Up to that time, everything about him had indefinite outlines. Only then could he enter into relationship with the external world in what we may call the normal way. Only then could he have learned to distinguish himself from other objects. For he only then had a physical body which could be considered a suitable vehicle for his ego. We have already said that certain beings had remained behind at every stage of evolution. Not all of them had reached the stage they might have reached. Not even all the beings whom we have called the spirits of form. And it is these backward beings who enter most essentially into all considerations about the evolution of man on earth. We have already explained that besides the exalted beings working from the sun and moon, there are others at an intermediate stage between man and the high sun and moon spirits. These have their home on Mercury and Venus, the celestial bodies lying between the sun and earth. The sun spirits had now attained normal development, and had exactly hit off the point of time at which they were able to work in the right way. But there were other beings between the earth and the sun spirits who did not find this point of time. Because they were outside the course of normal development, they were active at other times. Let us now consider what was the result of this. We will once more consider the course of human evolution. Let us keep before us the fact that man consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. We know that the task of the ego is to transform man's other principles. It must begin by gradually bringing the astral body under control. This means that man must learn to control his passions and impulses. A time has been appointed when the ego in the normal way should appear in man and proceed to work upon the astral body, when the astral body was to be gradually transformed and the spirit self built up. The first possibility of this work of transformation was when the spirits of form became active in the middle of the Atlantean epoch. We must now try to understand the remarkable function carried out at that time by backward beings. They had not progressed far enough to assist man in the formation of the spirit self. Consequently, they worked upon his astral body, which had not yet progressed far enough to receive the ego. Thus, there was a time in the evolution of earthly humanity when the undeveloped astral body was exposed to the influence of these backward spiritual beings. You will understand this better if you remember that upon the moon man had a physical, etheric, and astral body, and at that time the spirits of form worked normally upon his astral body. But these beings, who meanwhile had developed further, now worked normally upon the ego, while the backward ones continued to work upon the astral body as they had done during the moon period. So that before man's ego was formed, these backward but highly exalted beings worked upon his astral body. We call these beings after their leader, Luciferic beings. Two kinds of beings, therefore, worked upon man: the normally working spirits of form, of whom we have spoken, and these Luciferic beings, who had not advanced sufficiently to be able to work upon the ego, and who already had been working on the astral body. These latter beings, therefore, retarded man's development. If they had not worked upon him at the time, he would, in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, have been sufficiently advanced for the spirits of form to work upon his ego. We might now ask, can that which the backward spirits did to man, as compared with what the exalted normal spirits did, be termed bad in the trivial sense? No, certainly not. If we consider the facts which clairvoyant vision is able to test, we find that in reality they have accelerated human evolution. Man would have had to wait until the very last period of time for the development of certain capacities, whereas, through the action of these beings, he gained them earlier. Therefore, through the Luciferic beings, man received certain mental qualities before the destined time, thus attaining a certain stage of mental development. This was not wrong, but, wonderful as it may seem, something which, even in a higher sense, indicates an infinitely wise guidance in the progressive evolution of humanity. For through man having attained at a lower stage certain capacities, which otherwise were only destined for him in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, he came to them in an entirely different state of consciousness, one that was without self-consciousness. Man would have been in leading strings up to the middle of the Atlantean epoch if these backward beings had not intervened. How then must we regard their having remained behind? Looked at superficially, one might easily think of them as one thinks of backward students at college. These spirits are not, however, backward on account of laziness, but the reason of their remaining behind was their willingness to sacrifice themselves. They sacrificed themselves so as to give to man the possibility of receiving the gifts of the spirits of form in a higher way, in a free way. There was a long period in human evolution when, through these Luciferic beings, man received the first beginnings of speech and of thought, especially the memory of thought, when he received the rudimentary germ of art and of science. This he could not have attained previously, for he would then have acquired it merely as an instinctive activity. Through this, something else came within his domain, something which, under the guidance of the spirits of form, would have passed him by. He was exposed to the possibility of straying from the right path. He was exposed to good and evil. Without the intervention of the Luciferic beings, man would never have been exposed to this. But this also happened for the sake of freedom. Because the Luciferic beings accelerated a part of development, they brought freedom to man in an earlier age. We all bear within us the seeds of the work of the Luciferic spirits. By the middle of the Atlantean epoch, the spirits of form had perfected their development so far that they were capable of endowing man with what they themselves possessed. Man would have received the complete rudiments of his ego at this time if these spirits alone had worked on him. But Luciferic beings had been active from an earlier period, and had accelerated evolution considerably, upward on the one hand and downward on the other. Through this, something else of great importance came about. If evolution had proceeded without the Luciferic beings, man would have attained a certain maturity by the middle of the Atlantean epoch, but without the possibility of freedom. Through no merit of his own, man would have become mature enough to receive the gift of the spirits of form. Now that Luciferic beings had matured him earlier, a certain deterioration approached him from another direction. And on this account, neither the higher sun powers nor the forces of the spirits of form were able to work upon him at this period. Something of very great importance is here involved. If man had reached the middle of the Atlantean epoch merely by a higher spiritual instinct, without freedom, and therefore without any merit of his own, he would have been sufficiently mature for the descent to earth of that principle which we call the Christ principle. The Christ would have appeared then. Freedom had, however, been given to man, and he had thereby been pushed down below the stage of instinctive normal development. He had consequently now to mature by himself, so that he might later be able to receive the Christ principle. We must clearly understand that the descent of Christ and his work was retarded by the intervention of the Luciferic beings. But through this intervention, mankind was more mature when the Christ ultimately did descend. From this we see that it was Luciferic beings who made man what he is today, and who prepared him for the great event of the descent of the Christ principle. The Luciferic beings might have said, if we leave man in such a condition that he only lives instinctively on into the Atlantean epoch, he will receive the Christ principle also instinctively. He will not be free, not mature in freedom. We will, therefore, sacrifice ourselves. We will develop in him certain capacities and qualities, thus delaying the moment when he can see the Christ. Luciferic beings began their work as long before the middle of the Atlantean epoch as Christ appeared after it. If we now ask, what was given to man by these Luciferic powers? What was he really able to receive in the middle of the Atlantean epoch? We must answer, quote, he received something which could come to him only from outside, something to which he could not yet attain through his own soul. Close quote. On this account, everything which came to him from the spirits of form, who had worked on him previously, came in such a way that it did not flow from his own innermost being. He followed more an outer impulse. He obeyed laws. Just as the animal has to follow instinctively the laws implanted in it, so Jehovah gave laws to man. He gave him the law, which was then realized externally by Moses and the prophets. Meanwhile, man matured, so that he could receive into himself the motives and impulses for his actions. Without participation on his part, the spirits of form had regulated his life on earth. Where, then, do the spirits of form work? They work principally where the blood speaks, in reproduction, and in all that is connected therewith. In ancient times we find gods and folk spirits, or group spirits, work within the groups through the ordinances of the law. There we find that what is related by blood loves its own. It loves because love is implanted by the laws of nature. And the further back we go, the more we find that all those related by blood consider themselves as belonging to one another. Everything loves that has had love implanted in it by the laws of nature, by the forces appertaining to the external form. Jehovah worked in the forces of blood relationship. Hence the feeling of belonging one to another. Jehovah produced order and harmony through the relationship that is connected with the blood. And those who opposed him were the Luciferic beings, who directed their strongest attacks against the principle of blood relationship. They always wished, up to the time of the coming of Christ, to center man within his own personality and tear him away from blood relationship. Then the Christ appears and centers man entirely within his own personality by giving him his inward power, thereby making wisdom and grace the most inward impulses of his being. The Luciferic beings had prepared man for this through very long periods of time. Only at the time of Christ's coming was man ready for what these Luciferic beings desired. Those who uttered the words, quote, Christus verus Luciferus, close quote, Christ, the true Lucifer, knew well what they were saying. This is an esoteric statement. We have seen that the two principles were in fact continually at work in those olden times we call pre-Christian. There was a binding principle which worked through blood relationship, and a sundering principle which sought to center man in his own personality. We can see how the whole of humanity has been fashioned under the influence of these two principles. Let us picture a certain stage of human evolution in the Atlantean epoch, when man was approaching the time of his hardening, the time when the bone appeared. The spirits guiding man had now to take care that the bones should not harden too quickly. For a considerable length of time in Atlantean evolution, the skeleton of man had to remain soft enough for it to be modified. Beings, however, as we know, remain behind at every stage, and certain groups of human beings remain behind at an earlier period through the bony system becoming hard too soon. The principles worked in such a way that the principle of form prevailed, holding a group of human beings to the form they had then attained. What was the consequence? Forms may be hardened and held back, but evolution as a whole goes forward, so that forms which have thus been held back artificially arrive at a time later on to which they are no longer suited. A time came when there was less moisture in the air, when climatic conditions changed and were no longer adapted to those who had remained behind. Groups of men in whom the bones had, as it were, become too strong, were now left behind as degenerate races. They could not adapt themselves to post-Atlantean conditions. The last remnant of these people are the American Indians. They had degenerated. There are other backward groups in whom not only the system of the bones, but also the system concerned with nutrition hardened too early. That system governed by the forces of the etheric body, while the bony system is governed by the forces of the physical body. The last remnant of those human groups in which the nutritive system hardened too soon now forms the Negroid races. Then there are those who degenerated at too early a stage through the nervous system becoming hardened and not remaining soft long enough for it to become available as an instrument of higher thought. Of these the Malays are the last relic. Therefore among them are tendencies toward certain passionate and sensuous instincts. Lastly, we have those in whom, at a certain stage, the ego hardened within itself. It hardened in the blood, which is the expression of the ego. We might say of these people that the ego had not progressed to spirit self. Those who, to speak symbolically, are thus hardened as regards the blood, have their last offshoots in the peoples of the Mongolian races. Those men who kept the above-named principle supple, so that they did not remain fixed at any form, but were always able to develop further and overcome the enclosing of the ego, formed that human group that journeyed from the regions now covered by the Atlantic Ocean into those of Europe and Asia of today. Connected with this, we find the following remarkable fact. We find that several emigrations left the Atlantean continent. that they consisted of human beings who, having hardened in various ways, went in different directions. Those in whom the bones had hardened journeyed westward, and their last descendants were found when America was discovered. Those whose nutritive system had hardened went principally to Africa. Others, the Malays, went toward Asia. Then there are those who formed the ancestors of the Mongolian race. The last to migrate were those who dwelt in the neighborhood of the Ireland of today, those who had kept themselves pliant the longest. These wandered from the west toward the east, and left behind them certain communities of people all over the continent of Europe. The most advanced journeyed toward Asia, and there mixed in various ways with others who had come by different paths. Let us now think of a period that lies not so very far behind us, an age when men possessed dim clairvoyance, and when initiates had still a very great influence, an age when there was a consciousness among men of the facts which have just been mentioned. How did this consciousness find expression? The ancient Greeks found a people who had hardened earlier than themselves. South of them was a race which had originated through mixing with others. That had preserved the vision, the power to look backward to a still earlier condition. When the Greek looked backward over the course of his evolution, he said to himself, "I look toward Africa, and there I find in the Egyptian age advanced human beings who had been influenced by previous ages of civilization, the Babylonian Chaldean. Still earlier, there was a people in this region among whom there had been a strong tendency toward hardening in regard to those qualities which reached down into the lower nature, into the principle that has to do with nutrition. Another state developed later, when this people had come in contact with Asiatic emigrants. In addition to these were those who had kept themselves pliant the longest. In the sculptured forms of his gods, the Greek idealized his knowledge regarding the evolution of man, which he saw to be the result of divinely working forces. He knew that at a very early stage certain human beings had hardened, and that others had preserved their softness and pliability. He then observed himself. He saw that in certain things he was indeed backward, but he belonged to those who had kept supple and plastic the longest. All this is wonderfully portrayed in Greek sculpture. If we examine it carefully, we find three types of gods. Number one, the Zeus type, to which belong the gods grouped around Zeus. Number two, the Hermes or Mercury type. This was added later to the Zeus type, and was portrayed by the Greeks as an entirely distinct form. If you observe the type of hair in the case of Zeus and his kind, and on the other hand the curly hair of Hermes, also the formation of the eyes and the position of the ears, you will see that the Greeks wished to express something different by this. Number three, the faun type. This type belongs to a still older humanity, and can be clearly distinguished from the Mercury type. We here have something which the Greek wished to express in his own way. That which was south of him he expressed in the faun type. That which was in the east he associated with the Hermes type. And that which might be called his own type, the race which founded the Aryan stock, he expressed in the sublime idealistic Zeus type. Anyone who wishes can see in all these forms how beautifully the Greek accommodated that which is contained in the external form to the inward formative forces. I will point to one more detail which shows how refined the Greek artists were in their efforts to give expression, in forms of art, to the great conceptions of the world. Observe for a moment the Asiatic type embodied in the form of Hermes. This type, because it had remained with the lower human forces, worked so that the forces which came into prominence and gave form to the face were those that ruled in the lower part of the human being. On the other hand, the forces belonging to the type of the Greek himself worked in the higher parts. This can be seen most characteristically in Zeus, in the noble shape of the forehead. The special consciousness of the Greek worked into the plastic forms of his art, and we can only understand what has been produced in the course of evolution when we follow these active forces and see how the artists formed such details as the eyes, for example. We see in this not only the minute observation of the Greek artists, but we see in the special form of that which he produced that he realized how the inner formative forces had molded the external form. We recognize how racial peculiarities have been embodied in the figures of Greek mythology. And we see how, in the varied forms of Greek art, are embodied in a unique manner those forces which work spiritually, even down to such details as the shape of an eye. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 7. Some of the things discussed are animal forms, the physiognomical expression of human passions, the religion of Egypt, a remembrance of Lemurian times, fish and serpent symbols, the remembrance of Atlantis in Europe, the light of Christ. In the last lecture, it was shown how a differentiation had arisen in evolution generally, and particularly in human evolution, because human beings, and other beings also, could not await the right point in their evolution. They therefore fell behind and became hardened to a certain degree, while others retained the necessary softness and pliability until the right moment, and were thus able to carry out the changes that were fitting. It was also shown that it was only in the middle of the Atlantean epoch that the true human form appeared. In the previous epoch, and indeed at a very early period, the external form of man was very mobile. Not only could he move his limbs as at present, but through inner powers he could elongate or shorten them, etc. To the ordinary consciousness of today, it seems a kind of outrage to say such things about past conditions of the earth and of man. Even here, among anthroposophists, you may have observed that we endeavor to develop certain truths step by step. We give them forth gradually in small doses. They are then more easily digested. Let us turn our attention once more to this early development. Even the Atlantean epoch had a beginning, and it came to an end through mighty water catastrophes of a very complicated kind. The Atlantean epoch lasted for a very long time. When we go back still further, we come to other catastrophes in the course of evolution. These may be called volcanic in nature, when large tracts of land lying south of Asia, east of Africa, and north of Australia were demolished. On these tracts of land humanity had dwelt, and to borrow a term from natural science, the land was called the Lemurian continent. At that time, humanity had a body much softer and more plastic than it is now. It was a period when man could assume many shapes. If we were to describe them, they would seem very grotesque to the consciousness of the present day. We arrive here at a point of time before which no kind of feeling of personality, no feeling of selfhood, had as yet come to man. As he had no consciousness of self, and as the human shape was still very mobile and unfinished, something else happened. The shape which man presented outwardly, and which changed according to his emotions, being one thing at one time and something quite different at another, was in this way a kind of betrayer of his inner being. According as his thoughts and passions were good or bad, his external shape assumed a different form. It was possible at that time to entertain an evil thought and keep it hidden, for the external bodily form immediately expressed it. Therefore man appeared in all kinds of shapes. There were, at this time, very few of the higher kinds of animals. The earth was peopled by the lower animals and man. And if one were companionable, and such indeed we all were fundamentally, one could find one's fellow men through the expression they gave to this or that thought, or to this or that passion. What really are all such expressions? What are the physiognomical expressions of passions and thoughts? They are the shapes of animals. When we observe the form of animals, we see in the higher orders of the animal kingdom nothing but thoughts and passions of all sorts worked into a great piece of tapestry. Everything that moves within the human astral body today and remains hidden was such a strong force at that time that it imparted at once to the soft body, which was really only formed out of fire mist, the shape which was the expression of that passion. A large part of our present higher animals consists of human beings who were so entangled in their passions that they became hardened in these forms and fell behind in evolution. Anyone who looks with really occult perception on his environment can express his feeling approximately as follows. In the course of becoming an ego, I have passed through that which I now see in lions and snakes. I lived in all these forms, for in my inner being I experienced the qualities which are expressed in these animal shapes. Those human beings who were capable of rising, who maintained their inner center, found a certain balance, so that they have within them only the possibility of these passions, which are, however, of a soul nature only, and take on no external form. This is what man's higher development means. In animals we see our own past, although these have not the same form as that in which they appeared in past ages, for millions of years have passed away since then. Let us suppose that passions such as are now found in lions were made manifest at that time in man's outward form, giving him the semblance of a lion, that this form then hardened, and the genus lion originated. Since that time, however, the genus lion has also passed through further development, and because of this the present lion has no longer the same form as at that time. The present lion is the descendant of a genus that branched off from the human long ages ago. In the various animals we have, in a certain sense, to see our degenerate descendants. This should help us to look with understanding into the world around us. We must not, however, imagine that all the animal forms we see around us, and which represent certain conditions of hardening, are the result of evil human passions. Passions were necessary. Man had to experience them in order that he might absorb from them into his own nature all that was useful. So that when we look back into such periods of the earth's evolution, we find in our environment animal shapes that are in a state of material self-metamorphosis. These are the expressions of passions, and working in them we find those spiritual beings with whom we have become acquainted in previous lectures. We have to think of the earth as being still of a soft substance, and spiritual beings working upon this substance and forming the various animal-like shapes. Let us now recall how it was said that the Egyptian religion repeated the facts of the third epoch of the earth, preserving the results of it as religious knowledge. The Egyptian form of religion contained as knowledge that which had taken place at one time on earth. You will now wonder no longer that so many animal and animal-headed shapes appeared in Egyptian art. This was a spiritual repetition of what had actually existed on the earth at one time, and was more than a mere simile. In a certain sense, it is literally true when we say that the souls who principally incarnated in Egyptian bodies remembered the Lemurian epoch, and that their religion was spiritually a reborn memory of it. Thus epoch after epoch of the earth is born again within the souls of men in the various religious conceptions through which the world passes. Even at a period later than this, the environment of man was absolutely different from what it is now, and of course the conditions of consciousness were essentially different. We must clearly understand that from the Lemurian epoch to the middle of the Atlantean epoch, the present human form was only gradually constructed. By the middle of the Atlantean epoch it had reached, in a normal way, to a certain perfection through Jehovah and the spirits of form. The totality of what we find in man today was first formed throughout this period, vis-a-vis from the Lemurian epoch to the Atlantean epoch. The man of Lemuria, had we been able to see him clairvoyantly, would have presented still further problems, for functions which today are separate were still united in him in a certain way. For example, when the Lemurian evolution was in its prime, neither such a breathing system nor such a system of alimentation existed as we have now. Substances were quite different. Respiration and nutrition were in a certain sense connected. They performed one common function, which was only divided later. Man absorbed a kind of watery, milky substance, and this supplied him at the one time with that which he now acquires separately in the processes of respiration and nutrition. Another thing was also not as yet separated. We know that in the course of the period with which we are dealing, the senses first opened to the outer world. Our present senses did not perceive external objects at that time. Man was limited to a picture consciousness. Vivid dream pictures rose within him, but there was no external objective consciousness. On the other hand, he received, as the first heralding of outer life, the first inkling of outer sense perception, the capacity to distinguish heat and cold in his environment. This was the very first beginning of sense perception on the earth, for the man of that time still moved within the fluidic element, but he now knew whether he was approaching a warm place or a cold one. This was made possible through an organ which he possessed at that time and which has since become atrophied. You will have heard that within the human brain there is an organ called the pineal gland. Today it is atrophied, but formerly it was open outwardly. It was an organ of force and sent forth rays. Man moved about in the watery element with a kind of lantern which developed a certain light. This lantern, when the pineal gland was developed, projected from the head, enabling man to distinguish different degrees of warmth. It was the first universal sense organ. Natural science describes it as a degenerated eye, EYE. This it never was. It was an organ of warmth, and could in fact perceive not only in its immediate environment, but also at a distance. It had also another duty. This organ, which closed when the other senses opened, was in certain ancient periods an organ of fertilization, so that sense perception and fertilization were associated at one time. Through this organ, man absorbed into himself from his environment the forces which made him capable of bringing forth his like. At one particular period, when the sun was in a certain position and the moon still one with the earth, the atmosphere of the earth was able to furnish the substance which caused this organ to shine. There actually were periods, and certain fishes, which at times develop a light, remind us of them, when there was a common fertilization of the human being, who was without sex at that time, and when, because of the sun being in a particular position, he was enabled to bring forth his like. Sense perception and fertilization, nutrition and breathing were intimately connected in the primeval past. The various organs were differentiated gradually, and very gradually man acquired the form he now possesses. Through this he became more and more fitted to be his own master, and to develop what we call ego consciousness. But all through the period when he moved through the earth's atmosphere, guided by his perception of warmth, he was under the influence of higher beings. It was principally the forces of the sun, which had already left the earth, working upon the earth's atmosphere, that stimulated the organ of self-consciousness. On the other hand, there was another organ, which was specially stimulated through the moon forces, both before and after it withdrew from the earth. This is situated in another part of the brain, and is usually called the pituitary body. Today this organ has no particular duty. Formerly it regulated the lower functions, those of nutrition and respiration, which originally were one. With this pituitary body were connected all the inner forces by which man inflated himself and was enabled to assume various shapes, everything by which he could voluntarily alter his form. Those alterations which were less voluntary depended on the other organ, the pineal gland. From this we see how man has changed, and how, through obtaining a solid, definite shape, he has separated himself from the beings working on him from outside, who had made of him an instinctive being. All this gives us a clearer idea of the processes in human evolution which led at length to that condition when, in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, he was sufficiently matured for the outer world to influence him through his sense organs, and he reached a position where he could form an opinion of the outer world. Up till that time, judgment had flowed into him from without. What we might call a kind of thinking flowed into him, somewhat as is the case with animals today. We have to bear in mind that humanity progressed irregularly. One portion entered into a condition of hardening earlier, another later, and we have already seen the various kinds of human forms that developed. We saw how certain human beings became stunted in their development by allowing this hardening process to take place too soon, by assuming some particular shape too soon, and how through this different races developed. Only those people who migrated from their homes in the neighborhood of Ireland were really mature enough to be receptive of what the earth had to offer to their outward sight. And as they traveled from the west to the east, they populated the various countries they passed through, in which remnants of those people were found who had gone by other paths. With these they mingled, and from this union the various civilizations originated, while from those who were most backward when migration took place has sprung the European civilizations. In order to complete our preliminary studies, we must first glance into the mighty cosmos, and then at the earth itself. We have explained man's evolution in connection with the animals, and shown how he thrust them from him and left them behind at an earlier stage of evolution. There is, of course, a great difference in animals. Between the higher and the lower forms, there is a certain boundary in development that is of importance. Remember that as man evolved, he gradually thrust aside the animal forms, and that he had only a very fine etheric form at the time when earth and sun were still united. When these separated, he thrust from him certain animal forms, and these have remained behind at the stage in evolution which corresponds to the time when the sun was still within the earth. From these entirely different forms have naturally arisen in the course of time, for we are here concerned with a very long after development. Were we to select a characteristic form which is still to be found today, and which may in some way be compared with those which remained behind when the earth was thrust away by the sun, we must select the form of the fish. This is the form which remained over when the earth was thrown, as it were, on its own resources. It is that which still has within it the last echo of the sun forces. Let us keep this moment before us. There were quite other beings which were more of a plant-like nature, but with these we shall not deal at present. The beings who represented the first material construction of the human form at the time of the sun's departure have undergone manifold changes, but in fishes is preserved that which reminds us of our separation from the sun, reminds us that at one time we belonged to the sun. The sun departed from the earth and began to influence it from outside, and it also influenced the earth-man. Gradually, alternating conditions of consciousness developed, those of waking and sleeping. Gradually the condition developed in which man was more united with his ego and also with his higher principles, his etheric and astral body. And this condition alternated with another, in which the astral body withdrew from the physical body. This condition is still preserved today in the alternation between waking and sleeping. Let us for a while study this alternating condition. We all know it, for it belongs to the most elementary teaching of anthroposophy. We know that when man is awake, there is a regular connection between his physical, etheric, and astral bodies and his ego. When he is asleep, the astral body and the ego withdraw from the physical and etheric body. In the very early epoch with which we have been dealing, the ego was not yet present, and in its place part of the etheric body withdrew. This condition may be compared with that of sleep. Now, we must clearly understand that when man leaves the physical and etheric body behind on the bed, he really bestows on them the value of a plant. Plants have a sleep consciousness. So has man's physical and etheric body during sleep. But at the present time, during sleep, the astral body and ego of the normal man have also a kind of vegetable consciousness, for he is not aware of his environment. This was different in olden times, for then, when the astral body and ego withdrew, the man was dimly conscious of the spiritual world which was around him. We can now form an idea of another important fact, which came to pass through the sun separating from the earth. Before this took place, the whole man, as regards his physical, etheric, and astral bodies, was under the influence and the control of the material and spiritual sun forces, but after it depended upon the sun's position. It depended on whether the man, in regard to his physical, etheric, and astral bodies, came under the sun's influence, and whether it shone on him directly or not. We may now ask, was there not at this epoch another influence coming from the sun? Yes. At the time when no physical eye had as yet seen the sun, when the sun did not as yet penetrate the dense atmosphere of the earth, man's etheric and astral body, when outside the physical body, received important influences from the spiritual forces proceeding from the sun. He was unable to perceive these influences, for he was not mature enough, but later he became able to do so through receiving a force which enabled him to see that which came to him spiritually from the sun. What was this event which made man capable of perceiving the forces which dwelt in the sun, those very exalted forces which had to leave the earth and unite themselves with the sun? When did this perception come to him? Gradually, these forces streamed into the earth, and the most important point of time, that into which the whole thing resolves itself, was when man received full power to assimilate not only the physical forces, but also the spiritual forces of the sun in full consciousness. This was the moment of Christ's coming to the earth. One might say, therefore, there was a time when man was separated physically from the sun. Among animals, the fish directs our thoughts to this time, for it recalls the condition of man before he was obliged to be separated from the sun. Then came the time when the higher forces, whose leader is Christ, the great Sun Spirit, left the earth, after which man gradually matured until able to receive these higher forces in the same way he received the physical sun forces from outside. Inward spiritual power had to appear on earth as a fact, just as, earlier, the physical sun forces had appeared. Of what was it the duty of initiates to remind man when Christ appeared? They had to remind him of his ancient home on the sun, and the symbol used for this was the symbol of the fish. This is why the fish appears in the catacombs as a true symbol connected with the evolution of humanity. And the disciples of the early centuries, seeing the fish symbol everywhere, received the words of the initiates, which rang in their ears with deep emotion, for spiritually it led them to the inward holiness of the story of Palestine, and at the same time led them forth cosmically into the mighty evolutionary phases of the earth. Such things as these were studied in the schools of the initiates, and in outward symbols like that of the fish, which were to be found in many places, we have an expression of these mysteries, just as geologists see in the fossils of plants tokens of a primeval past. But, just as the impress of a fossil points to an original reality, so the symbol of the fish is a token of that which was cultivated within the mysteries. This symbol did not appear suddenly. Long before the coming of Christ, the prophets of the Messiah had directed their pupils to his coming, and everywhere, back to the time of the Druidic mysteries, the fish symbol played its part. To proceed. A time came when the moon separated from the earth. Previously the earth and the moon had formed one body. Then the threefold formation, sun, moon, and earth, came into being. Mighty were the natural catastrophes which then took place. Events were of a very stormy nature. The physical part of man was not then at a very high stage of development, and he left it behind him as an ossified type. In order to understand this, we must keep one thing in mind. When the sun separated from the earth went back in development. It degenerated. And only after the moon withdrew with the worst constituents did improvement again take place. There was therefore for some time an ascending development until the departure of the sun, then a descending one when everything became worse, more grotesque, then, after the moon withdrew, a reascending development again. From this stage of evolution, we have also a form which has degenerated, and which does not by any means appear now as it did then, but it exists. It is the form which belonged to man before the moon withdrew, before he had an ego. The animal form which recalls the lowest stage of earthly devilment, the time when man plunged most deeply into passions, and when his astral body was susceptible to the worst external influences, is that of the serpent, a creature in which is preserved the shameful depths of our evolution on this planet, although what we see now has degenerated still further. The symbol of the serpent is also derived from evolution. It has not been thought out, but is rooted in the depth of things. Fish and snake symbols are derived from the mysteries of our evolution. It is quite natural for a person to experience a feeling of pleasure when he sees the glistening body of a fish in the pure, chaste, watery element. It gives him a feeling of peace. Just as, to those of a pure disposition, it gives a feeling of horror to see a creeping snake. Such feelings are by no means meaningless memories of things once passed through. Man likes to see the wonderful, living, sunny form of a fish in water. He recalls his former innocence, when as yet he possessed no ego, but was directed by the best spirits in evolution. And it is a fact that he remembers the most horrible period in evolution, the time when he was near to falling out of evolution, when a crawling snake approaches him. One can now understand the unconscious experiences of the human soul, which are so puzzling to us, and which appear with such vividness when man is unaffected by culture, when we realize that the feelings we thus experience are connected with cosmic facts. Through this knowledge, many things are made clear. Man can certainly overcome his fear of snakes, but this is by culture. But the fundamental feeling of repulsion is in his soul, and it points us back to the ancient times of which I am speaking. There were times when man was physically at the snake stage, when those elemental beings set to work, of whom we said that they prepared man for freedom, prepared him to receive the Christ in his full meaning and grandeur. We now ask, who were the elemental beings who helped man not to sink into the depths? They are those mentioned in the last lecture, those who worked on him when he had descended to the depths, and who had led him again to the heights, the Luciferic beings. The sun spirits did not yet work upon him, but those beings did, who sacrificed themselves. They moved among the people of the earth in a very remarkable way. Outwardly, they had a certain human form, for even the highest spirits had to incarnate in forms which are to be found on earth. So these beings took upon them the external shape that was man's at that time. They said, in form we are similar to man, but our true home is not on the earth. It is upon the two intermediate planets, Venus and Mercury. The best part of their souls were on these planets, but their outward form, which in fact was a kind of illusion, was on earth. They gave to man what he needed, namely guidance and teaching, for the reason that their home was not on earth, which was the first planet to be formed, but upon Venus and Mercury. These beings must be described as the first teachers, the first initiates of humanity. Outwardly they resembled the human beings of that time, but inwardly they possessed lofty and important qualities, enabling them to work upon humanity as a whole, and also to work on the more advanced individuals in special schools, which were the first mystery schools. There were always some of these more advanced individuals who had their home in the stars, and who, although connected with the stars, had a human shape and walked among men. Man himself continued to progress, and now passed on into the middle of the Atlantean epoch. The present human form only began to develop during the first half of that epoch. Only then did man begin to feel fully at home in it. Now, there were some beings in those ancient times who were very low down in the scale of humanity. These became the backward races. There were others who kept themselves plastic, and again others who only occasionally inhabited human bodies. What I am now about to describe happened very frequently in the first part of the Atlantean epoch. Imagine a man of that time, who for an Atlantean was highly evolved. Through certain procedures it frequently happened that such a man was caused to separate his physical body, which was then very plastic, and his etheric and astral bodies from his more spiritual parts, which then withdrew more into the spiritual world so as later to take on another body. It very frequently happened that long before the physical, etheric, and astral bodies were ready to die, they were willingly vacated by their soul and spirit principles. These, when they had belonged to specially exalted individuals, were pure and good bodies. Highly spiritual beings then let themselves descend into these bodies, and so it frequently happened during the ancient Atlantean epoch that beings who were otherwise unable to incarnate on earth made use of such advanced bodies in order to descend among men. These were the beings who acted as great teachers in the Atlantean schools of initiation. They worked powerfully with the means available at that time. When at that time man left his physical body at night, he had what may be called a dim clairvoyant consciousness. During the day, the outline of objects was still indistinct, and there was no such clearly defined difference between the conditions of sleeping and waking as exists today. It happened, therefore, that the ordinary man beheld such an individual as I have described in an alternating manner. Let me read that again. It happened, therefore, that the ordinary man beheld such an individual as I have described in an alternating manner. By day he saw him like a man, but at night he saw him quite otherwise, in a spiritual, soul-like way, though he knew it was the same being who appeared to him by day in a physical body. These were the beings belonging to Venus and Mercury who interposed into human existence and were with man day and night. The remembrance of these beings remained in the souls who incarnated again and again among the peoples of Europe, and they recalled them when they uttered the names Wotan, Thor, etc. When the inhabitants of ancient Europe spoke of the gods, they were no imaginary figures to them, but memories of forms seen in Atlantis. In the same way, when the Greeks spoke of Zeus, Apollo, and Ares, these were forms they had themselves perceived during the Atlantean epoch. Whereas in the Egyptian age, memories of ancient Lemuria arose, in the Grecian age, memories of the earthly experiences on Atlantis rose within the souls of the people. We must clearly understand that if everything contained in later religions was a memory of facts connected with the earth at an earlier age, some very important event would have to take place when the last of these memories had appeared. This was about the time when the Greeks and Romans recalled the Atlantean epoch. This was also the time when the Christ brought an essentially new impulse into evolution. We indicated the nature of this impulse when we spoke about the long intermediate period of evolution in which Luciferic beings were preparing mankind, making him capable of receiving the Christ impulse, so that the sun should not merely send down its force externally, but that inner forces should also stream into man from it. This period has not nearly come to an end. It is still in its beginning. For with the coming of Christ, only the first impulse was given for the inwardly spiritual part of the sun to stream to earth in addition to the physical sunlight. Ever stronger will that light become, which as spiritual sunlight, or Christ light, will irradiate mankind from within, as the physical sunlight illuminates him from without. It will come to pass in the future that man will look upon the sun, not only with his external eyes, perceiving its glory, but he will also experience the spiritual side of the Son in his inner being. Only when he is in a position to do this will he fully understand what really dwelt on earth as the being whom we call Christ Jesus. Only slowly and gradually will man come to an understanding of this. And just as truly as in pre-Christian times he had to understand the pronouncements of those spiritual beings who guided man when he contracted in his descent into the physical world, so by a truly spiritual effort he must henceforth try to understand the spiritual power which at one time went forth from the earth with the Son. Man must be able to receive this power again as an inner spiritual force. He must comprehend this Christ power, this spiritual power, which imparts to him the great impulse for the future. The object of spiritual science, and of all that can be acquired as spiritual teaching, is to enable us to comprehend this power of Christ. One cannot say that anthroposophy is Christianity, but one can say that what has been given to man and to the earth by the Christ principle will be gradually made comprehensible through the instrumentality of anthroposophy. When that mighty impulse is understood, it will pour into humanity more and more, for man has need of it in order that after having contracted and sunk most deeply into matter, he may once more tear himself free and turn again to his spiritual home. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 8. Some contents are man's connection with the various planetary bodies, the Earth's mission. For the more exact understanding of our particular subject, let us first consider the great world, and then look down to the limited circle of our immediate earthly existence. We shall be able in this way to form a clear idea of what in spiritual or occult science is understood in connection with the three conceptions we have brought together, universe, earth, and man. You will have already gathered from what has been said that in spiritual science one can by no means speak of the world as a mere material thing. We have seen how the manifold world beings, we may not say world bodies, that have been brought before you as the different embodiments of our earth, Saturn, Sun, and Moon, are quite other than mere material globes, each being, as we have seen, the dwelling place of a host of spiritual beings, and created only according to the needs of the spiritual beings that live on them. We saw how the Sun separated from the earth because it had to be the home of certain highly exalted beings, who could only make use of the finer substances for their evolution, while man had to retain the other substances on the earth. Were we to investigate the whole wide world, we should nowhere find anything that is material alone. Everything is connected with a spiritual part. We have seen how the various earth beings are connected with spiritual beings. Stones and the minerals of the earth have their ego in that which surrounds us in the universe. Plants have their ego localized in the center of the earth planet, while their astral principle, which brings about the development of the flower, encircles them above the earth. Everything is pervaded by spirit, and thus our conception of a world body is enlarged. We look up to some heavenly body, and we know that it is but the expression of certain spiritual beings connected with a material planet. Now, by developing certain capacities, which are to be found slumbering within him, man is actually in a position to gain knowledge for himself regarding these bodies existing in space. And today we shall consider man in relation to the various planets. We are surrounded on Earth by minerals, plants, animals, and human beings. Moreover, we know that earthly affairs are regulated by higher beings who in Christian esotericism are described as angels, archangels, and archai. We also know that there are other beings concerned with the earth, even though they send their forces from the sun and the moon. Today we have something to add to this. The question might rise in the mind of anyone: to what extent may one of the planets of our solar system be compared with another in respect to its inner nature? To help us, let us consider the beings that visibly confront us in the present cycle of humanity, and inquire, how are the beings which surround us here, as minerals, plants, animals, and men, related to other beings in the universe? Of course, we are dealing with this question from the standpoint of spiritual science, from knowledge gained through the development of clairvoyant consciousness. And of this development we shall speak later. In the first place, let us ask, are there on the other planets men such as those developing on our Earth? Can clairvoyant consciousness discover such men? Clairvoyant consciousness answers, we do not find men on other planets in exactly the same form as upon Earth. But we do discover that each planet, each heavenly body, has its particular mission. Nothing in the universe is repeated. Other planets have other missions. Our Earth has originated from 3 preceding embodiments. The stage of existence we are now passing through, the human stage, has been passed through already by other beings, by angels, for example, on the ancient moon, by archangels on the ancient sun, and by archai upon ancient Saturn. It is easy to make the mistake that these were men like ourselves, but we must bear in mind that on the ancient moon there was no solid stone or mineral, and therefore the beings who passed through their human stage there did so under entirely different conditions. We know this, but we have to speak of it as the human stage. The archangels, or fire spirits, passed through their human stage in entirely different conditions, for the ancient sun consisted only of warmth and gas. And beings passing through their human development there could not have bodies such as we have, with solid muscles, bones, etc. In earthly evolution, nothing is repeated. Every stage has its particular mission in the great household of cosmic existence. Let us now consider for a time the evolution of our Earth. If it is observed occultly, we see it as a body inhabited by man, on which he carries out his development. This development has only been made possible through the sun and the moon having separated from the earth, so that its forces were held in balance between the two. At the time when the earth was itself still sun, if we may call it so, it passed through an evolution in which it was incorporated with the sun. The sun was then itself at the planetary stage of existence, and was inhabited by archangels. But because of advancing development, it was possible for part of that which was embodied in it to rise to a higher existence at the cost of that other part which it sent forth as the earth-moon. In the great universe, evolution proceeds in such a way that things which for a time have progressed side by side separate, the one expanding into higher regions, the other descending into a lower state. In order that certain beings might develop high enough, the sun had itself to become a body fitted for their habitation. It advanced from planetary existence to fixed star existence. We have to realize that a world being like our sun has developed occultly from a planet to a sun. A sun is a planet that has progressed. As was pointed out in the last lecture, after everything had united again, and the sun had once more, at a certain period, separated from the moon plus earth, man continued to dwell for a long period upon the earth, on into the present earth period, without the spiritual sun forces. Then, through the advent of Christ, the spiritual forces of the sun found again a place upon the earth. Now, if the Christ is embodied in the earth, man must become more and more mature through receiving into him the Christ principle. The material form of a planet depends on what it evolves in the way of beings. Exactly in the same way as the sun evolved to its present exalted position by withdrawing the finer substances, because the sun being had need of them, so also will the earth. The substances of the earth will have then so changed as to be suited to man, or rather to what in the distant future will have developed from man and from the earth beings he bears along with him. For when man has become powerful, he will draw other earth beings along with him. What will happen then? If man fills himself ever more and more with the Christ principle, if he absorbs more and more of the sun forces which descended to earth with the Christ, he will himself grow ever more Christ-like, and will irradiate the whole heart with the Christ principle. What is this Christ principle? Before we can know what it is, we must know what the mission of the earth is, so that we can describe it by one special word. What is the mission of earthly existence? Let us ask first, what was the mission of the moon's existence? If we cast our clairvoyant vision back to the ancient moon, we find at the beginning, in the ancestors of all the beings on our earth, a very remarkable quality. These beings possessed a great deal, but one thing they lacked at the very beginning of the moon period, and this thing we now find everywhere around us on our earth. The forces of the moon, the predecessor of our earth, worked, at first, unwisely. The conditions on the moon, to begin with, were such that nowhere could one have perceived an harmonious working together in wisdom. If one follows the evolution of the ancient moon clairvoyantly, one sees how the wisdom of the cosmos was, gradually, embodied in the beings who dwelt upon the moon, by other beings who were round about it and who worked on it from without. Because of this, the ancient moon is called the planet of wisdom. When the moon period came to an end, wisdom was in all things. Life on the moon then went through an intermediate condition, resembling a world sleep, called pralaya, and when the beings again came forth from pralaya and the earth appeared, they brought with them the wisdom with which they had been imbued on the ancient moon. The consequence of this is that wisdom is implanted in all we observe around us, in all the creations which are the result of the moon evolution, and which have a yet further mission. We find wisdom. Look where you will. Take, for example, the leaf of any plant. The more closely you observe it, the more wonderful it appears, because the several parts are arranged according to the highest wisdom. Take a portion of the human thigh bone. There also the constituent parts are arranged according to the highest wisdom, so as to form a support capable of carrying the upper part of the body. No engineering skill of today can equal the bridge building of this mighty wisdom. In all the other human organs, and indeed in all the surrounding world, we see wisdom at the root of everything. Man can only absorb this wisdom in a bungling way into his inner being on the earth. Microcosmic wisdom is something only to be learnt from the objects that surround man here. Wisdom is in all things, including those parts of man in which he does not consciously participate. Following the course of history, we often extol human wisdom. How wonderful it seems to us when we learn that at a particular time man made this or that discovery. The art of paper making, for example, was discovered in recent times. It was an accomplishment of human intelligence. But wasps knew how to do it long before man. A wasp's nest, however, is not built by individual wasps, but by the group soul of wasps. It is built of exactly the same material as our paper. These group souls possessed long ago something which human wisdom will only gain gradually. This wisdom, which is found deeply ingrained in everything that exists on the earth, had to take form gradually, and we shall see how this was brought about throughout the moon period. How at that time wisdom warred against unwisdom, and how the ancient moon then bequeathed to the earth the germs of beings in whom wisdom had been implanted. What is to be implanted in a similar way in the beings of our earth? Just as wisdom was implanted in our predecessors on the ancient moon, so love has to be implanted on our planet. Our planet, the earth, is the planet of love. The development of this, the first instilling of love, had to be in its lowest form. This happened during the Lemurian epoch, when the ego of man took shape. At that time, the development of love in its lowest form began through the separation of the sexes. All further development consists in the continual refinement, the spiritualizing of this love principle. Just as in the moon period wisdom was instilled into moon beings, so one day when our earth shall have attained its goal, all earthly beings will be filled with love. Let us now turn for a moment to the next planetary existence, that which is to succeed our earth, the Jupiter planet. When the beings reappear who will inhabit Jupiter, they will regard all those in their environment with their own spiritual powers of perception. And just as with our intellect we admire the wisdom contained in stones, plants, and animals, and indeed in everything that surrounds us, just as we draw wisdom from them that we may also have it, the Jupiter beings will direct their forces to all that surrounds them, and the love which had been implanted in them during the earth evolution will be wafted to those who now surround them. In the same way that we analyze objects and learn from the wisdom contained in them, so the Jupiter beings will edify themselves with the outpourings of love that proceed from the beings about them. This love which is to develop on earth can only develop through earthly egos being related one to another in the way described. Development in this direction can only take place through men being torn away from group soul qualities, through one man drawing close to another. Only thus can true love develop. Where egos are united within the group soul, there is no true love. Beings must be separated from each other so that love may be offered as a free gift. Only by such a separation as has come about in the human kingdom, where ego meets ego as independent individual, has love as a free gift become possible. This is why an increasing individualism and a uniting of separate individuals had to come about on earth. Think of the various beings that are united within a group soul. The group soul directs them as to how they shall act. Can it be said that the heart loves the stomach? No, the heart is united to the stomach by the being within who holds them together. In the same way, the several animals in a group are united one with the other within the group soul nature, and what they have to do is regulated by the wise group soul. Only when the group nature is overcome and individual confronts individual, individual confronts individual ego, can the sympathy of love be offered as a free gift from one being to another. man could only be prepared for this mission gradually. And we see how he passes through a kind of preparatory school for love before he is fully individualized. We see how, before he possesses a complete ego of his own, he was gathered into groups that were related by blood, by guiding beings. And the members of these groups loved each other because of the blood tie. This was a great time of preparation for humanity. We have already pointed out that at this stage, love was not a free gift, but was directed by a remnant of the cosmic wisdom. We have seen how Luciferic beings worked here and opposed, with their strong liberating force, everything that gathered mankind into families and peoples through the power of the blood. These Luciferic beings strove to make man independent. Thus man continued gradually to mature, that he might eventually receive the highest potency of love, the Christ principle, which expressed its nature in the words, quote, "He who does not forsake father, mother, son, and daughter, he who does not take up his cross and follow me, is not worthy of me." Close quote. These words are not to be understood trivially, but in the sense that through the reception of the Christ principle, the ancient blood brotherhood had to assume a new form, a feeling of belonging to each other, which, regardless of material foundations, must pass from soul to soul, from man to man. The Christ principle has given the impulse by which man can love man, and that through being christened human love may become more and more spiritual. Love will become more psychic and more spiritual, and through this man will also draw along with him the lower creations, and will thus transform the earth. In a far distant future, he will transform the entire substance of the earth, and so mature the earth body that it will be enabled to unite again with the sun. Christ as spiritual Son has given the impulse by which the earth and the sun can again be united in one body at a future day. We have surveyed the course of the evolution of the world. We have seen how the body of the sun first separated from the earth, and how the mighty Christ impulse descended, and how the impulse was thereby given toward a reunion of earth and sun, so that they might rise to higher stages of existence. We have also realized that the earth is to produce human beings who have this as their mission. Therefore, when we look around upon the human kingdom and desire to learn about man, we can find him only on the earth, for only here are conditions produced for such men as exist today. You may now ask, how is it with the other kingdoms of the earth? Let us consider the vegetable kingdom. When clairvoyant vision sweeps out into the universe, and we investigate the other planets belonging to our system, we find in all those belonging to our sun a vegetable kingdom entirely corresponding to our own, so that in our vegetable kingdom we have something that in its systematic life is a part of our whole universe. Our solar system is peopled by a vegetable creation, and were the whole matter to be considered occultly, we should see that each planet is peopled also by its own kind of human beings. It is easy to perceive an inner relationship between plants and the sun, and how the life of the plant is intimately connected with the life of the sun. If this is the case, it must also be connected with all the planets belonging to the solar system. When we allow our thoughts to sweep back to the condition of the earth when it was still a sun planet, we know that man consisted of physical and etheric body. That is, he was at the stage of a plant. Man at that time had the value of a plant. He was in the position in which the vegetable kingdom is now. This kingdom is composed of beings consisting of physical body and etheric body. these confront us in a way that moves us to say that they have remained true to the sun. Even now they clearly reveal their relationship with the sun. Let us consider the nature of a plant according to Rosicrucian wisdom. We see the plant fixed in the ground by its roots, that is, the organ which leads it toward the center of the earth, to its ego. And we see how it turns its organs of reproduction to the sun and absorbs its chaste rays. Let us now turn to man. It is not difficult to imagine man as a reversed plant. If we think of a plant exactly reversed in position, we have a man. His reproductive organs are turned to the center of the earth, and his root towards space. The animal stands halfway between these. Hence one can say in a spiritual sense, when the soul nature of the world passed through the various kingdoms, it passed through a vegetable, an animal, and a human existence. Plato expresses this in a beautiful way. He says, quote, "The world soul is crucified on the cross of the world body," close quote. Man has passed through the plant stage, which directed him to the center of the earth. The position of animals is expressed in the horizontal position of the spine. Man's position is that of the plant, only reversed. Thus the cross arose, and there's a picture. On it the world soul is crucified. This is the profound esoteric meaning of the cross. In the plant of today we have a being which strives toward the sun, which has, in a certain sense, remained united with the sun. Hence it has the opposite direction to man. Animal forms on the various planetary existences are partly alike and partly different. Even here the animal stands midway between man and plant. If we now pass to the mineral kingdom, we find in the forms of crystals something that directs us into space far beyond our solar system. In the formative forces of the mineral kingdom, we find forces which reach far beyond the solar system. We are led, especially when considering those forms of the mineral kingdom through which the light passes, to a perception of what takes place far beyond our solar system. The most abstract thing, and that which has least individual existence, yet forms at present the foundation of our life, is the mineral. It has a universal existence. The higher the being, the more it is united to the system of our earth and sun. We will now consider this point with regard to man. If man were adapted to forces that ruled on the earth alone, he would be condemned to exist only on the earth. He could never become a citizen of the universe. He could speak of nothing that takes place beyond the earth. Though he is adapted, through his outward form, to the conditions of the earth, he has also, through his higher powers, a part in all the higher beings who are connected with the earth. That which limits man to the earth has reference to his body alone. The spiritual powers with which he is furnished lead him far beyond the earth. Here again we have to distinguish between different forces. In order that we may understand them, let us dwell first on those forces that can be easily classified. We have in the first place the power which called up pictures before our spiritual eyes during the Atlantean epoch. Man's consciousness, to begin with, was a picture consciousness. Only as evolution progressed was he gradually able to comprehend external objects by means of his objective consciousness. The consciousness which at the present time presents the sense world to us, so that we see colors with our eyes, hear sounds with our ears, smell and taste, was only differentiated at one time from out the general perception of warmth by the organ which was then like a kind of lantern, the pineal gland. Objective consciousness is purely of the earth. Wonderful as it may seem, all the sensations man is aware of, such as the color of objects, resounding tones, have only existence on earth. And if we were to consider the beings of another planet, we would find that at first we could not understand them. For instance, if we were to say something to these beings about the color red, they would not know what was meant. On their planet they have a different way of perceiving beings and things. What we call sense perception applies only to our particular planet. I have already explained that before sense perception was differentiated, it was inwardly connected with reproduction. Precisely as sense perception is of the earth, so also is the form of reproduction, as it exists at present, of the earth, and is only adapted to this planetary existence. It exists for the purpose of providing the first foundation of that which is the mission of the earth, namely love. For love is to be developed upon the earth. We now come to another human power. Suppose you observe some object. As long as your eyes are turned to it, you know that you are in correspondence with the object. It acts upon you. Now turn your eyes away and hold the idea picture of it in your memory. The object has gone, but the image remains. If man had not the capacity of retaining such images, he would be an entirely different being. For as soon as his gaze left the object, the image of it would also have disappeared, and in consequence he would not have power to connect the qualities of the things observed with his own qualities. That capacity of consciousness which makes the man of today able to retain the image of an object even when the object itself is gone, was his even on the ancient moon. It is the same capacity which then enabled him to see what was external to him in pictures. He could not at that time see outer objects as he does today, but when anything approached him, an astral vision rose before him like a vivid dream picture, but it was related in a particular way to the object he perceived. Man's consciousness was then a picture consciousness, not an objective consciousness. Now he is in touch with the objects themselves. The picture he sees is the object. A last remnant of picture consciousness has remained in our power to form memory pictures. These are of greater value than the mere observation of external objects. In observing a number of objects that are similar to each other, we bring them under one general idea. For instance, you have here so many pieces of chalk. You group them under the general conception, chalk. In this way, man rises to general conceptions for which no outer object exists. Man can work inwardly with his ideas, and if with this inward activity, with this power of ideation, he were to come in touch with beings outside our planetary existence, he would be able, without having to refer to any object, to make himself more easily understood by them. Both the picture consciousness, which man possessed before he could perceive outer objects, and which was dim clairvoyance, and also the imaginative consciousness, which he will develop later, are more far-reaching than mere sense observation. When the picture consciousness is acquired through occult development, and man is able to perceive not only outer objects, but also, for instance, the human aura, when in pictures he sees around him things of a soul and spirit nature, when that which exists in the world rises before him in pictorial symbols, he has gained with his imaginative consciousness the power to connect himself with other things inhabiting other planets. There is yet higher degrees of consciousness. There is a yet higher degree of consciousness. This was possessed by man dimly during the sun period, and to a slight extent he has it still. It is dreamless sleep consciousness. Man is not without consciousness when asleep. Neither is a plant without consciousness. Its consciousness is the same as that of man in ordinary sleep. Sleep is only a lower degree of consciousness, when things escape man's attention and he does not observe them. Through developing certain forces, man can gain the power to perceive what is around him during the state of dreamless sleep. This is a higher state of consciousness than picture consciousness. It is the consciousness plants have, but in a sleeping form. If one rises to this consciousness, but permeates it with one's ego in clear day consciousness, one has attained to the degree of inspiration, or in occult development to inspired consciousness. This consciousness does not act merely by means of pictures. When something flows from the object and passes into the observer, it is a tone consciousness and cannot be compared with picture consciousness. The man who experiences it enters into a spiritual world of tone. This is the consciousness described by Pythagoras as, quote, the harmony of the spheres, close quote. The whole world then utters forth its nature. And when man is asleep at night, and the astral body and ego are withdrawn from his physical and etheric bodies, the harmonies and melodies of cosmic music pervade his astral body. The astral body is then immersed in true spiritual existence, and from the music of the spheres it draws power by which to restore its exhausted forces. Man is plunged at night within the music of the spheres, and through the tones ringing within him he feels strengthened and refreshed anew when morning comes. When conscious of this, he is inspired and is capable of perceiving all that is contained within the solar system. Through his ordinary senses and the intellect associated with them, man perceives only the things of the earth. Through imagination, he comes in touch with the various planets. When he has attained to inspiration, he comes in contact with the solar system. This fact has always been known in certain circles. Goethe, who was an initiate, knew it. Hence, in the prologue to Faust, the scene of which is set in the spiritual world, in heaven, he represents the angel as saying, quote, the sun intones his ancient song, mid rival chant of brother spheres, close quote. From this we see that he knew that the secrets of the solar system are expressed in tones, and that one who can raise himself to inspiration can learn these secrets. Goethe did not write this by chance, as we can see, for he maintains the character. In the second part of Faust, when he takes us up into the spiritual world, he says again very much the same thing, quote, sounding loud to spirit ears, lo, the newborn day appears, close quote. Spirit ears are the ears of the clairvoyant, who is able to perceive the harmonies of the solar system. If you could perceive the sun forces streaming down onto the bodies of plants as they grow, these bodies whose roots and leaves terminate in flowers bathed round by the astral body, into which stream the forces of the sun, if you could perceive these forces secretly entering the earth through the flower, you would perceive them as spiritual music, the music of the spheres. This can, however, only be heard by spiritual ears. Spiritual sound enters into flowers. That is the secret of the development of plants. Each separate flower is the expression of the tones which give it form, and give to the fruit its character. The sun tones are caught up by the plant, and these rule within it as spirit. You perhaps know how form can be imparted by sound in the material world. You may remember the experiment of the Chladnik sound forms. How dust scattered upon a disk assumes certain figures as the result of sound. In these figures we have the expression of the sound that produces them. Just as physical sound is caught up, as it were, in this dust, so the spiritual sound of the sun is caught up and absorbed by flower and fruit. It is hidden mysteriously in the seed. And when a new plant grows from the seed, it is the sun tone it has absorbed that conjures forth its form. Clairvoyant consciousness looks around upon the vegetable kingdom, and in the flowers which form the variegated carpet of the earth's surface, it sees everywhere the reflection of sun tones. What Goethe says is true. Quote, "The sun intones his ancient song," close quote. But it is also true that these sun tones stream to earth, are absorbed by plants, and reappear when new plants spring from the seed. For in the forms of plants is heard the sun tones, which re-echo into space the music of the spheres. Herein we see how universe and earth, how fixed star and planet, are spiritually in touch with each other. And we learn not only to look at what is in our environment in the physical world, but we also gain an inkling of how those who partake of inspiration ascend to the sun. There is a still higher state of consciousness, which in the true sense of the word we call intuition. Through it, man can creep within the very nature of things. This is more than inspirational consciousness. Here a man sinks himself into beings. He identifies himself with them. This leads him still further. Where does inspirational consciousness lead him? It leads him to where he feels one with the earth planet, for the egos of the plants are in the center of the earth. When he perceives the sun tone, he becomes one with the planetary being that dwells in the center of the earth. He becomes one with his planet. He can also become one with all other beings. He then goes through experiences that reach far beyond our solar system. His vision is extended from system consciousness to cosmic consciousness. Intuition carries him beyond the several solar systems. Thus we see that in the mineral kingdom we have something which in a homogeneous form furnishes us with a basis that extends far beyond our ordinary existence. We see that the present human form is a physical earthly form, but that man will raise himself once more from ordinary earthly consciousness to planetary consciousness through imagination, to system consciousness through inspiration, to cosmic consciousness through intuition. This is the path humanity has to travel, insofar as it is connected with the entire evolution of the world. In the next lecture we shall descend from his study, which has led us outward, to that which has taken place in more recent ages of earthly existence, in the Egyptian and Grecian ages, and in our own age. We shall see how the macrocosm, the mighty universe, of which we have formed some idea today, is reflected in the life and conception of individual man, the microcosm. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 9. Some of the contents of this lecture are the progress of man, his conquest of the physical plane in the post-Atlantean civilizations, the beginning and upbuilding of the I Am, the chosen people. Our task today is to comprehend the spiritual horizon within which man stands by investigating his origin. We have seen that in the course of his development, throughout the Lemurian and Atlantean epochs, he has gradually acquired his present form. We will now extend our study of this second epoch, the Atlantean, on into our own age, so far as is necessary to an understanding of our subject. We know that previous to the middle of the Atlantean epoch, the conditions of the consciousness of man were quite different to what they are today. While in his physical body, during the day, he then saw objects by no means with the same sharp outlines he does now. Everything was more or less blurred. And when at night he left his physical body, he did not sink into dreamless sleep, but was able to perceive spiritual beings in a spiritual world. We will now deal further with the fact that these beings, who also sought embodiment in Atlantean bodies, entered into a certain companionship with man, but will only remind ourselves that at that time man had a conviction, based on direct experience, that above the human kingdom to which he himself belonged, there were other kingdoms, that of the angels and of the archangels, and that he learned to recognize these higher beings face to face, just as we now learn to recognize each other in the physical world. Then came the time when objective day consciousness became ever clearer and clearer, and on the other hand, when dimness and darkness enveloped man at night. This was the period when the first rudimentary germs of ego, or I am, were laid down in man. By learning to perceive the objects around him, he at the same time gained that form of self-consciousness it was intended he should develop. We must conceive of everything in the world as graded, that just as there are all possible grades of beings in the animal and human kingdoms, so also there are many different grades among the beings above man. Some beings in the kingdom of the angels are very close to man, and others are at a higher stage. Many grades are met with when we direct our gaze to the higher worlds. We have in the first place to understand clearly that at the time when man rose at night through dim clairvoyant consciousness into higher worlds, these beings, to put it trivially, gained something from man. Through their intercourse with him, their own being was enriched. For though these beings stood above man, they were still inwardly connected with him. They inspired him and influenced his imaginative consciousness, which was, however, dim. So that we must think of man in that ancient period as being in such a condition that when he withdrew from his physical and etheric bodies, it was as if a higher being, or, in a wider sense, a whole host of higher beings took possession of him. Fundamentally, this is also the case today, only man is not aware of it, whereas at that time he was, though in a dim, clairvoyant way. It has already been explained in other lectures that sleep is by no means unnecessary for man. It serves a very great purpose. During the day, man is continually making use of his physical and etheric bodies. The life we lead from morning till evening exhausts these bodies, and what we feel as fatigue is nothing more than the expression of the fact that indirectly, through the astral body, all kinds of perceptions have been taking place in us, as well as impulses of joy, of sorrow, and of pain. All these have been playing through us. This wears out our physical and etheric bodies, and in the evening we are tired because all day long we have been destroying them. When at night we leave these bodies on the bed, the astral body and ego are not inactive. All night long they send their forces into the physical and etheric bodies. They work at repairing the disorganized and exhausted forces of these bodies. This they could not do if on their withdrawal they were not taken up into a higher kingdom. Above the human kingdom, a spiritual kingdom is outspread, the kingdom of the angels, archangels, and other beings. It is as if ozone streamed from the spiritual beings that then surround us, and from whom we are separated during the day, because with our perceptions we are enclosed within the shell of our bodies. I believe that is the word perceptions. We are enclosed within the shell of our bodies. At night we plunge into this spiritual ozone. From it our astral body absorbs forces, which it then pours into the physical and etheric bodies to repair them. Today man is unconscious of this, but at the time when he still possessed dim clairvoyant consciousness, he saw how his astral body and ego left the other members and were absorbed into the divine spiritual world. Things seen in one way in the physical world have a very different appearance above. One might even say that the gods profit by participating thus in humanity. In order rightly to understand the relationship of man to the universe, we must try to form a conception, which is not so easy, but is, however, necessary, if we are to understand his true position. We have said that the earth is the planet of love, that love will be first rightly developed upon the earth. To put it crudely, it will be bred here, and through their participating in mankind, the gods will learn to know love, though in another sense it is they who bestow it. It is difficult to picture this. It is entirely possible that one being may impart a gift to another, and only come to know his gift through the other. Picture to yourselves an exceedingly rich person who has never known anything but riches, nor ever experienced the deep satisfaction of soul which results from well-doing. Picture this person now as doing something good. He gives to the poor. The gift calls forth great thankfulness in the soul of the needy individual. This feeling of gratitude is at the same time a gift. It would never have existed if the rich person had not first given. He is the originator of the feeling of gratitude, although he does not himself feel it, and is only acquainted with it through its reflection, which streams back to him from the person in whom he roused it. It is approximately in this way that the gift of love is imparted to man by the gods. They have progressed so far that they are able to kindle love in man so that he feels it. But they only learn to know it as a reality through man. From their heights the gods reach down into the ozone of humanity and feel the warmth of love. We know that the gods lack something when man does not live in love. The more human love there is on earth, the more food for the gods there is in heaven. The less love there is, the more the gods hunger. The sacrifice of man to the gods is nothing else than the love which streams up to them, which man has produced. It is not difficult to picture that in ancient times, when man was still conscious of the divine, this reciprocity, this mutual giving from man and from the gods, was quite different to what it became later. Indeed, there were some among divine spiritual beings who, because man could no longer rise by means of his dim clairvoyant consciousness, could no longer descend or reach the sphere of humanity. Throughout the Atlantean epoch, man lived with numerous divine beings, and the less capable he became of looking up to the gods, the less could a certain category of divine beings experience all they had formerly been able to experience through man. When Atlantis came to an end, there were among the Atlantean gods some who suffered hunger, if we may so express it, because they could no longer find a way to man. We must now picture the further development of man from this standpoint. We know that there was a realm in the neighborhood of Ireland where dwelt the most advanced beings of the Atlantean epoch, those who were best prepared to pass through an advanced development. These now journeyed from the west to the east, populating Europe, where some remained at a particular stage of evolution, while others went further. The most advanced passed on to the neighborhood of Central Asia, others into Africa. There were already in these parts some people left over from the older Lemurian and Atlantean epochs. These now mixed in diverse ways, and from them arose the people whom the Greeks represent in many artistic forms as the satyr, the Hermes, and the Zeus types. We must picture to ourselves that the condition of human consciousness changed from this time more and more. Those who had come over from Atlantis still possessed a remnant of ancient clairvoyant consciousness, but this continually decreased. At the time of the Atlantean catastrophe, there were some, even among those who had journeyed toward Asia, Europe, and Africa, who had already lost every trace of clairvoyance, and again others who still had some remnants of it. Everywhere, under certain conditions, there were some who, between sleeping and waking, for example, were able to obtain a clear view into the spiritual worlds. The spiritual being known as Wotan, for instance, was a, in quotes, personality well known to the Atlanteans. We might say that all the ancient Atlanteans were more or less in close touch with him, as some men today come in touch with a monarch. But the conscious connection was gradually lost. Among the peoples of Europe, especially the ancient Germans, there were many who, in an intermediate condition between sleeping and waking, could enter into relationship with Wotan, who actually existed in the spiritual world. But owing to the advance in evolution, he was limited and could no longer make himself so generally known as before. There were people in Asia also who knew him, and this knowledge continued on into later times to which even history refers, a time when there was an original natural clairvoyance, and man could speak of the gods from his own experience. We must keep before us the fact that man was descending more and more into the material world, and because of this the gods were less and less able to maintain their connection with him. Many were able only to have companionship with certain outstanding beings. Certain of the gods were unable to descend to ordinary humanity, but could only get in touch with personalities who rose to meet them, who developed themselves up to them. The varied dispositions of men, and the remnants of old clairvoyance, as well as the principle of initiation, mingled in a strange way, and this intermingling was preserved in the consciousness of the Germanic people. During the Atlantean epoch, men knew that during sleep, when outside the physical and etheric bodies, they rose into the kingdom of the gods. The gods were known to them, and they knew they would meet them there again. It was felt as a kind of punishment when, after death, man was, for a time, unable to behold the gods and to be received into their company. When, after death, he had to pass through a period of probation owing to his having become too much entangled in material existence. Among those who were in a position to value material life less than non-material life, the conviction grew that they were not bound to the material world, but that immediately after death they could enter the kingdom of the spirit, which was well known to them. The opinion was held by the various peoples inhabiting Europe that those men who fought bravely and met death on the field of battle, who valued the honors of war more highly than material honors, were not dependent on material existence. They were convinced that in such a case the hero met with some deity or other immediately after death. Those who did not die on the battlefield, who had not learned to value spiritual possessions more than material life, were said to have died ignobly, and not to be mature enough to be taken immediately into the realm of the spirit, but would first have to enter a kingdom in which they would have to undergo certain trials. This idea is expressed in the meeting with the Valkyrie, and is connected with an ancient clairvoyant memory. It was thought, rightly, that the man who met death on the field of battle was taken up by the Valkyrie, and it is quite in harmony with such an idea that in its further development it should have been pictured in ancient Europe as symbolic of initiation. Among other peoples, other ideas had developed. But in Europe, personal bravery and personal excellence were considered to be most valuable. It was always understood, and rightly so, that as regards initiation, man might experience, even during life, that which normally he only experienced after death, namely direct communication with the spiritual world. As the warrior experienced his first meeting with the Valkyrie upon the battlefield, it was obvious that those who sought initiation had to experience this in physical life. In one part of Europe, Siegfried was looked on as the last of the heroes of initiation. This fact is preserved in the legend of Siegfried, which tells how the hero united himself with the Valkyrie during life, just as dying warriors did upon the battlefield. Let us now try to enter into the mentality of those who migrated from the west toward the east. They had risen in a certain way up to the point where they were fitted to enter upon a further development. They had not become ossified and had within them the germs of a more perfect development, but they had retained a comparatively strong clairvoyant capacity. Among all the people who had gone forth from Atlantis, the Europeans were most gifted with clairvoyance. It was less strong among those who peopled Africa. Those who had emigrated earlier into Asia, and who were among the most advanced, came upon a still older people who were in possession of a still older clairvoyance, so that there was much clairvoyance in those parts. Then there was a certain small colony, consisting of the most advanced men of the Atlantean epoch, who had settled near the Gobi Desert. What kind of people were these? And what do we mean when we say they were the, in quotes, most advanced? It means those least able to see into the spiritual world, for advancement consisted in their having proceeded from the spiritual world and having entered into the physical world. They were the people who felt constrained to say, quote, "Formerly we had connection with the spiritual world, but we have it no longer." Close quote. This loss filled their hearts with sorrow. They longed for the spiritual world from which they had come, and which they valued more than that in which they now dwelt. Conditions varied among the different European populations. Under certain conditions, many could still see into the spiritual worlds. When the mysteries still existed in Europe, and initiates who through occult development could rise in full consciousness to the spiritual world spoke of those worlds and of the beings dwelling there, or of the varied parts men had to play after death, when the initiates brought all this in mighty pictures before the people by means of myth and legend, they found some who understood them, for some still had vision. The peculiar conditions of life and of environment in ancient Europe caused even uninitiated persons to experience the spiritual world. Though they could not come in contact with the higher gods, they believed in the spiritual worlds and trusted in them. These worlds were real to them, hence they felt their humanity in a quite different way from other peoples. Let us try to enter into the feelings of these ancient Europeans. They said, quote, "I am indeed connected with the gods." Close quote. Through consciousness of this, a strong sense of personality developed in them, a special sense of the divine worth of the human personality, and above all a strong sense of freedom. We must picture this state of feeling vividly, for it was this consciousness of the personality which the people of Europe took with them when they went south and peopled the Grecian and Italian peninsulas. We can note stragglers from those who were possessed of this feeling, particularly among the ancient Etruscans. Even in their art we can observe this strong sense of freedom, for it had a spiritual foundation. Before the rise of the true Roman kingdom, there was an Etruscan population in the Italian peninsula, which had a high degree of freedom in its system of government. On one hand, it was somewhat hierarchical, and on the other free in the highest sense. Each town made provision for its own freedom, and an ancient Etruscan would have felt any kind of confederacy, in our sense of the word, as unbearable. Everything which passed southward in the peninsula as a sense of freedom or a feeling for personality sprang from the causes we have mentioned. Those other people who had gone the farthest into Asia included a small company from whom the divine spiritual world had withdrawn the most. In its place, they had acquired something else, something that had been saved from the world, which had withdrawn into profoundest darkness. This was the ego, or the, in quotes, I am. They felt that what was preserved within them as the I am was the eternal core of their being, and that it had sprung from the spiritual world. They felt all the forms they had previously seen were like a sacred memory, and that their strength depended upon this firm core which remained within them. As yet, they did not perceive the ego in its complete form. This only came later. But those who were the most advanced, who had descended most deeply, developed a certain tendency which they might have expressed as follows. What we have to treasure above all else is the consciousness of our divinity, consciousness of that in which is to be found the deepest memories of our soul. Even if this soul has forgotten the divine beings which once it knew, we can find the way back to them by looking within our own being, by being conscious of our ego. In short, the consciousness of a formless God was now evolved, a God who does not appear in outward form, but who must be sought within man's innermost being. This conception, which is a very old one, was transformed in the course of man's further development into the commandment, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven image or likeness of thy God." In primeval ages, man experienced God by means of an image. Now the image had withdrawn into the invisible world, and man strove with all his strength to bring forth a conception of God from out his own ego. There, where God is formless, man strove to form an idea of him and to realize his power. This was not immediately possible. During the first post-Atlantean civilization, the memory of what had been lost was still too vivid. Man felt in his soul, quote, "The door is shut," close quote, and the longing to enter again into the spiritual world was too strong. Hence, in the first age of civilization, the people were filled with longing for the hidden world of the spirit. They looked with great reverence up to the initiates and besought them to allow them to become partakers of this lost world. The first great age of post-Atlantean culture was founded under the influence of initiates by means of colonies. This was the wonderful, awe-inspiring pre-Vedic culture, the last remnants of which are to be found in the Vedas. In it, the longing for the spiritual world was so great that men strove by artificial means to regain contact with the spirits and gods which they had lost. The longing to fly from the physical world into which they had entered was overwhelmingly strong. We find this feeling in the souls of those who were instructed by the initiates, the holy rishis. We see the feeling developed in them which they might have expressed as follows, quote, "The world of the physical plane into which we have now entered, which we see spread out around us, is merely illusion. It is worthless, it is Maya, but the world lying behind this illusory physical plane is valuable." Close quote. Thus a feeling of the worthlessness of the physical plane was developed, a feeling of the need to flee from it, in order to attain that which was spiritual. A feeling evolved which was the basis of this ancient civilization, that man must lose his strong sense of personality if he was to become conscious of his divine origin. He strove for complete absorption in divinity, with extinction of his personality. This was of more value to him than life within that personality. We must try to understand the mood of this ancient civilization. We shall then understand this turning away from all that was material, and how, if man desired to seek the divine, he had to free himself from the bonds of sense and get away from all illusion, from Maya. Such was the nature of the first post-Atlantean age. But the mission of the whole epoch is that man should make the surroundings in which he lives more and more his own, that he should master them more and more. In the Persian, that is the pre-Zarathustra civilization, we see the first phase of the conquest of the external world. The ancient Persians, we refer here to the prehistoric Persians, had already a different consciousness from that of the ancient Indians. They regarded the physical plane as something real. It no longer appeared strange to them. They said, quote, "We can bring spirit into the physical plane and cultivate it here," close quote. They paid attention to the physical plane. They did not study it as yet, but they considered it. The ancient Persians still perceived a hostile element in their surroundings, but thought that the enemy could be overcome. The Persian made a friend and companion of the god Ormuzd, in order that he might redeem matter. He worked into the physical world gradually. He began to perceive that this is not only Maya, not merely soulless appearance, but a reality which must be taken into account. In the great migration toward the east, there was another group, which moved more toward Asia Minor and Africa, where the Chaldean and Egyptian civilizations were founded. Through them a further step forward was made in the conquest of the physical plane. Here the condition of the people was such that they no longer regarded what is of the senses as merely hostile or illusory. When they looked up to the stars, they said, quote, "Those stars are not Maya, they are not mere appearances," close quote. They thought much about the stars, and studied how one star approached another and what changes took place in the constellations. They felt the stars were an outward expression of the ruling gods. They were a script which the gods had written. What they saw was not merely appearance, but a revelation of the gods. A further advance had been made. Sensible matter was now considered as an expression of divinity. Man began to look for wisdom in things of sense. In the Egyptian world, man's gaze was turned from the heavens and directed to the earth. Geometry was studied so that the earth might be measured. That to which the spirit could attain was thus joined to substance perceived by the senses, an essential advance in evolution. Thus, step by step, evolution progressed. Now, there was formed, within the third age of civilization, a small company which separated off in a certain way, and absorbed all that could be gained from ancient tradition, as well as from recent knowledge. This small company, whose initiates had preserved the ancient wisdom and the earlier companionship with the gods, knew how to impart what they had gained as experience from the spiritual world, and they had also absorbed the wisdom of the Chaldeans, the writings of the gods in space, as well as the wisdom of Egypt, which expressed the union of spirit with that which is physical. This group of people, who in a certain sense may be called the chosen people, had to make preparation for the greatest period in the world's history. They are the people of the Old Testament, who in their testament possessed the greatest and most significant document regarding long past events, and also those that were to come. It is not only an error in learning, but a farce, when some historical work is thought even to approach the Old Testament in value, for it portrays in mighty pictures man's descent from divine heights, and shows at the same time how historical experiences are connected with cosmic events. All this is contained in the Old Testament, and above all, its contents correspond exactly with the events of evolution. We have now seen how the rudimentary germ of the human ego was prepared step by step in earthly evolution. We have seen that this rudimentary germ would never have been able to evolve if the sun, and afterward the moon, had not separated from the earth. It was only possible for it to develop through man's horizon with regard to the spiritual world being gradually limited and then closed. Let us consider how this rudimentary germ developed. What had man gradually learned during the earth's development? We must first look back to those ancient times when he was as yet unable to see physically, when he lived in the spiritual world. Then came the time when the external objects of the physical world appeared to him as if blurred, when he could still see in the spiritual world as well. Who was it prepared man so that in later times, when he was to behold the sun clearly, he should be ready for this change? It was the God we call Jehovah who brought man to full maturity. He who separated himself from the Elohim in order from the moon to prepare for the most important moment in the earth's evolution. While man was still unable to see the outer world, Jehovah instilled ego consciousness into him. It was he who, in the time of the old dim clairvoyant consciousness, entered into man at initiation. And it was he who appeared to man in dreams and prepared him slowly to receive the capital I, which he could obtain fully only through the coming of Christ. Christ has not only come once, but only once in personal form. His last coming was in Jesus Christ. In ancient times, he worked also through the prophets. Christ himself indicates this in the Gospel of John, where he says that those who did not believe Moses and the prophets would not believe him either, for Moses and the prophets spoke of him, not indeed as already on earth, but as one whom they foretold. In this sense, Christ has a certain story in earthly evolution. If we go back to the ancient mysteries, we find everywhere the story of Christ and his descent. Let us for a few minutes consider the European mysteries. We find in all of them a certain tragic feature. If one transports oneself into these ancient mysteries, one always finds that the teachers told their pupils, quote, "You may raise yourselves to divine heights and receive a high degree of initiation. But there is something you cannot yet know fully, something for which you must wait, and which we can only indicate. This is the coming of Christ." Close quote. They always spoke of Christ in the northern mysteries as he who would come. They knew him everywhere, but not as one already on the earth. The initiates in Asia and Egypt also knew him as the approaching Christ. One day, they said, he will appear. They knew also that the olden mysteries could not lead men to the highest stage of development. This idea has been preserved symbolically. Only too much stress must not be laid on such things. They must be accepted generally, partly as truth and partly as allegory, and not be outlined too sharply. Some echo of this tragic feature regarding the ancient gods and the waiting for Christ has survived. The glory of the old gods was to disappear before the glory of Christ. This is found even in the most recent legends of the Teutonic gods, where something remarkable is ascribed to Siegfried. He was invulnerable and had the strength of an initiate according to the European mysteries. He was, however, vulnerable in one spot. He was wounded in this spot and thus met his death. In what place was he vulnerable? The place on which, later, the cross was laid on him for whom they were looking with such expectation. The place where Siegfried was vulnerable was covered by the cross in the journey to Golgotha. This legend contains a last memory of that tragic feature which passes through all the ancient European mysteries. But in those other mysteries into which Moses was initiated, from which the Old Testament has proceeded, and which Moses implanted in his people, so far as seemed possible to him, this strange feature in human evolution is often referred to. It is more than a mere picture. There is something which imparts deep reality to it, which we might illustrate as follows. Let us think of a man as regards his astral body, his ego, his etheric and physical bodies. Let us think of these four principles as shone upon by the sun. Through Christ's coming to the earth, man has become able to absorb both the physical and spiritual forces of the sun. Previously, this was different. Then, during sleep, when at night the astral body and ego were outside the physical body and etheric body, the direct sunlight did not fall upon man, only sunlight that was reflected from the moon. Man absorbed this reflected light, not the direct sunlight. This is exactly the same, in an external symbolic, yet true form, as in the case of the Christ, who lived as the spiritual part of the sunlight, and with Jehovah, who reflected the true Christ light until such time as men were sufficiently mature to receive it direct. Jehovah sent the Christ down to humanity as from a mirror. Men spoke of him when they spoke of Jehovah. Hence Jehovah says to Moses, quote, "Say to thy people, I am the I am." This was the name later applied to the Christ. He would not as yet turn his own countenance to men. Jehovah prepared humanity. He sent them the image of Christ before Christ himself descended. For man had to learn to comprehend the complete descent of Christ into the physical world with his I am, in the depths of his own being. Therefore this people, which had been prepared in the truest sense for the coming of Christ, held most firmly to the conception of a formless God. They had to attain to a new conception of God, not merely to remember an old form. This people, with its Jehovah religion, became in fact those who prepared for the coming of the Christ. Now we must clearly understand that everything that has to be specially striven for in the world must proceed from strong impulses. Hence the idea of the power of the formless God spread through all the Old Testament. An entirely abstract God, condensed within the center of a mere I principle, stands at the center of the religion of the Old Testament, an imageless I God. How could this God first obtain a form that could be comprehended by a people living on the physical plane which they had to conquer? Through a wise dispensation, something remarkable originated in southern Europe. Emigrations had taken place from Asia and Africa. These mingled with other streams coming from the north. Those that came from the east brought the firm conviction of the worthlessness of Maya, of the need to change the material kingdom of men into a kingdom of the spirit. These mingled with others who had gained a stronger feeling of personality. Those with the greatest spiritual force, who had remained longest behind in the emigration from west to east, met in Asia Minor and in the Grecian and Italian peninsulas. Here the fourth age of civilization was built up, and the conquest of the physical world advanced another stage. The mission of the third age, the Egypto-Chaldean, had been to perceive and comprehend the profundities of God. From it had to spring a people who were able to seek God in an abstract way, as a spiritual being with the least content of anything sensely. Meanwhile, in southern Europe, another group was being formed. Certain men had come down from the north with their strong northern consciousness of personality in them. A union was formed between matter and the human soul. The result of this we see and admire in the art of Greece, in the temples of Greece, and in the tragedies of Greece, in which man began to represent his own destiny. In these tragedies, he secreted his own spirit in matter, incorporating it with external objects. One might say that we have here a marriage between what is spiritual and what is physical, wherein each has an equal share. In all that the Greeks produced, spirit and matter had an equal share. And this was also the case, in a certain sense, with the Romans. They knew that spirit dwelt in them, that spirit could become personality in them. It was only at this stage of human evolution that that which had been foretold could assume actual form upon the physical plane. Christ could only descend to the physical plane when man had conquered it. A Christ would not have been possible in the old civilizations, when the physical plane was only seen as Maya, and a longing for the past filled the souls of men. At the time the union occurred, which we have seen represented in Greek art, man had turned more and more to the physical plane. This was expressed in the strong consciousness of the Roman citizen. It was also the time when the Christ principle was able to appear in the flesh. We have to consider all those who worked previously to the coming of Christ as being indeed acquainted with him. But we must look on them as prophets who could only foretell. They beheld in the coming of Christ the fulfillment of that for which they themselves had striven. In the following lectures we shall see how Christianity is mingled with other elements in the era subsequent to the coming of Christ, and how this produced the conditions that now surround us. Today the period has been described when, through the conquest of the physical plane, man made himself sufficiently mature to understand the God-man, the Christ. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man. This is Lecture 10. Some of the contents include the reflection in the fourth epoch of man's experiences with the ancient gods and their way of the cross, the Christ mystery. In the last lecture, we learned that man had gradually conquered the physical plane during the post-Atlantean epoch. He had come gradually to understand that the physical world into which he had entered is the expression of the spiritual powers lying behind it. We learned also that when the Greeks and Romans were the leading peoples in human evolution, man had established a kind of balance between his understanding of the physical and spiritual worlds. He had come to terms with the material world. He had learned gradually to understand and to love it. We must not think that such processes did not have corresponding parallels in the spiritual world. Even if we go further back in human evolution, we find, to the same extent as outward conditions alter as regards man's observation and perception of the physical world, conditions alter essentially also as regards the other states of consciousness. So far, special stress has been laid on the state of consciousness when man is withdrawn from his physical body during sleep. We saw that in the Atlantean epoch he perceived only blurred outlines when awake, but that divine spiritual beings appeared before him when he exercised the dim kind of clairvoyance he then possessed. In order that we may understand the entire human being, we must take into account these alternating conditions of consciousness, which are connected with what we call death and what lies beyond death. We shall then see that the ordinary life we observe between birth and death has also an essentially different side. So far, we have considered the destiny of man during his life between birth and death from the Atlantean epoch to the age of Greece and Rome. We must now inquire, as precisely as possible, into his destiny between death and rebirth, for the life of man continues after death. From the moment during the Lemurian epoch when he entered for the first time into earthly incarnation, and life within a physical body first alternated with life outside of it, man has led, to a certain extent, a twofold life, one upon earth and one in the spiritual world between death and rebirth. Though some people believe that changes only occur in the physical world, and that between death and rebirth everything can be described in a few typical words, this belief is absolutely incorrect. Destinies change in the spiritual period of human development also. We shall best understand how these changes occur if we glance at the life man leads here in the physical world, and at his relationship to the other kingdoms around him. Man, as at present developed, is by no means a being who exists absolutely by himself. He is related in various ways to all that surrounds him. Think only how man's consciousness, his self-consciousness, depends upon that which surrounds him. If no other kingdom surrounded us, no mineral, no vegetable, no animal kingdom, if there was no atmosphere, no clouds which reflect the light to us, our ego, as it is now, would not have been kindled by the outer world. Man, as regards his self-consciousness, is immersed during the day in the world that surrounds him. Between birth and death, he is plunged into a certain environment through having an etheric and physical body. He draws his food from the lower kingdoms of nature. These give him the substances and forces which pass through him. We might say that up to the time of birth, he evolves, and then on entering earthly existence, he comes in contact with the lower kingdoms of nature. It is true he only enters these when he takes on a physical body, and has then to assimilate them as his means of support. In the physical world, man is not an absolute being. Only think how he must continually inhale a certain quantity of air, so that he is by no means enclosed within his skin. His being extends into the air. On entering physical existence, he enters into a certain relationship with the kingdoms below him. He dips into them. On leaving his body, he rises into higher kingdoms, into that of the angels, archangels, and archai, and indeed into still higher kingdoms. Just as, through the needs of his physical body, he enters into relationship with the lower kingdoms, so after death he enters into relationship with higher kingdoms. Let us now pass to the epoch when man first began to enter upon his earthly incarnations. This was in the Lemurian epoch, when, though he did enter a physical body, he had very little connection with the physical world. He had as yet the merest trace of sense organs, and had therefore hardly any perception of the outer world. Man actually passed through a condition at the beginning of his incarnations when his connection with the physical world was very slight. Because of this, he was all the more at home in the worlds of the spirit. This was also the period when, having passed out of his physical body, not only during sleep but also after death, man entered a world full of spiritual light, where he perceived spiritual beings, where, to a certain extent, he drew strength from these beings, as he now draws it from the physical world. It was a time when he reached out into the kingdoms above him, as he now reaches out into the physical world. His being extended into the kingdom of the angels, archangels, and even into higher kingdoms, which interpenetrate his own. His consciousness was dim, and only at death did he gain true consciousness. He only drew into the physical world gradually, nourishing himself spiritually with the vision of divine spiritual beings. Man only gained his ego in the course of time as he passed through his various incarnations. He did not have it at an early stage. Other beings of whom we said that they had passed through their human stage at an earlier period already possessed egos, and man learned to know the ego through beholding them. But he only came to know it truly in the period between death and rebirth. When a man died at that time, he had the feeling that only when he could see divine spiritual beings did he really begin to live. It was actually the case that the farther he left death behind him, the higher the stage to which he attained. He grew even more and more conscious until the time came between death and rebirth, when the mighty being appeared, who had first given true content to his life, regarding whom he felt, quote, "From him I have come. I belong to him." Close quote. This was the same being, seen in a primeval period, who later incarnated on earth as the Christ. It was not possible in the Lemurian period for man to behold Christ in a physical body, but he did behold him midway between death and rebirth. He thus became a part of him and knew him in the spiritual world. As time passed on, man grew ever more conscious in the physical world. Full consciousness came first in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, but it came gradually. The more conscious man became in the physical world, and the more the rudiments of the ego had entered into him, the less did his consciousness reach up into higher worlds after death. At first he was not able to expand to the vision of the Christ. He only saw angels and archangels, and later in the Atlantean epoch, even this was denied him. It was only granted to those who were most advanced. Normally, man only perceived angels through his ancient dim clairvoyance. These were angels also in the Christian sense, and are those who were referred to by the Greeks as Zeus and by the Germanic peoples as Wotan, and were regarded as deities. We have already said that in the Atlantean epoch, during sleep, man was the companion of the gods. This was especially the case in the period between death and rebirth. These gods were angels, or at the highest, archangels, and only when man had prepared himself in this life by what he felt to be good deeds was the vision of Christ, under certain circumstances, vouchsafed to him through these subsidiary beings. Man still knew the Christ, however, through the deeds and the nature of the angels and archangels. Just as light is still light, though tinted by passing through colored glass, so the Christ form was seen, but with waning strength. It was none other than the Sun Spirit, who thus appeared with waning strength, because man was attracted more and more to the physical side of existence and had learned to love it. So humanity developed through the different ages of post-Atlantean civilization, and in each of them appeared the remembrance of earlier epochs. These were actually experienced. In the Egyptian age, we find a memory of the Lemurian epoch. How did initiates at that time represent the life after death? It was their endeavor that men should experience after death, if only as a faint echo, what men experienced in olden times, when they raised themselves up to that in which they felt as if hidden, to that supreme being, the great Sun Spirit. This is the meaning of what the ancient Egyptians called the judgment of the dead. When the dead person appeared before his judge, who weighed his deeds. If these were found to be worthy, he might, through the merit acquired in the physical world, become a part of the being looked up to as God of light, the sun god. This was the same being who was called Osiris. It was the journey to Osiris, the union with him, that was imparted to the dead as a recollection of an actual, previous, evolutional condition. This is how we must understand what is contained in the Book of the Dead, that most remarkable record of the Egyptian people. From the nature of the conditions laid down in my book, titled Christianity as Mystical Fact, the full esotericism of such things can obviously not be given out. But the fact remains that these things might be gone into very much more deeply. According to the ancient Egyptian idea, if a soul, according to its deeds, was found worthy of this vision, it might be united with Osiris. Indeed, it was actually addressed as an Osiris, because united with him. The words are, quote, Osiris was cleansed in the pool to the south of the field of Hotop, and north of the field of locusts, where the gods of growth wash in the 4th hour of the night, and in the 8th of the day, with the image of the heart of the god passing from the night to the day. Close quote. It is impossible to express the full depth of meaning of this formula, but it is important to understand the expression, quote, from the night to the day, close quote. Previously it had been night. The soul is led over to a day, to a spiritual day, when it will be united with Osiris, when it may itself become an Osiris. The soul, in this way, actually experienced its destiny in another world, the world lying between death and birth. Consciousness between death and rebirth darkened more and more, though it was never lost completely. It was never extinguished, though it grew dim. The more affection man developed for the sensible, physical world, the more he had to content himself with the vision of lower beings, and the less communion could higher beings have with him. All the beings who were his good companions during the Atlantean epoch, when he was still clairvoyant, disappeared, especially in the period between death and rebirth. And gradually the connecting link between man and those ancient gods was lost. We know that remnants of ancient clairvoyance endured up to the later ages of European culture, that there were some people who in certain states of consciousness could still rise to the vision of the gods. Such people also enjoyed a more vivid communion with the gods after death. They had a more intimate life with them. Such a communion was good, not only for men, but also for the gods. For man takes up with him the love he has won in the physical world. The gods received back from him as a sacrificial offering that which, as love, he had acquired in the physical world. Men, however, grew ever less and less fitted for this communion with the gods, because their love for the physical world continually increased. The souls of those dwelling in the districts from which the Germanic peoples have since sprung gradually participated less and less in the vision of the gods, so that they had little fellowship with them between death and rebirth. Through this, an idea developed that the gods were losing their connection with the earth, which they had themselves created, and losing also their rulership over it. This feeling gave rise to the conception of the twilight of the gods. This is the actual foundation of the drama. It was felt that the gods had to withdraw from the world they had themselves created. The gods who, even as late as the Atlantean epoch, had descended into the bodies of the most advanced human beings and had taught them important secrets in the mysteries, were obliged gradually to withdraw. And they could only come in touch with the physical world by using the more advanced human beings as their instruments or vehicles. This actually happened in the Atlantean epoch. And those who were initiated into the ancient Druidic mysteries knew, for example, that an ancient Atlantean individuality known as Sig appeared for long after the Atlantean catastrophe in many different ways in European bodies. As all such names as Siegfried and Sigurd preserve exoterically the remembrance of the repeated appearances of this individuality, who was finally only perceptible to those who had been initiated into the mysteries. He united himself with high initiates, and it became more and more necessary, the nearer we approach our age, for him to seek out those who had already gone through many incarnations in which they had purified themselves. Now, in order that we may understand our age, it is necessary to touch the fringe of a great mystery which throws light on much that had taken place in our time. Let us turn once more to the middle of the Atlantean epoch, when the physical world was first disclosed to man. A sort of parting of the ways then took place for the gods, those who had been the ancient companions of men in higher realms. Coming from spiritual heights, man had plunged deeper and deeper into the physical world. He had already passed through 3 great epochs, the third being the Lemurian, the fourth the Atlantean, and this will be followed by 3 others. We are living at present in the 5th epoch. The Lemurian epoch came to an end through great fire catastrophes, the Atlantean through mighty catastrophes of ice and water. Our epoch will come to an end through other forces, through a mighty increase of egoism in human nature, and on account of this, through the war of all against all. Only those who turn to a spiritual life will survive the catastrophe, which in this case means the war of all against all, just as only a small group of people escaped from the catastrophes of Lemuria and Atlantis. The war of all against all will be still more terrible for those involved in it than were those of fire and water, however terrible we may picture them to have been. Those who are now turning toward a spiritual life should feel it their duty to do all that is possible to rescue the good seed of our age and carry it over into the 6th age, which will follow the present one. This age is made up of great subdivisions: the ancient Indian, the Persian, the Egyptian, the Greco-Latin, and the present one, which will be followed by the 6th and the 7th, right on to the time of the war of all against all. The present position of evolution is that we have passed the middle of the Earth age. Had human beings turned toward the spiritualizing of themselves before they had completely entered the physical world, the conquest of the physical plane of which we spoke in the last lecture would never have taken place. Man has, however, taken a path that leads him deeper and deeper into physical evolution. He has gone beyond the point that would have represented the deepest stage if at that time he had turned to self-spiritualization. This point, which lies in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, was an important parting of the ways for certain spiritual beings. They had then to decide whether they would sink into a kind of abyss from which they would rise again later all the stronger, for through their fall they would have developed greater powers, or whether they would take the direct way. Certain spiritual beings, those who had formerly been the companions of man, took the direct way. They decided never again to enter human bodies, but to remain in the realms of the spirit. The subsequent development of humanity passed them by with hardly a trace. There were, on the other hand, other divine beings, a number of whom have been preserved in the memory of the people of Europe and elsewhere, under such names as Zeus, Wotan, etc. They decided, for the salvation of humanity, to descend again and again into human bodies, that they might work for humanity. It was not possible for all of them to descend to the same extent, for through man, having entered so deeply into the physical world, human bodies became ever less suitable instruments for divine beings. Only those men who had purified their bodies in a certain way, who, throughout the course of many incarnations, had developed such noble etheric and physical bodies that they had completely banished from their souls certain connections with the physical world, who through their whole disposition had lived less in that which was of the earth than in that which was not of the earth, only such men were still able to receive into themselves the souls of high spiritual beings as they would receive their own soul. So it happened that those into whom spiritual beings had entered could not, as it were, descend far enough into physical existence. They therefore held a very unique position in the world. Let us picture some such being, one who for many incarnations had developed the forces of his body, had won an inner victory over it, so that he lived more in the spiritual than in the physical world, and was on this account fitted to be the vehicle of a higher being. Was it possible for such a being to be fully understood by those who had descended completely into physical existence, who had developed a love for the physical world and strove to work on this physical plane? Would he not be better understood by those who had preserved the character of an earlier epoch, who were stragglers from an earlier epoch? He could in truth be much better understood by those stragglers from the Atlantean epoch. The Mongolian peoples have not descended so deeply, nor have they entangled themselves so much in the physical plane, nor done so much toward its conquest as the people of Europe. We see that external physical civilization is accomplished by Western nations rather than by the stragglers from Atlantean civilization, who had remained stationary, and were therefore not at home in a world of post-Atlantean development, because they had retained certain qualities and had then degenerated. It is often pointed out that the Japanese are going through a significant development today, through the qualities of their own character. This is an illusion. They are not developing through the force of their own qualities. In the last war against Russia, they conquered with the help of battleships and cannon invented by Europeans. They made use of a foreign civilization. It is only progressive development when a people develops from out its own being. It is on this that development depends. Spiritual individualities who were still the companions of men in the Atlantean epoch could be understood better by nations who had in a certain way remained stationary, and who represented in a later epoch conditions beyond which the people of Europe had developed because of their individual self-consciousness and feeling for freedom. Hence the teaching of these spiritual individualities had to be directed to such people, and we see here the consummation of a great mystery. We see beings who, when the people of Europe were at an earlier stage of evolution, were fully understood, incarnating and appearing later as teachers in the schools of initiation, and on this account being honored as gods. We see Wotan, who had previously dwelt as an initiate in a human body and taught in the mysteries, being able, because he had not descended so deeply, to incarnate in a nation which in a certain way was backward, and on this account had preserved a feeling for the nothingness of the physical plane, of its unworthiness as an expression of the deity, who looked on it as a place of sorrow and pain, and who held that the only real bliss was in leaving it. This individuality, known as Wotan, and who had taught in the mysteries of the Germanic peoples, is the same who appeared later as the Buddha, and with the same mission. It is possible to touch on such secrets as we are speaking of in the privacy of an anthroposophical lodge. Buddha, who mediated between our world and the higher worlds, is the same individuality who passed over Europe and is remembered there under the name of Wotan. We see from this how those people who had preserved certain tendencies and connections with earlier conditions were provided for. Knowing this, the historical fact of the good reception Buddhism received among the Mongolian peoples is comprehensible, and entirely in accordance with the wise guidance of man. As humanity had to conquer the physical plane more and more, it was no longer possible, in a later age, for such spiritual beings to incarnate directly in a physical body. It required a mightier spiritual being to do this, one who had been foretold by all the earlier teachers. Even the ancient Egyptians, when they spoke of Osiris, recalled their connection with the ancient spirit of the sun, and said, quote, "The kingdom of Osiris will be established again upon earth." Close quote. Before this could come to pass, a being like the Christ was needed. In that he had withdrawn more and more from the kingdom of the dead, and we do really see him disappearing from the other side of life. He had drawn ever nearer to this side, until in the fourth age of civilization he incarnated in a human body, visible to all, but in a body that had been very specially prepared. The Christ principle could not assume a human body in the same way as those did who descended entirely to the physical plane. Even such a being as Jesus of Nazareth, who had gone through many incarnations and attained to a high degree of initiation, was not capable at birth of being the vehicle of the Christ individuality. Only after preparing himself through a life of 30 years had he succeeded in so far cleaning and purifying the outward physical sheaths, the physical, etheric, and astral bodies, that the Christ individuality could make use of them. In the 30th year of his life, the individuality of Jesus of Nazareth left the outer vehicles which he had purified. This took place at the baptism by John in Jordan. A change of individuality took place at this time, when the Christ took possession, not of an ordinary human body, but of a purified body. Then followed 3 years, during which Christ walked the earth in the body of Jesus, the years described in the Gospels between the baptism and the mystery of Golgotha. We have here an individuality who had not appeared as in the ordinary course of events, where a form is provided at birth in accordance with the experience of many incarnations, but because this individuality had entered into a body which for 30 years had been entangled in the physical world, and had received a mighty impulse through the Christ, something of profound importance took place which esotericists can read in the Gospels when they really know how to read them. There it stands, but such things are veiled. At the baptism in Jordan, when the significant symbol of the dove appeared above the head of Jesus, he was not merely inspired, but directly intuited by the Christ. On that occasion, something shot through the entire body of Jesus of Nazareth, even into those parts which, at the present stage of human development, are most withdrawn from the influence of man, the very bones. I am now about to say something which to the materialistic consciousness of the present day seems nonsense, but that is of no matter. At the moment when the body of Jesus of Nazareth was permeated and fired by the individuality of Christ, the great Sun Spirit, the effect reached even into the bones. If you burn a bone, the cartilaginous part is consumed and the bone ash is left. The mineral substance of the bone and the cartilage are held together by a power which is opposed to fire, but also therefore associated with it. This power is at present entirely beyond the control of man's will, but it was under the control of him who was later to pass through the event of Golgotha. Man can at present move his hand, but has no power to affect the chemical forces of his bones. He has become solid through them. The body of Jesus of Nazareth, through its having been intuited by the Christ, is the only body on earth that has ever acquired control over the force that holds cartilage and bone ash together. Through this control over the bones, a force entered the world which is positively able to conquer death, for the bones are guilty of the death of man. Man has become entangled in the mineral part of the earth through being so constructed that he has incorporated into himself solid bony substance. Death came to him because of this, and it is not without cause that death is represented by a skeleton. The symbol is fully justified. The Christ impulse is the living force that is able to again transform the bones, that is, to lead men gradually toward that which is spiritual. And this will come to pass in future evolution. This is why no external force was permitted to interfere with the bony structure of Jesus Christ. No bone of him was to be broken. The others who were crucified with him had their bones broken, but in him the words of the prophet had to be fulfilled, "No bone of him shall be broken." This was in order that what had been imparted as a mighty central impulse to the earth should not be spoiled by any outside influence. In this way the mighty Sun Spirit worked at that time in the mystery which took place at the baptism in Jordan. It was the same Sun Spirit who, through his withdrawal from the earth, had made it possible for man to enter physical matter, by which ossification took place, and who continues to work on him, so that he may perceive the impulse by which he can again uplift or spiritualize this tendency toward ossification. Risky as it may be to speak of such matters, it is the mission of the anthroposophical movement to declare those things that have always been known, taught, and seen within the mysteries. Only because this mystery had been accomplished, and because of this alone, did another mystery become possible. We know that the several parts of the human body correspond to the principles of man. The physical body corresponds to itself, the glandular system to the etheric body, the nervous system to the astral body, and the circulatory system, that of the blood, to the ego. The ego entered physically into man through his being endowed more and more with blood, thus becoming ever more capable of devoting himself to the material world. A time came when the surplus blood had to be sacrificed. Horrible as it may sound to the chemist, it is nevertheless true that the superabundant ego, that which would have brought humanity to the war of all against all, through excessive egoism, flowed from the wounds of the Redeemer on Golgotha. At the moment when the wounds of the Redeemer bled, there was implanted within humanity the seed of the power by which it might raise itself again out of the state into which it had sunk so deeply. If man had taken the upward turn in the middle of the Atlantean epoch, he would never have attained to complete independence. He had to conquer the physical plane. But then on this plane, the impulse by which he could rise again had to be all the stronger, and this impulse was given by the Christ. Because the Christ was stronger, he could not only lead mankind out of the depths, but could do something else, something of very great importance. A part of the world is to be conquered by man, a part that will be united with the spiritual world, that will be led back to the spiritual world. It was shown in the last lecture that during the Greco-Latin age, man had progressed so far in the conquest of the physical world, had become so deeply entangled in it, that he had to have a God in human form before he could recognize him, for he could no longer penetrate to the spiritual world and perceive him there. Meanwhile, conditions on the other side of life, between death and rebirth, had also changed. Through man having descended so much further into the physical plane, and having developed so great a love for it, and derived so much pleasure from it, what was on the other side of life became ever less perceptible to him. He retained a considerable remembrance of this world when he lived on the other side between death and rebirth, and much of this has been preserved in legend. When we read in a book of Greek origin that the hero says, quote, "It is better to be a beggar in the physical world than a king in the land of the shades," close quote, it exactly expresses the feeling of that period. Because man had conquered so much of the physical plane, he longed to come back to it, for at that time he could not take much over with him. Only through Christ having come to earth, and through man having already experienced him in a preparatory way in the time of the Old Testament, only because man had received the Christ into his thoughts during life, could he take over with him that which brought light again to him on the other side. What he took with him made the other side clear and bright, and restored the Christ to him with even greater splendor than in this world. Hence we see how consciousness on the other side became darkened more and more as the time approached which we described yesterday, and how it then grew clearer through man learning to know the Christ here. For what man learns of him in this world is not lost in the period between death and rebirth. He takes his knowledge with him, and this is what the expression, quote, "to die in Christ," close quote, means. From what has been said, you will see that throughout evolution, the life not only of the living changes, but also that of the dead. Because the dead are nourished on what they have learned here concerning the Christ, because they take the fruits of this with them to the life between death and rebirth, returning here again in ever-recurring incarnations, they will appear also in ever mightier, more Christ-filled bodies, and will make the earth more and more into an expression of what Christ can be to a transformed world, when in the future he leads the earth to higher and ever higher conditions. Thus we see how life, both on this side and on the other, cooperates in maturing the earth for what is to come, when the earth, through being filled with the Spirit of Christ, will be united once again with the Son, and will thereby rise a stage higher in the cosmos. The Christ event, the coming of Christ, is therefore not only a fact of great importance to man, but is of definite importance also to the evolution of the whole of the cosmos. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Universe, Earth, and Man, a 1927 translation I don't believe is very easily available. This is the last lecture in the series, Lecture 11. Some of the contents are the reversing of Egyptian remembrance into material forms by way of Arabism, the harmonizing of Egyptian remembrance, the Christian impulse of power in Rosicrucianism. In the previous lectures, wide reaches, both of human evolution and also of world evolution, were brought before our souls. We saw how mysterious connections in the evolution of the world are reflected in the civilizations of the different nations belonging to the post-Atlantean period. We saw how the first epoch of earthly development is reflected in the civilization of ancient India, the second, during which the separation of the sun from the earth took place, is reflected in the Persian civilization, and we have endeavored as far as time permitted to sketch the various events of the Lemurian epoch, the third in the course of the earth's development, in which man received the foundations of his ego, which is reflected in the civilization of Egypt. It was pointed out that the initiation wisdom of ancient Egypt was a kind of remembrance of this, which was the first period of earthly evolution in which man participated. Then, coming to the fourth age, that in which the true union between body and spirit is so beautifully presented in the art of Greece, we showed it to be a reflection of what man experienced with the ancient gods, the beings we have described as angels. Nothing remained that could be reflected in our age, the fifth, the age now running its course. Secret connections do, however, exist between the different periods of post-Atlantean civilization. These we have already touched on in the first of these lectures. You may recall how it was stated that the confinement of the people of the present day to their own immediate surroundings, that is, to the materialistic belief that reality is only to be found between life and death, can be traced to the circumstance of the Egyptians having bestowed so much care on the preservation of the bodies of the dead. They tried at that time to preserve the physical form of man, and this has not been without an effect on souls after death. When the bodily form is thus preserved, the soul after death is still connected in a certain way with the form it bore during life. Thought forms are called up in the soul. These cling to the sensible form. And when the person incarnates again and again, and the soul enters into new bodies, these thought forms endure. All that the human soul experienced when it looked down from spiritual heights upon its corpse is firmly rooted within it. Hence, it has not been able to unlearn this, nor to turn away from the vision which bound it to the flesh. The result has been that countless souls who were incorporated in ancient Egypt are born again with fruits of this vision, and can only believe in the reality of the physical body. This was firmly implanted in souls at that time. Things that take place in one age of culture are by no means unconnected with the ages that follow. Suppose that we represent here the 7 consecutive cultural periods of post-Atlantean civilization by a line. The fourth age, which is exactly in the middle, occupies an exceptional position. We have only to consider this age exoterically to see that in it the most wonderful physical things have been produced, things by which man has conquered the physical world in a unique and harmonious way. Looking back to the Egyptian pyramids, we observe a type of geometric form which demonstrates certain things symbolically. The close union of spirit, the formative human spirit, and the physical form had not yet been completed. We see this with special clearness in the Sphinx, the origin of which is to be traced to a remembrance of the Atlantean etheric human form. In its physical form, the Sphinx gives us no direct conviction of this union, although it is a great human conception. In it we see the thought embodied that man is still animal-like below, and only attains to what is human in the etheric head. What confronts us on the physical plane is ennobled in the Fourth Age in the forms of Greek plastic art, and the moral life, the destiny of man, we find depicted in the Greek tragedies. In them we see the inner life of the spirit played out upon the physical plane in a very wonderful way. We see the meaning of earthly evolution insofar as the gods are connected with it. So long as the earth was a part of the sun, high sun spirits were united with the human race. By the end of the Atlantean epoch, these exalted beings had gradually faded, step by step, along with the sun, from the consciousness of man. Human consciousness was no longer capable of reaching up after death to the high realms where vision of the sun spirits was possible. Assuming that we are at the standpoint of these beings, which we can be in spirit, we can picture them saying, "We were once united with humanity, but had to withdraw from them for a time. The divine world had to disappear from human consciousness so as to reappear in a newer, higher form through the Christ impulse." A man who belonged to Grecian civilization was incapable as yet of understanding what was to come to earth through the Christ. But an initiate, one who, as we have seen, knew the Christ aforetime, could say, "That spiritual form which was preserved in men's minds as Osiris had to disappear for a time from the sight of man. The horizon of the gods had to be darkened. But within us dwells the sure consciousness that the glory of God will appear again on earth." This certainty was the result of the cosmic consciousness which men possessed, and the consciousness of the withdrawal of the glory of God and of its return is reflected in Greek tragedy. We see man here represented as the image of the gods. We see how he lives, strives, and has a tragic end. At the same time, the tragedy holds within it the idea that man will yet conquer through his spiritual power. The drama was intended as a presentation of living and dying humanity, and at the same time it reflected man's whole relationship to the universe. In every realm of Greek culture, we see this union between things of the spirit and things of the senses. It was a unique age in post-Atlantean civilization. It is remarkable how certain phenomena of the Third Age are connected as by underground channels with our own, the Fifth Age. Certain things which were sown as seed during the Egyptian age are reappearing in our own. Others which were sown as seed during the Persian age will appear in the Sixth. And things belonging to the first epoch will return in the Seventh. Everything has a deep and law-filled connection, the past pointing always to the future. This connection will best be realized if we explain it by referring to the two extremes, those things connecting the First and the Seventh Age. Let us turn back to the First Age and consider not what history tells us, but what really existed in ancient pre-Vedic times. Everything that appeared later had been first prepared for. This was especially the case with the division of mankind into castes. Europeans may feel strong objections to the caste system, but it was justified in the civilization of that time and is profoundly connected with human karma. The souls coming over from Atlantis were really of very different values, and in some respects it was suitable for these souls, of whom some were at a more advanced stage than others, to be divided in accordance with the karma they had previously stored up for themselves. In that far-off age, humanity was not left to itself as it is now, but was really led and guided in its development in a much higher way than is generally supposed. At that time, highly advanced individuals, whom we call the rishis, understood the value of souls and the difference there is between the various categories of souls. At the bottom of the division into castes lies a well-founded cosmic law. Though, to a later age, this may seem harsh, in that far-off time, when the guidance of humanity was spiritual, the caste principle was entirely suited to human nature. It is true that in the normal evolution of man, those who lived over into a new age with a particular karma came also into a particular caste. And it is also true that a man could only rise above any special caste if he underwent a process of initiation. Only when he attained a stage where he was able to strip off that which was the cause of his karma, only when he lived in yoga, could that difference in caste, under certain circumstances, be overcome. Let us keep in mind the anthroposophical principle which lays down that we must put aside all criticism of the facts of evolution and strive only to understand them. However bad the impression this division into castes makes on us at the present time, there was every justification for it, and it has to be taken in connection with a far-reaching and just arrangement regarding the human race. When a person speaks of races today, he speaks of something that is no longer quite correct. Even in theosophical handbooks, great mistakes are made on this subject. In them it is said that our evolution runs its course in rounds, that in each round there are globes, and in each globe races which develop one after the other, so that we have races in each epoch of the Earth's evolution. But this is not the case. Even in regard to present humanity, there is no justification for speaking of a mere development of races. In the true sense of the word, we can only speak of race development during the Atlantean epoch. People were so different in external physiognomy throughout the 7 periods that one might speak rather of different forms than races. While it is true that the races have arisen through this, it is correct to speak of races in the far back Lemurian epoch. And in our own epoch, the idea of race will gradually disappear, along with all the differences that are a relic of earlier times. We still speak of races, but all that remains of these today are relics of differences that existed in Atlantean times, and the idea of race has now lost its original meaning. What new idea is to arise in place of the present idea of race? Humanity will be differentiated in the future even more than in the past. It will be divided into categories, but not in an arbitrary way. From their own spiritual inner capacities, men will come to know that they must work together for the whole body corporate. There will be categories and classes. However fiercely class war may rage today, among those who do not develop egoism, but accept the spiritual life and evolve toward what is good, a time will come when men will organize themselves voluntarily. They will say, one must do this, the other must do that. Division of work, even to the smallest detail, will take place. Work will be so organized that a holder of this or that position will not find it necessary to impose his authority on others. All authority will be voluntarily recognized, so that in a small portion of humanity we shall again have divisions in the 7th age which will recall the principle of castes, but in such a way that no one will feel forced into any caste, but each will say, I must undertake a part of the work of humanity, and leave another part to another. Both will be equally recognized. Humanity will be divided according to differences in intellect and morals. On this basis, a spiritualized caste system will again appear. Led, as it were, through a secret channel, the seventh age will repeat that which arose prophetically in the first. The third, the Egyptian age, is connected in the same way with our own. Little as it may appear to a superficial view, all that was laid down during the Egyptian age reappears in the present one. Most of the people living on the earth today were incarnated formerly in Egyptian bodies and experienced an Egyptian environment. Having lived through other intermediate incarnations, they are now again on earth, and in accordance with the laws we have indicated, they unconsciously remember what they experienced in Egypt. All this is reappearing now in a mysterious way, and if you are willing to recognize such secret connection of the great laws of the universe, working from one civilization to another, you must make yourselves acquainted with the truth, not with all those legendary and fantastic ideas which are given out concerning the facts of human evolution. People think too superficially about the spiritual progress of humanity. For example, someone remarks about Copernicus that a man with such ideas as his was possible because in the age in which he lived, a change in thought had arisen regarding the solar system. Anyone holding such an opinion has never studied, even exoterically, how Copernicus arrived at his ideas concerning the relationship of the heavenly bodies. One who has done this, and who more especially has followed the grand ideas of Kepler, knows differently, and he will be strengthened even more in these ideas by what occultism has to say about it. Let us consider this so that we may see the matter clearly and try to enter into the soul of Copernicus. This soul had lived in the age of ancient Egypt and had then occupied an important position in the cult of Osiris. It knew that Osiris was held to be the same as the high sun being. The sun, in a spiritual sense, was at the center of Egyptian thought and feeling. I do not mean the outwardly visible sun. It was regarded only as the bodily expression of the spiritual sun. Just as the eye is the expression for the power of sight, so to the Egyptian, the sun was the eye of Osiris, the embodiment of the spirit of the sun. All this had been experienced at one time by the soul of Copernicus, and it was the unconscious memory of it that impelled him to renew, in a form possible to a materialistic age, this ancient idea of Osiris, which at that time had been entirely spiritual. When humanity had sunk more deeply within the physical plane, this idea confronts us again in its materialistic form as the Copernican theory. The Egyptians possessed the spiritual conception, and it was the world karma of Copernicus to retain a memory of such conceptions, and this conjured forth that combination of bearings that led to his theory of the solar system. The case was similar with Kepler, who in his 3 laws presented the movement of the planets round the sun in a much more comprehensive way. However abstract they may appear to us, they were the result of a most profound conception. A striking fact in connection with this highly gifted being is contained in a passage written by himself and which fills us with awe when we read it. Kepler writes, quote, "I have thought deeply upon the solar system. It has revealed to me its secrets. I will carry over the sacred ceremonial vessels of the Egyptians into the modern world." Close quote. Thoughts implanted in the souls of the ancient Egyptians meet us again, and our modern truths are reborn myths of Egypt. Were it desired, we could follow this up in many details. We could follow it up to the very beginnings of humanity. Let us think once more of the Sphinx, that wondrous, enigmatic form which later became the Sphinx of Oedipus, who put its well-known riddle to man. We have learned already that the Sphinx is built up from that human form which on the physical plane still resembled that of animals, although the etheric part had already assumed human form. In the Egyptian age, man could only see the Sphinx in an etheric form after he had passed through certain stages of initiation. Then it appeared to him. But the important thing is that when a man had true clairvoyant perception, it did not appear to him merely as a lump of wood does, but certain feelings were necessarily associated with the vision. Under certain circumstances, a callous person may pass by a highly important work of art and remain unmoved by it. Clairvoyant consciousness is not like this. When really developed, the fitting emotion is already aroused. The Greek legend of the Sphinx expresses the right feeling experienced by the clairvoyant during the ancient Egyptian period and also in the Grecian mysteries, when he had progressed so far that the Sphinx appeared to him. What was it that then appeared before his eyes? He beheld something incomplete, something that was in course of development. The form he saw was in a certain way related to that of animals, and in the etheric head he saw what was to work within the physical form in order to shape it more like man. What man was to become, what his task was in evolution, this was the question that rose vividly before him when he saw the Sphinx, a question full of longing, of expectation, and of future development. The Greeks say that all investigation and philosophy have originated from longing. This is also a saying of clairvoyance. A form appears to man which he can only perceive with his astral consciousness. It worries him, it propounds a riddle, the riddle of man's future. Further, this etheric form, which was present in the Atlantean epoch and lived on as a memory into the Egyptian age, is embodied more and more in man, and reappears on the other side in the nature of man. It reappears in all the religious doubts, in the impotence of our age of civilization, when faced with the question, what is man? In all the unanswered questions, in all statements that revolve round ignorabimus, we have to see the Sphinx. In ages that were still spiritual, man could rise to heights where the Sphinx was actually before him. Today it dwells within him in countless unanswered questions. It is therefore very difficult for man at the present time to arrive at conviction with regard to the spiritual world. The Sphinx, which formerly was outside him, is now in his inner being, for a being has appeared in the central epoch of post-Atlantean evolution, who has cast the Sphinx into the abyss, into the individual inner being of every man. When the Greco-Latin age, with its after-effects, had continued into the 13th and 14th centuries, we come to the 5th post-Atlantean age. Up to the present, new doubts have arisen more and more in place of the old certainty. We meet with such things more and more. And if desired, we could discover many more instances of Egyptian ideas transformed into their materialistic counterpart in the new evolution. We might ask, what has really happened in the present age? For this is no ordinary passing over of ideas. Things are not met with directly, but they are as if modified. Everything is presented in a more materialistic form. Even man's connection with animal nature reappears, but changed into a materialistic conception. The fact that man knew in earlier times that he could not shape his body otherwise than in the semblance of animals, and that on this account in his Egyptian remembrances he pictured even his gods in animal forms, confronts us today in the generally held materialistic opinion that man has descended from animals. Darwinism is nothing but an heirloom of ancient Egypt in a materialistic form. From this we see that the path of evolution has by no means been a straightforward one, but that something like a division has taken place, one branch becoming more materialistic and one more spiritual. That which had formerly progressed in one line now split into two lines of development, namely science and belief. Going back into earlier times, to the Egyptian, Persian, and ancient Indian civilizations, one does not find a science apart from faith. What was known regarding the spiritual origin of the world passed in a direct line to knowledge of particular things. Men were able to rise from knowledge of the material world to the most exalted heights. There was no contradiction between knowledge and faith. An ancient Indian sage or a Chaldean priest would not have understood this difference. Even the Egyptians knew no difference between what was simply a matter of belief or a fact of knowledge. This difference became apparent when man had sunk more deeply into matter and had gained more material culture. But in order to gain this, another organization was needed. Let us suppose that this descent of man into matter had not taken place. What would have happened? We considered a like descent in the last lecture, but it was of a different nature. This is a new descent in another realm, by which something like an independent science entered alongside the comprehension of what was spiritual. This occurred first in Greece. Up till then, opposition between science and religion did not exist, and would have had no meaning to a priest of Egypt. Take, for instance, what Pythagoras learned from the Egyptians, the teaching regarding numbers. This was not merely abstract mathematics to him. It gave him the musical secrets of the world in the harmony of numbers. Mathematics, which is only something abstract to the man of the present day, was to him a sacred wisdom with a religious foundation. Man had, however, to sink more and more within the material, physical plane, and it can be seen how the spiritual wisdom of Egypt reappears, but transformed into a materialistic, mythical conception of the universe. In the future, the theories of today will be held to have had only temporal value, just as ancient theories have only a temporal value to the man of today. Perhaps men will then be so sensible that they will not fall into the mistake of some of our contemporaries who say, quote, "Until the 19th century man was absolutely stupid as regards science. It was only then that he became sensible. All that was taught previously about anatomy was nonsense. Only the last century has produced what is true." Close quote. In the future, men will be wiser and will not give tit for tat. They will not reject our myths of anatomy, philosophy, and Darwinism so disdainfully as present-day man rejects ancient truths. For it is the case that things which today are regarded as firmly established are but transitory forms of truth. The Copernican system is but a transitory form. It has been brought about through the plunge into materialism, and will be replaced by something different. The forms of truth continually change. In order that all connection with what is spiritual should not be lost, an even stronger spiritual impulse had to enter human evolution. This was described yesterday as the Christ impulse. For a time, mankind had to be left to itself, as it were, as regards scientific progress, and the religious side had to develop separately. It had to be saved from the progressive onslaught of science. Thus we see how science, which devoted itself to material things, was separated for a while from things spiritual, which now followed a special course. And the two movements, belief in what was spiritual and the knowledge of external things, proceeded side by side. We even see in one particular period of development in the Middle Ages, a period immediately preceding our own, that science and belief consciously oppose each other, but still seek union. Consider the scholastics. They said, faith was given to man by Christ. This we may not deny. It was a direct gift. And all the science which has been produced since the division took place can only serve to prove this gift. We see in scholasticism the tendency to employ all science to prove revealed truth. At its prime, it said, men can gaze upward to the blessedness of faith, and to a certain degree human science can enter into it, but to do this, men must devote themselves to it. In the course of time, all relationship between science and belief was, however, lost, and there was no longer any hope that they could advance side by side. The extremity of this divergence is found in the philosophy of Kant, where science and belief are completely sundered. In it, on the one hand, the categorical imperative is put forward with its practical postulates of reason. On the other hand, purely theoretical reason, which has lost all connection with spiritual truths and declares that from the standpoint of science, these cannot be found. Another powerful impulse was, however, already making itself felt, which also represented a memory of ancient Egyptian thought. Minds appeared that were seeking a union between science and belief, minds that were endeavoring, through entering profoundly into science, to recognize the things of God with such certainty and clarity that they would be accessible to scientific thought. Goethe is typical of such a thinker and of such a point of view. To him, religion, art, and science were one. He felt the works of Greek art to be connected with religion, as he felt the great thoughts of divinity to be reflected in the countless plant formations he investigated. Taking the whole of modern culture, we have to see in it a memory of Egyptian culture. Egyptian thought is reflected in it from its beginning. The division in modern culture between science and belief did not arise without long preparation, and if we are to understand how this came about, we must glance briefly at the way post-Atlantean culture was prepared for during the Atlantean epoch. We have seen how a handful of people who dwelt in the neighborhood of Ireland had progressed the furthest. They had acquired those qualities which had to appear gradually in the succeeding epochs of civilization. The rudiments of the ego had been developing, as we know, since the Lemurian epoch. But each stage of selfhood in this small group of people, by whom the stream of culture was carried from west to east, consisted in a tendency to logical thought and the power of judgment. Up to this time, these did not exist. If a thought arose, it was already substantiated. The beginning of thought that was capable of judgment was implanted in these people, and they bore the rudiments of this with them from west to east in their colonizing migrations, one of which went southward toward India. Here the first foundations of constructive thinking were laid. Later this constructive thinking passed into the Persian civilization. In the third cultural period, that of Chaldea, it grew stronger. And with the Greeks, it developed so far that they have left behind them the glorious monument of Aristotelian philosophy. Constructive thought continued to develop more and more, but always returned to a central point where it received reinforcement. We must picture it as follows. When civilization came from the west into Asia, one group, that having the smallest amount of purely logical thinking capacity, went toward India. The second group, which traveled toward Persia, had a little more, and the group that went toward Egypt had still more. From within this group, were separated off the people of the Old Testament, who had exactly that combination of faculties which had to be developed in order that another forward step might be taken in this purely logical form of human cognition. With this is associated the other thing we have been considering, namely the descent to the physical plane. The further we descend, the more does thought become merely logical, and the more it tends to a merely external faculty of judgment. Pure logical thought, mere human logic, that which proceeds from one idea to another, requires the human brain as its instrument. The cultivated brain makes logical thought possible. Hence, external thinking, even when it has reached an astonishing height, can never of itself comprehend reincarnation, because it is, in the first place, only applicable to the things of the external sense world that surrounds us. Logic may indeed be applied to all worlds, but can only be applied directly to the physical world. Hence, when it appears as human logic, it is bound unconditionally to its instrument, the physical brain. Abstract thought could never have entered the world without a further descent into the world of the senses. This development of logical thought is bound up with the loss of ancient clairvoyant vision, and was bought at the cost of this loss. The task of man is to reconquer clairvoyant vision, adding logical thought to it. In time to come he will obtain imagination as well, but logical thinking will be retained. The human head had, in the first place, to be created similar to the etheric head before man could have a brain. It was then first possible for man to descend to the physical plane. In order that all spirituality should not be lost, a point of time had to be chosen for the saving of this, when the last impulse to purely mechanical thought had not yet been given. If the Christ had appeared a few centuries later, he would have come, as it were, too late, for humanity would have descended too far, would have been too much entangled in thought, and would not have been able to understand Christ. Christ had to come before this last impulse had been received, when the spiritually religious tendency could still be saved as a tendency leading to belief. Then came the last impulse, which plunged human thought to the lowest point, where it was banished and completely chained to physical life. This arose through the Arabs and Mohammedans. Muslim thought is a peculiar episode in Arabian life, and thought which, in its passage over to Europe, gave the final impulse to logical thinking, to that which is incapable of rising to what is spiritual. To begin with, man was so led by what may be called providence, or a spiritual guidance, that spiritual life was saved in Christendom. Later, Arabism approached Europe from the south and provided the field for external culture. It is only capable of comprehending what is external. Do we not see this in the arabesque, which is incapable of rising to what is living, but has to remain formal? We can also see in the mosque how the spirit is, as it were, sucked out. Humanity had first to be led down into matter, then in a roundabout way, by means of Arabism and the invasion of the Arab, we are shown how modern science first arose in the sharp contact of Arabism with Europeanism, which had already accepted Christianity. The ancient Egyptian memories had come to life again, but what made them materialistic? What made them into thought forms of the dead? We can show this clearly. If the path of progress had been smooth, the memory of what had taken place previously would have reappeared in our age. That which is spiritual has been saved as a whole, but one wing of European culture has been gripped by materialism. We also see how the remembrance of those who recalled the ancient Egyptian age was so changed by its passage through Arabism that it reappeared in a materialistic form. The fact that Copernicus comprehended the modern way of regarding the solar system was the outcome of his Egyptian memory. The reason why he presented it in a materialistic form, making of it a dead mechanical rotation, is because the Arabian mentality, encountering this memory from the other side, forced it into materialism. From all that has been said, you can see how secret channels connect the third and the fifth age. This can be seen even in the principle of initiation. And as modern life is to receive a principle of initiation in Rosicrucianism, let us ask what this is. In modern science, we have to see a union between Egyptian remembrances and Arabism, which tends toward that which is dead. On the other side, we see another union consummated, that between what the Egyptian initiates imparted to their pupils and things spiritual. We see a union between wisdom and that which had been rescued as the truths of belief. This wondrous harmony between the Egyptian remembrance in wisdom and the Christian impulse of power is found in Rosicrucian spiritual teaching. So the ancient seed laid down in the Egyptian period reappears, not merely as a repetition, but differentiated and upon a higher level. These are thoughts which should not only instruct with regard to the universe, earth, and man, but they should enter as well into our feeling and our impulses of will and give us wings, for they show us the path we have to travel. They point the path to that which is spiritual, and also show how we may carry over into the future what, in a good sense, we have gained here on the purely material plane. We have seen how paths separate and again unite. The time will come when not the remembrances only of Egypt will unite with spiritual truths to produce a Rosicrucian science, but science and Rosicrucianism will also unite. Rosicrucianism is both a religion and at the same time a science that is firmly bound to what is material. When we turn to the Babylonian period, we find this is shown in myth of the third period of civilization. Here we are told of the god Maradu, who meets with the evil principle, the serpent of the Old Testament, and splits his head in two, so that in a certain sense the earlier adversary is divided into two parts. This was, in fact, what actually happened. A partition of that which arose in the primeval watery earth substance, as symbolized by the serpent. In the upper part, we have to see the truths upheld by faith. In the lower, the purely material acceptance of the world. These two must be united, science and that which is spiritual, and they will be united in the future. This will come to pass when, through Rosicrucian wisdom, spirituality is intensified, and instead becomes a science, when it once more coincides with the investigations made by science. Then a mighty harmonious unity will again arise. The various currents of civilization will unite and flow together through the channels of humanity. Do we not see in recent times how this unity is being striven for? When we consider the ancient Egyptian mysteries, we see that religion, science, and art were then one. The course of the world evolution is shown in the descent of the gods into matter. This is presented to us in a grand dramatic symbolism. Anyone who can appreciate this symbolism has science before him, for he there sees vividly portrayed the descent of man and his entrance into the world. He is also confronted with something else, namely art, for the picture presented to him is an artistic reflection of science. But he does not see only these two, science and art, in the mysteries of ancient Egypt. They are for him at the same time religion, for what is presented to him pictorially is filled with religious feeling. These three were later divided. Religion, science, and art went separate ways. But already in our age, men feel that they must again come together. What else was the great effort of Richard Wagner than a spiritual striving, a mighty longing toward a cultural impulse? The Egyptians saw visible pictures because the external eye had need of them. In our age, what they saw will be repeated. Once more, the separate streams of culture will unite. A whole will be constructed, this time preferably in a work of art whose elements will be the sequence of sound. On every side we find connections between what appertain to Egypt and modern times. Everywhere this reflection can be seen. As time goes on, our souls will realize more and more that each age is not merely a repetition, but an ascent, that a progressive development is taking place in humanity. Then the most intimate strivings of humanity, the striving for initiation, must find fulfillment. The principle of initiation suited to the first age cannot be the principle of initiation for the changed humanity of today. It is of no value to us to be told that the Egyptians had already found primeval wisdom and truth in ancient times, that these are contained in the old Oriental religions and philosophies, and that everything that has appeared since exists only to enable us to experience the same over again if we are to rise to the highest initiation. No, this is useless talk. Each age has need of its own particular force within the depths of the human soul. When it is asserted in certain theosophical quarters that there is a Western initiation for our stage of civilization, but that it is a late product, that true initiation comes only from the East, we must answer that this cannot be determined without knowing something further. The matter must be gone into more deeply than is usually done. There may be some who say that in Buddha the highest summit was reached, that Christ has brought nothing new since Buddha, but only in that which meets us positively can we recognize what really is the question here. If we ask those who stand on the ground of Western initiation whether they deny anything in Eastern initiation, whether they make any different statements regarding Buddha than those in the East, they answer no. They value all. They agree with all. But they understand progressive development. They can be distinguished from those who deny the Western principle of initiation by the fact that they know how to accept what Orientalism has to give, and in addition, they know the advanced forms which the course of time has made necessary. They deny nothing in the realm of Eastern initiation. Take a description of Buddha by one who accepts the standpoint of Western esotericism. This will not differ from that of a follower of Eastern esotericism. But the man with the Western standpoint holds that in Christ there is something which goes beyond Buddha. The Eastern standpoint does not allow this. If it is said that Buddha is greater than Christ, that does not decide anything, for this depends on something positive. Here, the Western standpoint is the same as the Eastern. The West does not deny what the East says, but it asserts something further. The life of Buddha is not rightly understood when we read that Buddha perished through the enjoyment of too much pork. This must not be taken literally. It is rightly objected from the standpoint of Christian esotericism that people who understand something trivial from this understand nothing about it at all. This is only an image and shows the position in which Buddha stood to his contemporaries. He had imparted too many of the sacred Brahmanical secrets to the outer world. He was ruined through having given out that which was hidden, as is everyone else who imparts what is hidden. This is what is expressed in this peculiar symbol. Allow me to emphasize strongly that we disagree in no way with Oriental conceptions. but people must understand the esotericism of such things. If it is said that this is of little importance, it is not the case. They might as well think it of little importance when we are told that the writer of the Apocalypse wrote it amid thunder and lightning. And if anyone found occasion to mock at the Apocalypse because of this, we should reply, quote, "What a pity! He does not know what it means when we are told that the Apocalypse was imparted to the earth mid lightning and thunder." Close quote. We must keep in mind the fact that no negation has passed the lips of Western esotericists, and that much that was puzzling at the beginning of the anthroposophical movement has been explained by them. The followers of Western esotericism never find in it anything out of harmony with the mighty truths given to the world by H.P. Blavatsky. When we are told, for example, that we have to distinguish in the Buddha the Dhyani Buddha, the Adi Buddha, and the human Buddha, this is first fully explained by the Western esotericist. For we know that what is regarded as the Dhyani Buddha is nothing but the etheric body of the historic Buddha that had been taken possession of by a god. That this etheric body had been laid hold of by the being whom we call Wotan. This was already contained in Eastern esotericism, but was only first understood in the right way through Western esotericism. The anthroposophical movement should be especially careful that the feeling which rises in our souls from such thoughts as these should stimulate in us the desire for further development, that we should not stand still for a moment. The value of our movement does not consist in the ancient dogmas it contains, if these are but 15 years old, and in comprehending its true purpose, which is the opening up of fresh springs of spiritual knowledge. It will then become a living movement, and will help to bring about that future which, if only very briefly, has been presented to your mental sight today, by drawing upon what we are able to observe of the past. We are not concerned with the imparting of theoretic truths, but that our feeling, our perception, and our actions may be full of power. We have considered the evolution of universe, earth, and man. We desire so to grasp what we have gathered from these studies that we may be ready at any time to enter upon development. What we call future must always be rooted in the past. Knowledge has no value if not changed into motive power for the future. The purpose for the future must be in accordance with the knowledge of the past, but this knowledge is of little value unless changed into a propelling force for the future. What we have heard has presented to us a picture of such mighty motive powers that not only our will and our enthusiasm have been stimulated, but our feelings of joy and of security in life have also been deeply moved. When we note the interplay of so many currents, we are constrained to say, many are the seeds within the womb of time. Through an ever-deepening knowledge, man must learn how better to foster all these seeds. Knowledge, in order to work, in order to gain certainty in life, must be the feeling that pervades all anthroposophical study. In conclusion, I would like to point out that the so-called theories of spiritual science only attain final truth when they are changed into something living, into impulses of feeling and of certainty as regards life, so that our studies may not merely be theoretical, but may play a real part in evolution. The end of Lecture 11 and the end of the book, The Cycle of Lectures, Universe, Earth, and Man by Rudolf Steiner, given in 1908 from the 4th to the 11th of August. You've been listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com.